Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Los Angeles, 2008, evening. On a dimly lit Batman set, the director's voice echoed. Cut. That's a wrap for today. The crew began to disperse. Among them, a woman in a sleek black catsuit and an eye patch slipped off the stage. Annie, the actress playing Catwoman, scanning the lot. Her gaze landed on a black luxury van parked near the curb. Her expression softened. She hurried over and climbed inside. In the back seat sat a young man, sharp-suited and calm, his looks enough to turn heads anywhere. "Darling," Annie said with a teasing pout, "you haven't visited me in forever." Sue Mo smiled, handing her a bouquet of fresh roses. "You know how it is. Running a company doesn't exactly come with free weekends." The moment she took the flowers, her irritation melted. She leaned into him with a grin. "You're forgiven." Sue Mo slipped an arm around her waist as the car door shut. The driver couldn't see or hear what was happening behind the partition. Sue Mo pressed a button. The van began to move. "Wait," Annie gasped, laughing. "I haven't even changed out of this costume yet." Sumo's eyes glinted. "No need. I prefer Catwoman." The atmosphere grew heated until a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Sumo's mind. "Host detected. System binding initiated." Sumo's eyes snapped open. "What the?" Annie blinked up at him. "What's wrong?" He forced a smile. "Nothing. Keep going." Inside, though, he was stunned. After 20 years of waiting, his system had finally arrived. A reincarnated life. Suemo had been reborn in this world decades ago. Born to a Chinese-American family in New York, he grew up believing he'd simply been reincarnated into the U.S. of the 1990s, until one fateful night when he saw Stark Industries on TV. That was when it hit him. This was the Marvel Universe. A world of heroes, gods, and monsters, where every few years, someone tried to destroy the planet. Thanos, the Celestials, Ultron, each threat bigger than the last. Thankfully, this wasn't the comic universe. Judging from what he'd seen, it matched the movie timeline, which meant a slightly higher survival rate. After his parents died in a car crash, Sue Mo inherited their mid-sized film company. Using the knowledge from his past life, he turned it into an empire, releasing blockbuster after blockbuster. Within years, he became one of the richest men in America. Now, the system had finally answered him. But there was a twist. System activation requirement: marriage. The stronger or more gifted your partner, the greater the quality of your novice reward. Suemo froze. "You mean, I need to get married to activate it?" Choosing a bride. His mind instantly began listing the most powerful women in the Marvel world. The Ancient One, a timeless sorcerer, but she'd turn him to dust if he tried. Jean Grey. Powerful, yes, but unstable, and possibly dead. Captain Marvel. Somewhere in deep space. Out of reach. Wanda Maximoff. The Scarlet Witch, the strongest mortal in existence. She could tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. Once she awakened her chaos magic, even gods had to tread carefully. At this point in time, Wanda and her twin brother Pietro were still living ordinary lives in Sokovia. No powers yet. No fame. Perfect. With enough resources, reaching her wouldn't be hard. A new plan. Sue Mo exhaled slowly, already planning ahead. He picked up his phone and made a call. "Boss," came a gentle female voice. His secretary, Avril, "Tell Sauron and the others to meet at the Stronghold tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir. Also, all your U.S. assets have been sold except for the film company and Stark Group shares. And about your plan to invest in Dacia, I've sent you details of potential targets." "Good. I'll look through them." Hanging up, Suemo leaned back. The U.S. might be the heart of the Marvel Universe, but that also meant it was the epicenter of chaos. Every alien invasion, every apocalyptic event, always seemed to start here. With no powers yet, staying would be suicide. Dacia, on the other hand, was quiet, stable, untouched by the madness of superheroes. For now, He smiled faintly. Once the system activated, everything would change. As he sank into thought, the car hit a bump, snapping him back. Annie shifted in his lap, the curve of her body pressing against him. Sumo's hand twitched. Right? Focus. The rhythmic thump of rotor blades echoed across the water as a black helicopter descended toward a sprawling estate on the Hudson. The moment it touched down, armed female mercenaries surrounded it. From inside, they dragged out a blindfolded figure, slender, struggling, clearly terrified. Leading them was Sauron, who stopped before Sumo, waiting calmly by the car. Boss, target secured. Sumo gave a small nod. Good. Bring her inside. A few minutes later, inside a high-security room of the villa, two mercenaries removed the hood. Wanda blinked rapidly as her eyes adjusted. Her breathing hitched as she realized she wasn't in Sokovia anymore. The walls were marble, the air smelled of money and danger. Her gaze locked on the man sitting opposite her. Who are you? She snapped. What do you want from me? Sumo raised a hand. Leave us. The guards obeyed, closing the door behind them. Silence filled the room. Sumo studied her quietly. Up close, she was almost identical to the Wanda he remembered from the movies, only younger. Fresher. 18, maybe 19 at most. He finally spoke. Wanda Maximoff, born in Sokovia. Parents killed in a bombing when you were 8. Only family left, your twin brother, Pietro. Works delivery. You wait tables in a cafe. Her eyes widened. How do you know that? Sumo set the file aside. Because I make it my business to know. She stiffened. Then you already know this is kidnapping. He smiled faintly. If I meant you harm, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me. She scoffed. And the ropes? Are those your idea of kindness? With a sigh, Sumo drew a knife, not to threaten, but to cut the bindings from her wrists. The ropes fell away. I'm here to offer you a deal, he said. The proposal. Deal. Wanda rubbed her sore wrists, her tone cautious. Sumo nodded. I know your situation. 2 siblings trying to survive on less than 2,000 euros a month. You're drowning in debt, Wanda. Her eyes flashed. That's none of your business. It is now, he said evenly, because I can't change that. Wanda folded her arms. And what exactly do you want in return? Sumo met her gaze. Simple. Marry me. Her breath caught. You're insane. Maybe. But if you agree, your brother gets everything he'll ever need. A home. Security. Freedom. If you refuse, he paused, tone soft but dangerous. I can't promise either of you will stay safe. You're shameless, she hissed. Sumo only shrugged. Call it what you like. You have 5 minutes to decide. He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, expression unreadable. Wanda glared at him, her mind spinning. If she were alone, she'd tell him to go to hell. But Pietro, he was all she had left. She lowered her head. If I agree, you'll keep your word? You'll let Pietro live freely. Sumo nodded. I'll always keep my word. Then fine, she said through gritted teeth. I'll do it. The next day, that afternoon, Pietro was escorted to the villa. He froze the moment he saw his sister standing in a gleaming white wedding dress. Wanda, what the hell is this? She forced a smile. I was going to tell you earlier, but everything happened so fast. Pietro's eyes darted between her and Sumo, who had just walked in, calm and polite. Hello, Sumo said, extending a hand. You must be Pietro. I'm Sumo, Wanda's fiancé. Pietro blinked, confused. You're what? Sumo's tone was steady, his charm disarming. I know it's sudden, but I assure you, I'll take care of her. And of you. Half an hour later, after walking through the mansion and seeing the wedding decorations being set up, Pietro could no longer argue. Everything about this man screamed power and money. If this was a scam, it was the most elaborate one in history. Wanda stood silently by the window as dusk fell, her reflection pale against the glass. She whispered to herself, voice trembling, "What have I done?" Behind her, Sumo's voice came quietly. Don't worry, Wanda. You'll understand soon enough. The next morning, the grand wedding was held in the manor. Wanda, wearing a white wedding dress, walked on the red carpet that was hundreds of meters long. Her mind went blank. Until this moment, she still felt like she was dreaming. Did you just get married to someone you met for less than 2 days? He turned around and glanced at Suemo. I have to admit that, regardless of his character, he is indeed a suitable marriage partner. Young, handsome, and rich. What a pity he is a scumbag. Wanda sighed. Now, she has no choice but to accept her fate. Because both parents have passed away, the whole process has been simplified a lot. After taking the oath and exchanging rings, the next step is the kiss. Looking at Suemo, who was gradually approaching, Wanda's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she held the bouquet in her hands tightly. After Suemo kissed briefly, the wedding process was officially completed. Hey Sue, I was a little confused before about what made you eager to enter the Tomb of Love. Until I saw this beautiful lady next to you. It seemed that your decision was not wrong. Tony escaped from the crowd with champagne in hand. No way, some time ago, he said that classic sentence in public. I'm Iron Man. Since then, wherever he goes, he will become the center of attention. As for why he appeared at Sumo's wedding, when Tony announced the closure of the Stark Group's Weapons Research and Development Department, Suemo took advantage of the low price to buy up the shares of the Stark Group. After Obadiah, the number 2 man in the Stark Group, went to see God, he once again acquired a large number of shares in Stark Industries from the other party's family. This also leads to, he directly holds 30% of the shares of Stark Industries, becoming the second largest shareholder after Tony with 39%. Moreover, before they became shareholders of the Stark Group, the two of them seemed to have similar interests. They were both keen on collecting stamps, and almost all the well-known models and celebrities in the United States were captured by the two of them. After becoming shareholders, the two hit it off and quickly became close friends. Wanda, next to Suemo, showed a strange light in her eyes after seeing Tony. Noticed Wanda's gaze. Tony had a look of confusion on his face. I'm sorry, have we met? Suemo also noticed Wanda's expression at this time, and his expression changed. Obviously, Wanda's parents were killed by weapons manufactured by the Stark Group. She would naturally not feel good about Tony, the current owner of the Stark Group. Immediately, he quickly stepped forward to hold her left hand and comforted her. Then he explained to Tony, "Of course not, believe me. She just remembered some bad memories. But now is obviously not a good time to explain this." After a few words of prevarication, Suemo quickly pulled Wanda and walked in another direction. He didn't want any accidents to happen before activating the system. Therefore, it is better to keep Wanda away from each other now. Wanda obeyed and was led away by Sumo's hand. She looked up at Sumo's side face. It seems like you know each other very well. Well, you should know that I have a stake in Stark Industries. Of course, I acquired it after the other party closed its weapons department. Wanda nodded and said nothing more. Last night, of course, someone gave her a general introduction to Sumo's information. She knew this very well. After the two left, Tony looked at his back in the distance and shrugged his shoulders. Bad memories? After muttering something, Tony quickly put the matter behind him, looked at a tall figure in the distance, and approached him confidently. Hi, Jenna. Night. In a wedding room on the top floor of the villa, Wanda sat on the $1 million mattress with a nervous look on her face. With a squeak sound, the door opened. Suemo looked at Wanda, who was unconsciously rubbing her wedding dress with her hands. You seem nervous? Wanda had a panicked look on her face. Don't worry, I'll be gentler. After comforting the other person, Suemo kissed him directly. Along with a pool of blood on the sheets, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is married, the devouring exchange system has been activated, and the devouring starry sky method has been obtained. The marriage partner is bound to Wanda and activates the passive, eternal and only. In an instant, memories poured into his mind one after another. An hour later, Suemo glanced at Wanda next to him, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to fatigue. Silently, he began to sort out the information in his mind. At this time, various cultivation methods and secret techniques from the devouring starry sky world have appeared in my mind, from gene energy cultivation method and the God's telekinesis master basics to 9 Tribulation's secret code and Broken East River, Yuan Shu, all-encompassing. He is naturally no stranger to the cultivation system in this world. The training levels start from the apprentice level, followed by planet level, star level, universe level. Not to mention how strong it is, the peak basic punching power of the apprentice level alone can be close to 1,000 tons. A single strike can destroy a building dozens of stories high. Su Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and started communicating with the system in his mind. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. Then he looked at the passive skill. The Eternal One, Wanda, who activates the system with the host, will be the only existence in the multi-universe. And including the host, the timeline of their life trajectories is frozen and no one can change it. Combining the system's explanation, Su Mo also understood the role of this skill. Simply put, this skill has two functions. The first is that my wife Wanda has become the only one in the universe. This made Su Mo very satisfied. The particularity of a Marvel world means that there are countless multi-universes in this world, and almost every universe has the same people, but their life trajectories are slightly different. Just like there will be a Su Mo and Wanda in every multi-universe. Su Mo didn't care. Although Su Mo in other universes looked the same as him, he was not the same person after all. But Wanda is different. This is her wife. If Wanda in the multi-universe marries someone else and has children, she will always feel as if she has been cheated. The system's ability can prevent this situation from happening. Another effect of this passivity is that the life trajectories of the two of them cannot be changed. No one can reach their past timelines through time and space, change their life trajectories, or cause harm to them. This also avoids the hidden danger of someone traveling through time and space to a time when they were weak and killing them directly. It can be said that this passive ability has almost solved all his worries. The function of the system is very simple. As long as you kill the villain, you can get points, and you can exchange the points for various items in the system hall. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? The system's voice sounded in Su Mo's mind again. Open. Su Mo couldn't wait to recite silently. He did not hesitate to use threats and inducements to marry Wanda just for this gift package. According to the potential of Wanda's origin magic power, the rewards he received should be considered high level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Tower enhancement. Hearing the sound of the system, Su Mo's face was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. This is a famous treasure in that world, and it is also one of the most powerful treasures in the later period of City Lord Luo. In front of Su Mo's eyes, a compact, 9-story black tower appeared instantly. After the tower appeared, it flashed and disappeared between his eyebrows. Information about the Star Tower instantly appeared in his mind. Star Tower. Enhanced, it integrates defense, soul defense, suppression, attack, and palace. The main body is 100 million light-years high, and the file size can be changed at will. The large one can be tens of billions of light-years long, and the small one can be turned into dust particles. Countless treasures are nurtured inside. The ceiling stars. Each star is as file-sized as a star, and the enemy cannot escape from it. 100 million light-years. If I remember correctly, the original height of the Star Tower was only 9 light-years, and the Seal of Stars was only a valuable treasure. The currently strengthened Star Tower is not only larger in size, but all the ceiling stars inside have also been upgraded to treasures. Su Mo guessed that the enhanced capabilities should be more than that. The level of the Star Tower has probably surpassed the level of God King level treasures. However, the rest of the aspects need to be fully controlled before you can understand them. It's a pity that Su Mo is still far from being able to drive it now. Even if it is a preliminary drive, it must reach the realm of the Realm Lord. But now the Star Tower is not completely useless. You know, in this world, there are many mutants who can read and modify other people's memories. As a treasure with a soul defense function, there is a Star Tower guarding the sea of consciousness. Su Mo does not have to worry about his memory being read and modified by those mutants. To put it simply, the rewarded Star Tower can be regarded as the Plus Pro Max Ultra S version of the Star Tower. Just as Sumo was shocked by this reward, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! The system mall has been activated. Congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 points. With a thought in his heart, an exchange list that only he could see appeared in front of him. After a casual glance, Sumo found that it contained everything. A level flying knife required points, 10 points. Infinite bullet barret required points, 500 points. Black God set required points, 60,000 points. Telepathy mutant ability required points, 80,000 points. Magnetic field control mutant ability points required, 80,000 points. Kinsaw third level psychokinesis weapon required points, 1,000,000 points. Splitting divine weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons of the controller, required points, 50 million points. Sumo continued to scroll down the list. The various treasures and abilities that appeared behind made him even more excited. Black Prison Tower, Colorful Aurora Lake, Chaos Golden Wings, Phoenix Power, Origin Magic Power. However, the series of zeros behind the price also made him calm down quickly. Moreover, he also found the Star Tower inside. Star Tower, the only one, God King level weapon, required points, 1,000 trillion points. Seeing this huge number, Sumo was a little dizzy. Although I don't know how many points I will get after killing the villain, but thinking about it, it will definitely not be an easy task to collect these points. From this point of view, I really made a lot of money. Sumo browsed the redemption list for more than half an hour. He was dazzled by what he saw inside. However, he only has 1,000 points gifted by the system, and there is no way to redeem most things. System, the mall only displays things that I can redeem. With an order, the items in the mall disappeared a lot. After browsing again for a while, Sumo's eyes fell on an item in the mall. Super Soldier Serum, a modified version of the same model as Captain America. There is no chance of failure. After use, it will increase the physical fitness to the human limit within a week. I want to practice those skills in my mind. The minimum requirement is to reach the level of a quasi-martial artist. That is to say, the punching force exceeds 900 kilograms and the speed reaches 25 meters/s. Different from the body modified by the RR virus in that world. In this world, wanting to exercise to this extent on your own is tantamount to wishful thinking. And this Super Soldier Serum can help him directly reach this level. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Super Warrior Serum, which consumes 1,000 points. As the system finished speaking, a silver syringe appeared in Sumo's hand. Glancing at Wanda, who was still sleeping next to him, Sumo got up and walked out of the bedroom. In the gym on the second floor of the villa, Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, shirtless. Take a deep breath and stick the syringe in your hand on your arm. As the liquid inside was injected into the body, Sumo's muscles tightened suddenly, and there was a sharp pain in the body, but everything was within the tolerable range. Until more than half an hour later, as the pain gradually faded, Sumo relaxed his clenched teeth and slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his naked upper body. A figure like a bodybuilder comes into view. The 8-pack abs are neatly arranged on both sides of the abdomen. When he came to the mirror and looked at the perfect figure in the mirror, Sumo couldn't believe it. In the past, although he exercised regularly, his figure could only be considered as not thin. There is no comparison with the streamlined muscles all over his body now. And compared to before, his skin has become several degrees whiter, and it seems that even his original height of about 1.8 meters has grown by a few centimeters. His body felt like he had endless power. System, open the properties panel. In an instant, a curtain of light that only he could see appeared in front of him. Looking up, name, Sumo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 600 kilograms. Speed, 20 meters/s. Ability, none. Points, 0. Looking at the series of values on the attribute panel, Sumo was speechless. It is indeed a Super Soldier Serum. It has reached this level just after using it. You must know that this improved serum, in order to increase safety, does not exert its efficacy all at once. In addition to the explosive increase to a certain level after the initial injection, it will gradually increase in a gentle manner over the course of a week. Enhance physical fitness. I wonder where it will be in a week. There was a hint of longing in Sumo's eyes. But thinking about it, after absorbing all the effects of the medicine, it will definitely be no problem to reach the level of a junior warrior. At that time, he can start cultivating his genetic power. Close the system panel. Sumo got up and went to the bathroom of the gym. After just being injected with the super soldier serum, he was in great pain, causing him to sweat nonstop. At this time, his whole body looked extremely embarrassed. While washing, he began to think. The way the system earns points is by killing villains. If this is the case, his previous plan to return to Dacia is obviously not suitable. When it comes to villains, Free America has more abundant production. Moreover, he has already inquired about the system. These villains do not necessarily have to be killed by themselves. If you do it indirectly, you'll also get points. However, the points earned will be reduced by some. In this case, it would be necessary for him to gather some people and establish a force. This can maximize the speed of earning points. He does have some loyal mercenaries in his hands, all of whom he has collected over the years and retired for various special forces. In them all, except for the super soldier serum, there are many ways to elevate a person to the level of a quasi-martial artist. Among them, the most point-saving way is to slowly increase the body's strength and speed by eating the meat of ferocious beasts. The meat of ferocious beasts is very cheap. 1 point can be exchanged for 30 kilograms. Just right for these retired soldiers. However, he must find a way to ensure that the other party will not betray him after improving his strength. Although these people are now very loyal to themselves. But after the strength increases to a certain level, descent is inevitable. In addition, Sumo also saw an ability in the system mall. Dimension teleportation. You can open a portal to other universes and travel through other universes. With this ability, he doesn't have to worry about the source of points. In countless multi-universes, the number of villains is almost endless. He can even establish forces in various universes to help himself earn points. Unfortunately, redeeming this ability requires a full 100 million points. It may not be easy to collect so many points. After making the next plan, Sumo closed his eyes. He selected from the vast number of exercises in his mind. He planned to choose a secret method to increase the amplitude of force. Fortunately, these exercises are like balls of light floating in the space of consciousness. Only when Sumo checks will he receive the information about the exercises. Otherwise, these massive amounts of information would have already overwhelmed his mind. 10 minutes later, he selected a sword technique called Thunder Knife. It is said to be a sword technique, but it is actually a force-generating technique. Thunder Sword is included in 9 layers of Thunder Sword. After being improved, it was divided into 36 floors. With each level of cultivation, the strength can be doubled when exerting force. After completing the training, you can exert 36 times the original power. In other words, if his current strength of 600 kilograms reaches the first level, he can exert double strength, that is, 1,200 kilograms. If all 36 layers are practiced, the power can reach 21,600 kilograms. That's what skills are for. And this skill is not limited to knife skills and attacks. Regardless of the force exerted by any part of the body, this technique can be used to increase the force. There was no sword at the moment, so Sumo started practicing with the sword. This practice lasted a whole night. It's too difficult. Looking at the glimmer of light in the sky outside the window, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. After a night of practice, I still couldn't get into the first level of Thunder Knife, but he was not discouraged. After all, it was a secret technique that could double his strength. If he could practice it in one night, he would not believe it. He stood up and moved his body. Perhaps because of the super soldier serum, Sumo still felt energetic despite not sleeping all night. An hour later, in the restaurant, the dining table is filled with huge amounts of various dishes. Wanda looked at the dozens of kinds of breakfast on the table with a surprised look. Because I don't know your taste, I asked the kitchen to make some of everything. Noticing the other person's expression, Sumo put down the milk and explained. After Wanda heard this, a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes, but thinking of the other person's madness last night and the faint pain under her body, this touch quickly disappeared. Hypocritically, with a dull expression, he picked a plate of toast and fried eggs from the table and ate it silently. Sumo pulled the napkin aside and wiped his hands. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the other party. There are 100 million US dollars here. It would be more appropriate for you to hand it over to Pete. After saying that, Sumo turned around and walked outside. When Wanda heard this number, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Such a big sum of money. She and Peter can only earn less than 2,000 euros a month. This money is almost equivalent to 3,000 years of salary for the two of them. Although she didn't want to admit it, Wanda knew very well that even if she was sold, she wouldn't be worth so much money. The other party was selling her for 100 million US dollars. What was she after? Do you really like yourself as a person? How is that possible? Fiercely drive this thought out of your mind. She originally didn't care about money, but Peter was different. With this money, he should be able to live his ideal life. Although Pietro is 10 minutes older than her, due to the differences between men and women. Growing up, she took care of Peter like a sister. Normally, Pete almost obeyed her. I think after Peter gets it, he might be so excited that he can't sleep. Thinking of this, the resentment in her heart about being forced to marry the other party dissipated unconsciously. After hesitating for a moment, she still whispered, "Thanks." Sumo, who was walking towards the door, paused when he heard this, and then continued walking out. It seems that Wanda really cares about her family. Sumo came to this conclusion when he walked out. In a remote town more than 100 kilometers away from New York, Sumo drove to a stop in front of a 2-story villa. The mercenaries he recruited, more or less, all had criminal records. So Sumo arranged them in this remote place. There are 9 people here in total. Usually they're on the Golden Triangle side, but this time they came to the United States because of Wanda's incident. In the backyard, Sumo looked at the 9 people standing in a row in front of him, 7 men and 2 women. In the next period of time, you'll be arranged to go to Hell's Kitchen and join various gangs. Your goal is to provoke a fight between the various gangs. Upon hearing Sumo's strange request, all 9 people had puzzled expressions on their faces. However, out of good discipline, no one raised any questions. "Boss," their 9-man captain, Sauron, stood up. "I don't know what level of struggle you are referring to." Sumo heard this and cast an approving glance. "That's what I'm going to say next. The more intense the struggle, the better. It's best to fight to the death." Seeing the 9 people nodding, Sumo led everyone to the back of his car and opened the trunk. The trunk was neatly lined with black suitcases. After a while, the suitcases were distributed to the hands of 9 people. "Here is your startup capital, 2 million US dollars for each person. Remember, at all costs, within a month, at least 1/3 of the scum in Hell's Kitchen will die." "Clear." 9 people nodded. Sumo waved his hand. "Okay, let's go. The gang you want to join and the fake identity are in your suitcase." Disappeared from sight, Sumo sighed. "There are still too many constraints in this world. You know, there are not only the Avengers and the X-Men in this world, but also the Ancient One, the Supreme Mage of Karmatosh. If you make things too big, it will easily attract their attention. Otherwise, just plant a few mushroom bombs in your spare time, and you will definitely gain points. With his current financial resources, it is not impossible to get a few mushroom bombs, but if he does so, he is likely to expose himself to the eyes of various forces. For the time being, I can only keep this idea in my heart." Thinking of this, Sumo looked at the dimensional teleportation in the mall again. With this ability, he can go to worlds without high-level combat power and plant one in his little life. Thinking of this, Sumo shook his head and drove away directly. The town is on a mountain road leading to Manhattan. Sumo was driving the car slowly. Because he was going to meet the mercenaries, in order not to attract attention, he just drove an ordinary Ford. The car just passed through a dense forest. A police car rushed out of the dense forest and chased Sumo's car. Finally, when Sumo was driving on a cliffside road, the police car accelerated and suddenly stopped in front of his car. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and stepped on the brakes in time. Despite this, the car tilted and almost hit the mountain wall on the side. After the police car stopped, the two police officers got out of the car. He walked to Sumo's car window. Seeing a Huxiao man in the car, the two looked at each other, and a hint of arrogance appeared on the middle-aged police officer's face. "Get off!" A cold look flashed in Sumo's eyes, but he glanced at the holsters hanging on their waists and revealed a harmless smile. Sure, as if he was very satisfied with Sumo's obedience, the middle-aged man took out the ticket from his chest pocket. "The speed limit is 80. Do you know you are speeding?" Sumo's expression changed. Speed here in the United States is generally measured in miles. 80 miles is equivalent to 129 kilometers per hour. You're driving 129 on this mountain road. Are you kidding me? Unless you don't want to die. The young man on the side noticed Sumo's expression and showed a proud smile on his face. "Boy, if we say you're speeding, you are speeding. We have the final say on this." "Certainly," Sumo nodded indifferently. "It's your right to issue a ticket." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to signal the other party to hand over the ticket to him. There is no point in arguing with him here. The other party has clearly seen that they are Huxia, and they can infer from the car that they are not rich. Naturally, they want to take this opportunity to extort money. If you want to take revenge on them, there are plenty of ways to do it after you leave. Seeing that Sumo was not angry, but asked for a ticket calmly, the middle-aged police officer showed a disappointed expression on his face. However, Sumo did not argue. Instead, he happily accepted the ticket, which made the two police officers think that he was a soft persimmon. After the two looked at each other, the young police officer spoke. "Boy, things are not that simple." After saying that, he returned to the police car and got out of the police car. Then he returned to Sumo and showed him the numbers above. "See clearly, you just exceeded 100 per hour. According to New York state law, you need to face 30 days in jail and a $600 fine. Of course, you can completely avoid these 30 days of imprisonment. Take into account what the other person does." Sumo laughed out loud. "Is it so blatant?" But, judging from the skillful process of the two, it is obvious that this is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. In this case, these two people should be considered villains. Thinking of this, he glanced back and forth on the road. It is now noon, and the location of this trail is relatively remote. Few people usually come here, which means that you can only occasionally see a car on the road. "Oh, so what do I need to do?" He looked at the two police officers on the other side with a playful expression. When the middle-aged police officer saw Sumo being so dishonest, he whispered a reminder. "How about just $2,000 and pretend this never happened?" In his opinion, the other party will definitely agree. After all, no one wants to go to jail and face someone who likes to pick up soap all day long. A month's imprisonment is likely to bring a lifetime of shadow. The fact was exactly as he imagined. Sumo took his wallet directly from the car, took out 2,000 USD, and handed it to the other party. At this time, there was a roar of huge amount from behind. The three of them looked back at the same time. The figure of a black pickup truck appeared in their sight. The pickup truck approached the location of the three people at an extremely fast speed and then drove past them like lightning. The clothes of the three people were blown by the airflow driven by the car. As the deafening music in the car faded away, the speedometer in the young police officer's hand emitted a beep. The three of them looked at the speedometer. 103. Sumo looked at the two police officers who were standing indifferently with a playful look on his face. "Is this considered speeding or dangerous driving?" The young police officer sneered and then pressed a button on the speedometer. The above value is cleared directly to 0. "What did you say?" "I didn't see anything." The middle-aged police officer snatched the US dollars from his hand. "Damn you be asterisk 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 D. Be smarter. I have the final say here." After saying that, the two laughed and walked towards the police car behind them. Sumo saw the two people getting into the car, walked to the back of his car expressionlessly and opened the trunk. Inside lay a black box of huge amounts. Open the box, and inside is a light sniper rifle. In this free country, firearms are essential self-defense items when traveling at home. Almost every citizen with a gun license will keep one in the car in case of emergency. Sumo is no exception, not just sniper rifles. He also had a handgun and a rifle in his vehicle. Sumo quickly assembled the sniper rifle and glanced at the road. There was no sign of other vehicles in sight. He held the assembled sniper rifle and assumed a standard shooting posture. At this time, the police car had just driven less than 300 meters away. For him, who has been practicing shooting all year round, this distance almost means he can shoot anywhere. Aiming at the young police officer driving the car through the rear glass, Sumo decisively pulled the trigger in his hand. After a roar of huge amounts, a group of red and white flowers burst out of the police car in the distance, and the car lost control instantly. This road is located on a mountainside, with a mountain wall on one side and a cliff with a drop of 70 to 80 meters on the other side. After the car lost control, it first hit the side of the mountain wall, then rolled several times and stopped dangerously on the edge of the cliff. At this time, nearly half of the car's body was hanging on the edge of the cliff. It seemed like it could fall at any moment. After Sumo fired, he didn't pay attention to the situation over there. Instead, he quickly disassembled the sniper rifle, put it back into the box, sat back in the driver's seat, and slowly started the car. Half a minute later, the car stopped slowly next to the police car. The young police officer driving in the police car was directly shot in the head by Sumo naturally. He could not die anymore. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged police officer remained conscious after experiencing the 720 rotations of the car, and he slowly climbed out of the car. At this time, he had climbed to the middle of the road. The pistol originally hanging on the waist has also disappeared and was thrown to an unknown place. However, although the other party escaped, his injuries were not minor. Crawling a distance of less than 5 meters seemed to have exhausted the last bit of strength in his body. After escaping from danger, he was lying flat on the ground, breathing heavily with his eyes closed, until I heard footsteps coming from his side. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sumo, who was smiling like a demon. A look of horror appeared on the man's face. "Don't come over here." The man crawled away from Sumo in fear. In his opinion, the man in front of him was simply a devil. Sumo looked at the other party's frightened expression, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Officer, why you look like this? I'm a good person. Look, if you lie in the middle of the road like this and encounter those speeding vehicles, you will easily get into a traffic accident. I'd better help you back to the car." Saying that, Sumo couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch the other person's neck and lifted him up. Then he stuffed the other person back into the police car. For Sumo, whose strength is close to 1 ton, this is not a difficult task. The middle-aged police officer seemed to realize what the other party wanted to do. No, please, let me go, and I will return all the money to you." With trembling hands, the man took out the US dollars he had just extorted from Sumo from his pocket. Under the fear of death, the man's nose and tears all flowed out, along with the blood stains on his face. Sumo looked disgusted. Sumo did not take the coin handed over by the other party, but took out a lighter and slowly lit the US dollar bill held in the other party's hand. "Since you like US dollars so much, I'll save them for you first." After saying something that was incomprehensible to the other party, Sumo helped the other party close the car door. "Sorry, officer, no parking here." After saying that, Sumo raised his right foot and kicked the car hard. The car, which was originally in danger, tilted and fell off the cliff after receiving this huge force. Boom! Following a violent explosion from below, Sumo slowly returned to his car. As soon as I started the car, 2 reminders came in my mind. Points plus 30. Points plus 40. Sure enough, my guess was correct. As long as you do bad things, you will be judged as a villain by the system. The points obtained from the 2 people are not the same, which is understandable. It seems that the system should determine the points obtained based on the other party's good and evil values. In the villa's gym, Suemo punched the sandbag in front of him. There was a crackling sound. The sandbags exploded directly under his huge amounts of power. After a week, the super soldier serum has been completely absorbed by him. System, open the properties panel. Suddenly, a familiar screen appeared in front of him. Name, Suemo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 4,620 kilograms. Speed, 68 meters/s. Ability, none. Points, 512 points. 4.5 tons of power. Although it is an improved super soldier serum, it only eliminates the dangers of the serum, and the effect is almost the same as the original serum. Looking at it this way, the physical fitness of the U.S. team should also be within this range. As for points, Sauron and the others were already among the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. During this period, under their instigation, several large-scale shopping sprees broke out. These points were contributed by the scum lost in these shopping sprees. Of course, it also includes the points gained from the 2 police officers Suemo killed. The accident involving 2 police officers did not cause much trouble under Sumo's suppression. After all, the USD he gave to the politicians in New York was not just for nothing. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room, Suemo found the gene energy cultivation method in his mind and looked at it carefully. In fact, after his strength exceeds 900 kilograms, he can start to cultivate his genetic energy. The reason why he did not practice immediately was because he considered that a warrior would get a huge improvement when he first practices genetic energy, and the stronger the strength, the greater the improvement. However, in that world, without cultivating genetic energy, through exercise, one's strength could reach about 1 ton at most. If you go higher, it will become very difficult. Suemo directly increased his strength to the level of a high-level warrior under the Super Warrior Serum. I don't know how far I will improve in this first practice. At the apprentice level, there are 3 stages: Warrior, General, and God of War. Each stage is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. From the junior warrior's boxing power reaching 900 kilograms to the intermediate warrior's boxing power reaching 2,000 kilograms. The boxing power will be doubled with each subsequent level. The standard for advanced fighters is that their punching power exceeds 4,000 kilograms and their speed exceeds 60 meters per second. After a while, Suemo let out a long breath. He was already familiar with the contents of the secret book. The essence of gene energy cultivation is to absorb the free energy in the universe to strengthen oneself. The first step in cultivation is to feel this energy. According to the method recorded in it, he assumed a posture with 5 hearts pointing toward the sky and slowly closed his eyes. I worked hard to sense it. As time passed, he remained motionless as if the pause button had been pressed. For the first half hour, Suemo didn't feel anything at all, but he was in no hurry. According to the records and the practice, it is very difficult for beginners to feel the energy of the universe, and many people spend a month doing this. Thanks to his calm attitude, it wasn't until an hour later that he entered a wonderful state in which he could feel a special energy in the air. Feel it. Suemo felt excited. This must be the cosmic energy recorded in the secret book. Pity. In his excitement, he instantly withdrew from that wonderful feeling. But he was not discouraged. After the first time, the rest was easy. Gathering his mind and recalling the previous state, he closed his eyes again. With a high degree of concentration, he entered that state again after a while. Feeling the energy everywhere around him, he recalled the contents recorded in the exercises. The next step is to guide these energies into your body. Thinking of this, his heart moved. The energy around his body seemed to be attracted by his body, slowly gathering towards his body and entering his body. And the influx is coming faster and faster. After the energy enters the body, it disperses towards various parts and is absorbed by the hungry cells in the body. It's as if a long drought brings rain. There was a warm feeling in my body. This feeling of comfort almost made Suemo fall asleep directly. Just when he was immersed in this state, he was in the corridor outside the gym. A figure walked over quickly. It was Wanda, who had just married Suemo. At this time, her face was full of panic. But after arriving outside the gym, Wanda looked at the door in front of her and fell into a tangle. Suemo had previously ordered that no one would be allowed to disturb him after he entered. After Wanda hesitated for a moment, she still didn't knock on the door. Instead, he waited anxiously. 2 hours later, Suemo opened his eyes and slowly stood up from the ground. Along with his movement, there was a crackling sound all over his body. The transparent panel appeared in front of him again. Name: Suemo. Age: 20 years old. Strength: 10,360 kilograms. Speed: 96 meters/s. Ability: none. Points: 512 points. Looking at the columns of strength and speed, Suemo had a look of shock on his face. The first time I practiced, my strength actually more than doubled. The power reaches 10 tons. This has reached the standard of a junior warrior. Not only the strength and speed, but also the body is comprehensively improved. Even perception ability has been improved several times. The flow of air around him, as well as all kinds of small sounds, are all within his perception. The sound of the hands of the clock on the wall moving was like a bell resounding in his ears. At this moment, his eyes moved, turning to look towards the door. There's someone outside the door. Turn around and come to the door, opening the door. Looking at Wanda, who was standing outside the door and had been waiting for more than 2 hours, her face turned a little pale. Suemo had a look of doubt on his face. Why are you here? Seeing Suemo, Wanda hurriedly walked up, grabbed Sumo's arm with both hands, and her eyes were instantly covered with mist. Something happened to Pete. Hell's Kitchen. In a private building. In a dark room. Peter sat on a chair with a bruised face, and her hands and feet were all tied up at this time. Boss, this is the person I'm talking about. Opposite Peter, a thin black man said with a flattering face to a figure sitting in front of the window. The bald man, sitting facing the window, moved his body when he heard this and stood up from his seat. It was only then that Peter discovered that the man was nearly 2 meters tall and his body was a bit too strong. The man looked at Peter, who was tied to the chair. Have you checked your identity? Boss, we have checked. This person just came from Western Europe some time ago. It seems that her sister got a lot of money from marrying a rich man. The thin black man on the side quickly stepped forward and explained. As he spoke, he handed a report in his hand to the other party's hand. The tall, bald man looked at the report in his hand seriously. There was a look of shock on his face for a moment. $100 million? That's right, boss. With this money, we have all the money we need to hand over this year. After hearing what his subordinate said, Fisk, that is, Kingpin, looked at him appreciatively. Well done. After praising his men, Kingpin came to Pietro. Sir, we're just asking for money. You don't want to lose people before the money is spent, right? Just kill me. If you want money, it's impossible. Pietro, who understood the situation, showed an expression like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. According to his character, he had no intention of accepting the money Wanda gave him. But later I thought that rich people like Suemo rarely stay the same. If Wanda and the two get divorced one day, this can be regarded as leaving a way out for Wanda. From beginning to end, he never touched a penny of the money. In the Manor Villa, Suemo and Wanda were sitting in the living room. Is it possible that the other party went somewhere without signal? No, it's impossible. Wanda was anxious, and her voice was trembling. Growing up, whenever Pete had to leave for something, he would tell me in advance. This would never happen. You'll be fine, right? Looking at Wanda's expectant eyes, Suemo could only say a word of comfort. Don't worry, I have sent people to check, and there will be news tomorrow morning at the latest. But obviously, his comfort had no effect. Wanda's mood didn't get much relief. At this time, Sumo's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Secretary Avril's voice came from inside. Boss, there's news. Half an hour later, a car was heading in the direction of Clinton District. Why don't we call the police? In the car, Wanda asked anxiously, Do you think Pete would still be alive if he called the police? Suemo asked rhetorically. According to the gang's usual style, if the New York police intervened, Pietro would most likely not survive. What's more, the other party is the kingpin who has reached the limit of human beings. He didn't think the police had the ability to save Pietro from the other side. The car stopped 2 streets away from the mafia stronghold he found. "Wait for me in the car." Suemo gave Wanda a reassuring look and walked out of the car. After hearing Sumo's words, Wanda's eyes turned red. In the past, they had to rely on themselves for whatever problems they encountered. At this moment, she even felt that marrying the other person was not a bad thing. Looking at Sumo's back, she said with a worried look, "Careful." She knew very well that if she followed the past, it would have no other effect except to hold back. When Sumo heard this, he did not turn around and stopped, but waved back. Standing at the door, he reached out and touched a bracelet on his wrist. If he dares to save people by himself, he is naturally confident that he can escape unscathed. Now, with his strength as a junior warrior, the threat to him from ordinary firearms is already very small. With his current nerve reaction speed, it is not difficult to dodge bullets. The only thing you need to worry about are those light energy weapons. After all, black technologies are emerging in this world and endlessly, and it is not surprising that something that transcends the times appears. But the bracelet on his wrist was prepared for this. It cost him 200 points. This bracelet can autonomously generate an energy shield when attacked. According to the system, even in a nuclear explosion, it can last for 2 seconds. The only pity is that this thing is a one-time consumable. Soon, Suemo came to a building with more than 10 floors. The current power of the mafia is limited to Hell's Kitchen and has not yet developed to the extent of ruling the entire United States. The headquarters is just this low building in front of you. Suemo glanced at the balcony on the 2nd floor, jumped slightly, grabbed the window sill, turned over, and entered the room directly. "Oh, buy it. Fake." As soon as he arrived on the balcony, Suemo looked at the 7 or 8 figures entangled in the room. "If Kain doesn't take me with him, everyone will die." The glass door of the balcony opened, and his figure flashed in the room instantly. Points plus 50. Points plus 60. Sumo's action went very smoothly. He was not discovered until he reached the 6th floor. To be precise, all the people who found him have been killed by him. At this time, Suemo entered the 7th floor. I learned from the last gang member I met that those people kidnapped by the Black Hand Gang were imprisoned on this floor. So after entering this layer, Suemo started to look at each room. Not Pietro's total knockout. There is no way around it. If you let the other party run out, I'm afraid your whereabouts will be exposed in less than 2 minutes. After opening a room again, Suemo immediately saw a woman with short hair and tight clothes sliding in from the window of the room on a zip line. After the woman landed, she rolled cleanly and stood up. He looked at Suemo, who had just opened the door. Wait until Suemo sees the other person's face clearly. He looked stunned. Black Widow. When Natasha Romanoff saw Suemo, she rushed towards him without stopping. Apparently, he regarded Suemo as a mafia gang member. Before Suemo could say anything, a long leg kicked toward his face. He directly stretched out his hand to block the opponent's leg and then used a little force. Natasha Romanoff's body moved backwards under the huge amounts of force. Afraid of alerting the gangsters in the building, Suemo walked into the room and closed the door. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's figure rushed forward again. With the lesson she just learned, she realized that the person in front of her was so powerful that she had no way to stop him. There were already 2 black sticks in her hands. Pity. Suemo, who had reached the warrior level, had extremely fast nerve reaction speed and movements. Before she could react, Suemo threw her onto the bed in the room. "Stop fighting. I'm not a gang member. I just sneaked in like you." Before the other party could stand up from the bed, Suemo hurriedly explained. Natasha Romanoff jumped up from the bed and put away the 2 sticks in her hands after hearing this. She was wondering just now. After the other party saw her, he did not yell, but closed the door. At first, she thought that the other party was confident that he could deal with her, but now she understood. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" After confirming that the other party was not from a gang, Natasha Romanoff looked at him with confusion. My friend was kidnapped by them, and I'm here to save him. Su-Mo didn't hide it. Although SHIELD is not a good thing, Natasha Romanoff originally has a strong sense of justice. In this situation, the other party will most likely become a helper rather than an enemy. It seems that the information I got is not wrong. As she spoke, Natasha Romanoff took out an ID. My name is Natasha Romanoff. I'm affiliated with the FBI, and I'm here to investigate the Mafia's kidnapping and extortion case. Su-Mo. After introducing himself, Su-Mo turned around and walked outside. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. You can't deal with the people here. Before leaving, Su-Mo still gave the other party some advice. Although Natasha Romanoff's fighting skills are extremely strong, she doesn't have an advantage against Kingpin, whose physical fitness reaches the limit of human beings. It's none of your business. After Natasha Romanoff retorted stubbornly, she followed Su-Mo out of the room. There aren't many rooms on this floor. Soon, Su-Mo found Pietro in a room in the corner. Natasha Romanoff has disappeared to nowhere. At this time, Pietro's hands and feet were tied up, and his face was bruised. Apparently, he suffered a lot because he refused to hand over the money. Seeing Su-Mo walking in from the door, Pietro had a surprised look on his face. Why are you here? Of course I'm here to save you. Su-Mo stepped forward and untied the rope from his body. Just when he was about to take the other person away, the look on his face was stunned, etc. Thanks to his strong physical fitness, the movement outside the door was clearly transmitted to his ears. In the corridor outside, a group of figures rushed out of the stairs with guns in hand. The door was quickly surrounded. The door was kicked open directly from the outside. Then the gang members who were waiting outside the door fired a burst of fire into the room without hesitation. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a layer of smoke. While these people were changing their magazines, a figure suddenly jumped out of the smoke in the room. The figure was like an afterimage, flickering a few times in the corridor. After they stopped, the heads of the gangsters holding guns were all twisted at an incredible angle, and they slowly fell to the ground. Pietro, who rushed out after Su-Mo, happened to see this scene. At first, there was a look of shock on his face. Then he came closer excitedly. Wow, that's so cool. Su, is this the legendary kung fu you have? Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Su-Mo waved his hand and led him downstairs. Pietro was still just an ordinary person, and a stray bullet could kill him. So Su-Mo decided to send him away first. The two of them walked all the way downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the building, I saw a sturdy, bald, middle-aged man waiting outside the door. Good. The man clapped his hands and then took off his suit. You are very good at fighting out these men of mine. However, if you want to take someone away, you have to ask me if I agree. Su-Mo looked at the other party up and down. From the opponent's iconic huge size, he could also guess that the opponent should be the underground overlord of Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin. You leave first and leave this person to me. Tell Pietro the location of Wanda's vehicle. Pietro hesitated for a moment, then nodded and ran towards the street where the car was. Judging from the speed with which Su-Mo had just dealt with the gunman, it was obvious that Su-Mo was not an ordinary person. He knew very well that with Su-Mo's speed, if he didn't take care of himself, no one would be able to keep him. If he stayed here, he would only drag the other party down. No one can leave without my permission. When Kingpin saw Pietro who was about to leave, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Then he flashed and rushed towards Pietro. Although he looks very fat, his movements are extremely fast. However, compared to Su-Mo, his speed was still far behind. As soon as he moved, Su-Mo was already in front of him. Your opponent is me. After saying that, Su-Mo flew up with a kick, bursting with power, and kicked the opponent directly into the opposite building. King Jean and huge amounts of body shape directly opened a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters in the wall. Looking inside through the hole, there appears to be a bedroom inside. On the bed in the bedroom, a man and a woman were entangled together, not caring about getting dressed, and fled out of the hole in fear. Pietro, who had just ran a few meters away, heard the sound and looked back, looking at the big hole in the wall. He muttered with a dull look on his face. "Walter, is this guy Superman wearing underwear? Let's go." Seeing Pietro frozen on the spot, Suimo opened his mouth to remind him. He wasn't sure whether such a blow could kill the opponent. If he didn't leave, he would be easily affected by the next battle between the two. Oh good. After receiving the reminder, Pietro no longer hesitated and disappeared from the spot. In the building, Jinbin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. There was a look of horror on the blood-stained face. The blow just now almost broke the ribs in his chest. But even if it is not broken, there should be cracks on it. The internal organs seemed to have received a certain degree of damage from the huge amounts of force. This was the second time he had encountered such a crushing situation besides the mutant monster. Kingpin took a deep breath and used his arm to withdraw a small injection from his cuff. This is a potion developed in his secret laboratory, which can completely stimulate the body's potential and increase physical fitness by 5 to 6 times. However, the current technology is not perfect, and after the effect of the drug wears off, it will cause irreversible damage to the body. I'm afraid that even if I survive, I will have to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. It was originally the trump card he planned to use to resist the mutant, but now he had to use it. Otherwise, I might not even be able to survive tonight. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly inserted the injection into the root of his thigh. Outside the building, Suimo saw that there was no movement inside. Now he walked toward the inside. Judging from the situation of the fight just now, the opponent's strength does not exceed 2 tons. However, being able to train to this extent by relying on ordinary people is already considered a gift. Although the other party was far behind him, Suimo did not take it lightly. He has no intention of letting the other party go. Entering the room, Suimo immediately saw Jinbin buried beneath the debris. At that moment, Suimo stepped forward and kicked him hard, intending to finish him off here. Seeing that his right foot was about to kick the opponent, a trace of blood red appeared on the surface of Jinbin's skin buried underneath, and then Jinbin's body suddenly jumped up from the ground. Dodge Suimo's kick. Seeing that the other party is several times faster than before, Suimo cautiously exited the room. Jinbin's figure also walked out closely behind. He looked a little scary at this time. All the skin's surface turned blood red, and the skin even cracked in some places, and traces of blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Oops! Suimo immediately realized that the other party must have used some kind of drug that was extremely harmful to him. After all, there are endless black technologies in this world, and it is not unusual for such drugs to appear. Jinbin, who came out, didn't say anything nonsense, but pounced directly on Suimo. He himself knew very well that the effect of the medicine was limited in time. If he could not kill the other party before the effect of the medicine disappeared, he would be the one who died in the end. Almost instantly, the two figures collided together again. This time it is no longer a completely overwhelming situation like last time. The two were almost evenly matched. Even Jinbin, who was strengthened by the potion, still suppressed Suimo in terms of strength. Suimo could only rely on being slightly faster than the opponent to fight with him. In terms of combat experience, there is still some gap between him and the opposite Kingpin. After all, less than half a month ago, he was just an ordinary person. It was indeed a bit fanciful to think that in such a short period of time, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Kingpin who had worked hard all the way. Knowing that he might not be able to defeat the opponent with his fists alone, Suimo stretched out his hand, and a weapon made of alloy and similar to the Tang Dao appeared in his hand. The system comes with an unlimited file-size storage space. However, this storage space can only store items exchanged in the system. This sword is exactly the weapon he exchanged in the system. It cost 300 points. It is a Tier 4 weapon in the Lung Yu series and can withstand the full power of a junior warrior without being damaged. Opposite Jinbin, looking at the sudden appearance of the sword in Suimo's hand, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Suimo stepped forward with his sword and struck the opponent fiercely. Seeing that the sword was about to touch Jinbin's skin, Sumo felt a resistance coming from his hand. The blade of the sword has been firmly controlled by Kingpin. At this time, he was wearing a pair of gloves made of some kind of metal in his hand, which could withstand the slashing of the sword. It was obviously not an ordinary alloy. A cruel smile appeared on Kingpin's face. "It's my turn now." After saying that, he made a fist with his right hand and hit Sumo hard. The sword was caught by the opponent. In desperation, Sumo also made a fist with his left hand and faced it. After a burst of huge amounts of roar, Jean Bing stood there without moving at all, but Sumo's figure tumbled and fell back to its previous position. Looking at his trembling left hand, Sumo had a solemn look on his face. A conservative estimate is that the opponent's strength has reached 12 or 3 tons. Although the skin on the opponent's body is constantly chapped with the movements, depending on the situation, he should still be able to hold on for a long time. Without giving Sumo time to breathe, Jean Bing's figure had appeared in front of Sumo again. The two were entangled again. Huge amounts of roar echoed through the streets. The difference from the last time was that this time the offense and defense were in different positions. It was replaced by Gold and kept attacking Sumo, while Sumo relied on the opponent's strength to keep distance and fight with the opponent. If it wasn't for the sword in Mo's hand that needed to be used all the time, I'm afraid he would have been defeated long ago. This is not the way to go. Sumo's eyes flashed with anxiety. He could feel that with the continuous fighting, his arms were gradually becoming numb under the strength of the other party. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can no longer block the opponent's attacks. And when the speed is almost the same as him, it seems a little difficult to escape. The only way now is to practice the first level of Thunder Sword. After completing the first level, his power can be doubled to 20 tons. The current Jinping strength does not exceed 15 tons. At this time, two figures ran over from a distance. It wasn't until they got closer that they discovered that these two people were Wanda and Pietro, brother and sister. At this time, Pietro was holding a handful of microflush in his hand. Wanda was carrying a Remington shotgun. With her ordinary body, she seemed a little out of breath after running all the way. However, the two of them did not have time to breathe. Instead, they came up to Jean Bing, who had separated from Sumo, and pulled the trigger. After seeing the two of them, Sumo's expression changed. "What are you two doing here again?" He knew very well that the current firearms no longer posed much of a threat to him and Kingpin. "You came here to save me. I can't leave you alone," Pietro explained while resisting the recoil of the gun. Wanda on the side also nodded. He and Wanda had just been hiding in the car in the distance, watching the battle. In this way, even if he is discovered by Kingpin, he can control the car and escape in time. However, after seeing Sumo gradually falling into a disadvantage, the two of them couldn't sit still. They took two guns from the car and rushed over. After the two of them saw Sumo's speed, they chose firearms based on their ability to hit the target. This is indeed the case. Under the coverage of microblast fire and the huge attack range of the shotgun, although Kingpin did not react slowly, he still took several hits in an instant. Although the damage caused to him was not great, the pain successfully angered him. Court death. After letting out an angry roar, Kingpin flashed forward and rushed towards Wanda, who was approaching him. Sumo's expression changed when he saw Jean Bing rushing towards Wanda. "Get away." He ducked in front of Wanda. The sword in his right hand was swung out with all his strength. In desperation, the first level of the Thunder Sword's force appeared in his mind. A glimmer of understanding emerged in his mind. Naturally, strength surged out of the right hand, wielding the sword again. The speed of the sword was directly accelerated by 60%. Jean Bing, who was originally confident that he could block Sumo, had a look of horror on his face after he noticed it. "No!" In Jean Bing's widened eyes, the sword slashed hard on his neck. Poof! Just like cutting tofu, the sword passed by as lightly as nothing. Jean Bing's expression froze instantly. Then, his head slowly fell to the ground. Kill the villain and get 10,000 points. The system prompts appeared in Sumo's mind. Sumo's eyes lit up as he was immersed in the first level of joy of practicing the Thunder Sword. You are indeed worthy of being the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, worthy of hundreds of minions. Are you okay? At this time, Wanda came forward from behind. When Sumo heard Wanda's voice, his eyes moved, and then his face instantly turned a little pale. His body softened, and he was about to fall back. When Wanda saw this, she quickly stretched out her hand to support him. What's wrong with you? Sumo fell on top of her, looked at the worried look on her face, and tried his best to smile. I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. Although the system has been activated now, Sumo has not forgotten that chaos force still exists in Wanda's body. It is uncertain when this chaos force will awaken. If the other party suddenly awakens at some point, he is not sure what the other party's attitude will be towards him. He not only threatened the other party before, but also took away the other party's first time. It is obviously impossible to say that Wanda does not hold some grudge against herself. Naturally, he would not give up this great opportunity to increase his favorability. Seeing Sumo going through danger in order to save the two siblings, Wanda also felt a warmth in her heart. Thanks, I'll help you back. As she spoke, Wanda helped Sumo walk toward the car. At this moment, the sound of explosions came from behind them. A black figure crashed through the window, flew out of the building, and fell to the ground. The three people turned and looked over. Natasha Romanoff covered her back and slowly stood up from the ground. By GA my back. Before Sumo and the others could figure out the situation, a man stronger than Kingpin walked out of the building. The man wears a metal helmet on his head. Glancing at Jean Bing, who was lying on the ground with his body and head separated, the man's angry eyes fell on Sumo and the other three. Did you kill this person? Damn be ************* D. If you kill him, where will I collect the money? If you can't receive the money, then... The man babbled to himself. Seeing this, Sumo turned towards Natasha Romanoff, who was standing aside, and stretched out his hand to make gestures. That means, where did you provoke this madman? Natasha Romanoff spread her hands. Obviously, she didn't know where this madman came from. After muttering alone for a long time, the man looked at Sumo and the others again. Since you have killed him, I will take you back to deal with him. After saying that, the man raised his foot and slammed it on the ground. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground rolled, and there was like an earth dragon rolling in the direction of Sumo and the others. See this scene. Sumo was shocked. Walk! After saying that, he directly took Wanda and Pietro with one hand and flew away towards the distance. When Natasha Romanoff saw this, her expression changed, and she turned around and fled in the other direction. The man who was wearing a helmet and didn't seem to have a clear mind saw this and chased Sumo in the direction. However, although he can trample the ground like an earthquake with a casual kick, his speed does not seem to match his strength, and it only seems to reach the limit of human beings. Although Sumo brought two people with him, he still quickly got rid of this person. Sitting in the back seat of a commercial vehicle, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Judging from the destructive power caused by the man just now, the force was at least over 50 tons. Obviously, it's not something he can deal with now. He frowned slightly, a look of thought flashing in his eyes. He has a low IQ, great strength, and wears a helmet on his head. From these points alone, Sumo could guess the identity of the other party. The only one who seems to fit these criteria is the red tank who has gained the power of the evil god Sidorak, Cain Marco. But why did the other party appear in Jean Bin's base camp? Recalling what he said before, during this time, Jean and others were crazy about making money through kidnapping and extortion. Kingpin clearly plays for the organization. Brotherhood of Mutants? All he could think about was this organization. After all, Red Tank had only joined a few organizations. This is also the organization most likely to do such a thing. But no matter what organization it is likely that it has been exposed to the other party's sight. Next, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Sumo took out his cell phone and dialed Sauron's number. Kingpin is dead, spread the word, and cause chaos in the gangs of Hell's Kitchen as soon as possible. Knack Island, about 300 nautical miles away from New York, is a file-sized island of more than 10 square kilometers. The headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants is located on this island, located in a building on the east coast of the island. Red Tank looked at an old man sitting at the top. The old man also wore a metal helmet on his head. His identity is self-evident. He is the famous Magneto. Kingpin is dead. Where's the money? Eric didn't care about Kingpin's death. In his opinion, the other party was just a tool to help them collect dollars. Hearing this, Red Tank's face was stunned. Have no idea. Eric was not surprised by this answer and waved helplessly towards the other party. Forget it. Go back and rest first. He knows that the opponent's brain is not normal, but among the current Brotherhood, his ability is still recovering due to the mutant antidote. Only Hong can steadily suppress Gene Bin and is not afraid of the opponent's methods. Tanked. For this purpose, he also sent another mutant to accompany him. Because of what happened at the Golden Gate Bridge last time, after he was injected with a mutant antidote, his ability disappeared. Without him, all surviving members of the Brotherhood are wanted by the government, like rats in the sewer, hiding here and there. It wasn't until he regained some of his abilities that he reunited these people. Eric turned to look at a girl sitting in the corner playing with the computer. Check it out and find out what's going on. No problem. Give me some time. The girl showed a confident smile and then quickly started typing on the keyboard with her hands. The next period of time, because of Kingpin's death and the instigation of Sauron and the others, Hell's Kitchen fell into chaos. Every day and night, there are intermittent sounds of gunshots and police cars in this area. However, the government has not taken any measures in this regard. After all, those who died were some gang members from Hell's Kitchen. They really want all those scum to die. This morning, in the Manor Villa, Sue Mo walked out of the bedroom in a daze. In the living room, Wanda was wearing pajamas and was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the voice behind her, she turned her head and saw Sue Mo walking out with a sweet smile on her face. You're awake. Sue Mo stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Why don't you cook by yourself today? You can just leave these things to the servants. But I want to do it myself. He took Sue Mo's mischievous hand away and then glanced at her angrily. Okay, let's go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. All right. Sue Mo could only leave the kitchen and walk towards the bathroom. Since rescuing Pietro last time, the relationship between the two can be said to have developed by leaps and bounds. Wanda seemed to accept him completely. It has to be said that women like Wanda and others who have lacked love since childhood are particularly easy to be impressed. As long as you give her a good point, she will be eager to repay you with 10 points. What's more, in her opinion, Sue Mo risked his life to save Pietro. When Sue Mo returned to the restaurant again, breakfast was already on the table. Looking at the steamed buns and rice porridge on the table, Sue Mo seemed to have seen a ghost. This, you did it. Certainly. Wanda tightened her hair. I heard from the servant that you only like to eat Huxia food, so I tried to make some. It's my first time making it, and I don't know how it tastes. Looks great. Sue Mo looked at the other party's sweet smile and praised him. Sure enough, even if we put aside the rewards of the system, if we were to pick out the most suitable person to be a wife from Marvel, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, the other person's lifelong dream is just to have 2 children. The family finds a peaceful and comfortable life in a small town. This point is in line with the Huxia people's definition of a good wife and mother. The most important thing is that the other party is still so approachable. Sitting at the dining table, I picked up a bun and took a bite. Beef stuffing. The taste is surprisingly good. By the way, why haven't you seen Pete during this time? Hearing this, Wanda showed a look of helplessness on her face. He found a job in Queens and rented a house. Now he has to go to work during the day and study the secret book you taught him at night. He hasn't been back for a long time. If I hadn't gone to see him 2 days ago when he visited, I thought he had been kidnapped again. Sue Mo also felt a little helpless about this matter. Whether it was the money he gave or the house and job he arranged for the other party, Peter firmly refused to accept it. The money was resolutely returned to Sue Mo after rescuing him. According to his words, It was because he didn't understand Sumo that he accepted the money and wanted to give Wanda a guarantee. But after what happened last time, he had completely trusted Sumo's character. Naturally, this security deposit is not necessary, and he felt that he could support himself without relying on Sumo's help. In this regard, Sumo could only lament that this brother-in-law was quite a good person. I lamented the other party's persistence in Kung Fu. Sumo handed him the gene energy cultivation method and asked him to study it first. After all, there are many Wuxia-specific nouns in it, which he needs to slowly understand. He also gave him a large portion of ferocious beast meat to slowly eat to improve his physical fitness. After his strength reaches the level of a quasi-warrior, he can start training directly. But these are alternatives. In contrast, Sumo still preferred to let Wanda and the others follow their original trajectory and awaken their abilities. With origin magic power and extreme speed, the two of them are strong enough to protect themselves. In the gym, Sumo looked at a document in his hand. These are all collected by Sauron during this period, about the situation of various forces in Hell's Kitchen. Under the agitation of their 9 people, almost all gangs have been seriously injured. The members of large gangs have been reduced by at least half, and some small gangs have been directly wiped out. Hell's Kitchen has also ushered in the safest period in more than 10 years. Open the system panel. Look at the points column above. 31,960 points. This is the cumulative number of points earned during this period. Gang members in Hell's Kitchen. In this turmoil, the death toll reached thousands one after another. Because the deaths of these people were indirectly caused by him, the points earned were reduced by a large part. The points have almost stopped increasing in the past 2 days, but these are enough to increase his strength a lot. Open the exchange list of them all. Sumo was dazzled by the various mutant abilities. Storm. Obtain the ability to control celestial phenomena. Points required for redemption. 30,000 points. Teleport. You can teleport to any location you have visited before. Points required for redemption. 30,000 points. Sand transformation. You can control the yellow sand at will. You can also transform yourself into sand, and you are immune to a certain degree of physical attacks. Points required for redemption. 30,000 points. Duplication. Can generate up to 100 duplications. Duplication is controlled by the main body. The damage suffered by the main body can be transferred to duplication. Points required for redemption. 30,000 points. Overwhelming self-confidence. Gain the ability to be extremely confident. You're the only one in heaven and on earth. As a side effect, spikes will grow on your body. Points required for redemption. 100,000 points. Various abilities are good, but mutant abilities are derived from the X gene and are too easy to be restrained. Even if he is as strong as Magneto, he will instantly become an ordinary person after being shot by the mutant antidote. Compared with mutant ability, the power gained through practice is different. There is no need to be afraid of being restrained, and the upper limit is much higher than the ability of these mutants. After browsing for a while, Sumo's eyes moved. Spiritual core can be integrated into the mind, release mental power independently, and be promoted to the master of the gods' telekinesis. The mental power contained in it can enable the host to reach the peak of the God of War level. Points required for redemption. 30,000 points. That's it. In an instant, Sumo made a decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark golden ball appeared in his hand. Spherical soybeans file size looks like an illusion. Following the system prompts, Sumo touched the ball to the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, the ball disappeared in his hand. Sumo felt a sharp, tingling sensation in his mind. I felt dizzy. When Sumo appeared again, he was already standing in a vast white space. Not far in front of you, a file-sized black tower was slowly rotating. It was the star tower that you had obtained earlier. Conscious space, Sumo guessed. After all, he had watched the star tower sink into the center of his eyebrows with his own eyes before. At this time, he also noticed that the dark golden ball that had just disappeared was floating above the star tower. Before he could figure out the situation, the dark golden ball seemed to be stimulated gradually accelerating its rotation, and large amounts of dense air continued to emanate from the ball. Psychic power? From the systematic explanation, we know that the amount of mental power released by the mental protonucleus has a great relationship with one's own physical strength. His current warrior strength is that of a junior warrior. The strength of the god's telekinesis master is at most 2 levels higher than that of a warrior. In other words, now the spiritual core can directly release spiritual power, raising the strength of his master to the level of a high-level warrior. After only pausing in the conscious space for a moment, Sumo's consciousness returned to his body. As soon as he returned to his body, severe pain was like a tide, instantly flooding his consciousness. After gritting his teeth and holding on for less than a quarter of an hour, Sumo rolled his eyes and fainted. After he fainted, the release of energy from the dark golden ball in his mind did not stop, and it was still rapidly increasing his mental power. I don't know how much time passed. The speed at which the mental core in his mind releases mental power has slowed down and gradually become stable. Sumo also slowly opened his eyes after trembling his fingers. I fainted. Wait, this is it. There was a look of surprise on his face. There was no other reason. At this time, all the disturbances within a radius of 100 meters clearly appeared in his mind. Sumo could clearly see the textures on the wings of the servants who cleaned the villa, Wanda who planted the plants in the garden, and even the butterflies flying among the flowers. This feeling is so wonderful. It was as if the world was under his control. Of course, he also knew that this was just his illusion. Withdrawing his perception, Sumo focused his gaze on a dumbbell on the shelf opposite him. Something moved in my heart. The dumbbell seemed to be grasped by a pair of invisible hands and floated slowly. Is this psychokinesis? Next, Sumo's eyes scanned the various machines in the gym, and the machines he scanned floated one by one. Until half a minute later, the gym seemed to be in space, and all the equipment in the room, even the treadmills and bench presses, were floating. Until this moment, Sumo still felt at ease. Open the properties panel. After putting these things back in their place, Sumo thought silently in his heart. Name, Sumo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 15,360 kilograms. Speed, 118 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 61600 kg. Ability, none. Points, 1960 points. First, the physical strength increased from 10 tons to 15 tons. Looking at it this way, the improvement of mental strength will also lead to the improvement of physical fitness. Sumo had expected this and didn't show much surprise on his face, until his eyes fell on the column of telepathy. 61 tons. Seeing this number, Sumo's eyes showed shock. This is already more than 4 times the physical strength. You must know that the early strength standard of the God of War was only 64 tons. Now he is not too far away from this. After taking a long breath, Sumo gradually calmed down, became a master of the god's telekinesis. If he faced the red tank from last time again, he was confident that he would be able to kill the opponent effortlessly. After all, masters can fly. Although psychokinesis has no way of affecting the physical body, it can fly by stepping on a weapon. Thinking of this, Sumo opened them all again and planned to choose some weapons. But after only watching for a moment, he closed them all with an ugly expression. There is no way, it is too expensive. With his current points, he can't even buy a few throwing knives with the minimum materials. Now, his mental psychokinesis is very close to the primary god of war. Therefore, for weapons, you need to purchase at least 7 series throwing knives. A 7 series flying knife requires 500 points, and a 9 series flying knife that can reach the peak of the god of war requires 1,000 points. With all the points he has now, he can't buy 2. With his current strength, he can control 4 flying knives at the same time while ensuring accuracy. These alone cost 4,000 points. It's not that low-level flying knives cannot be used, but when he uses all his strength, they will be easily damaged and become disposable items. Just imagine that 60 tons of power are concentrated on a flying knife. If the material is not enough, I am afraid that it will be scrapped if it touches something with high hardness, etc. Suemo suddenly thought of something and asked about the system in his mind. If the vibranium and adamantium in this world are cast into flying knives, how many series would they be equivalent to? 9 series. The system's emotionless voice sounded in Sumo's mind. Hearing this answer, Sumo's eyes lit up. Brotherhood headquarters. A group of people walked into a circular hall, pushing a box that was more than 2 meters high. The hall was surrounded by mutants. Eric Magneto stepped down from a seat directly in front of him. He reached out and brushed against the outer wall of the box. Here are all the US dollars that the Kingpin collected during this period? That's right. A young man with yellow hair who walked in with the box nodded. Then press a switch on the box. The box opened slowly. It was neatly filled with US dollars. These total $500 million. Not enough. Far from enough. Magneto Eric looked at the pile of USD that was almost piled up in front of him. He was unmoved and instead spoke with a gloomy look. We are still far short of the funds needed to complete our plan. At this point, Eric was stunned. He turned to look at the hacker girl in the crowd. It seems that the man who killed Kingpin last time was also a rich man. The hacker girl nodded when she heard this. I tapped a few times on the computer in my hand and then called up a piece of information. Suemo, CEO of Fox Film and Television Company, is also the second largest shareholder of Stark Group. He has shares in almost all of the well-known companies in the United States, but he sold them all some time ago. Despite this, the total assets under his name are worth more than $100 billion. After hearing the girl's words, people around them exclaimed in surprise. Most of these mutants come from the bottom of society. Naturally, they are very shocked when they hear this huge number. There was a smile on Magneto's face. As long as we have each other's support, we no longer have to worry about funding. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a pair of metal knives and forks flew out from somewhere in the room, stopping on top of his palm and spinning slowly. I think the other party should be very willing to support our mutant cause. Of course, all this needs to wait until my ability is fully restored. African coast. Salva, giant marina. In a dismantling yard where dilapidated ships are parked. A helicopter landed slowly. Suemo walked out of the helicopter wrapped tightly and looked at the ship with dense gunshots in the distance with confusion. Someone got there first? This is where Ultron obtained the vibranium. And the black market businessman here, Ulysses, has vibranium smuggled from Wakanda. It is also currently the easiest place to obtain vibranium. In fact, when it comes to making weapons, adamantium is more suitable than vibranium. Vibranium has the effect of buffering kinetic energy and is more suitable as a material for making armor. Adamantium is indestructible and is the best material for making weapons. As for throwing knives, adamantium is of course more suitable. Unfortunately, the adamantium formula has disappeared along with Stryker's Yakley base. It is not easy to find it. Suemo can only settle for the next best thing and choose vibranium. Thinking of this, Suemo did not hesitate. His figure flashed and flew towards the ship. Inside the ship at this time, the short Ulysses, protected by his men, looked at a middle-aged man in the distance with fear. The middle-aged man's palm had transformed into 2 huge amounts of tiger claws. Drops of blood dripped from the tips of the claws. Behind him, 2 bodies were lying on the ground. The man also had several bloody holes on his body. But as time goes by, the wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and the bullets in the wounds were also squeezed out, followed by the sound of a dense burst of bullets falling to the ground. The wounds on the man's body have recovered as before. Mutants. Seeing this situation, Ulysses quietly took a few steps back, glanced at the gunmen around him, and gained some sense of security in his heart. I think I have made it very clear. If you want vibranium, just pay for it. The mutant opposite obviously refused to accept this suggestion. The lowered head gradually lifted up, staring at Ulysses with beast-like eyes. Seeing this look, Ulysses immediately realized that the person on the other side obviously didn't seem to be able to communicate. Then he waved his right hand. Kill him. After giving the order, Ulysses turned around and retreated back. The surrounding gunmen pressed the triggers in their hands. A dense storm of bullets swept through. When the smoke cleared, the mutants had disappeared. In a room on the ground floor of the ship, Ulysses held a pistol and listened to what was going on outside. There are also several gunmen guarding the room. This room contains all the vibranium he has stolen from Wakanda over the past few years, worth more than $1 billion. It is obviously impossible for him to let such a large amount of wealth be snatched away by the other party. Wait until the gunfire outside stops. There was a look on his face. Dead. Waving to his subordinate on the side, the gunman clenched his pistol and walked towards the door, intending to go out and investigate. But he just walked to the door. Boom! There was an explosion, and the door flew straight in. The gunman who was just about to go out was knocked to the ground by the alloy door panel. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and it seemed that he would not survive. Ulysses dodged the door panel and looked towards the door. The person standing outside the door was the mutant just now. After a burst of gunfire, then Ulysses felt a heat on his neck, and the other party's bloody claws were already on it. Several gunmen around them covered the bloody holes in their bodies and slowly fell to the ground. Vibranium! Leave it to me. The mutant man let out a beast-like roar, and Ulysses had no doubt that if he didn't hand over the vibranium, the other party would slit his neck in the next moment. Wait, I'll give it. Ulysses hurriedly pressed a button on the wall behind him. Enter your password on the keyboard that appears. A metal door slowly opened on both sides, and an elevator-like device descended from inside. Placed above are pieces of vibranium in transparent glass containers. All the vibranium is here, a total of 136 kilograms. Seeing the vibranium, the mutant pushed Ulysses away. Ulysses hurriedly left from the door. The mutant man ignored the other party, but stepped forward to check it, then put the vibranium into a bag and walked outside. Just walked to the door. A figure fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Looking at the scene in the cabin, Sue-Mo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too late. He glanced around the room and was stunned when he saw the mutant's weathered face and his hands that turned into giant claws. As the wounds on the man's body recovered quickly, several bullets were discharged from the wounds. Saber-toothed tiger. A name came to his mind. With this appearance, coupled with this powerful self-healing ability, Sue-Mo guessed the identity of this mutant in an instant. Why is he here? After a brief moment of confusion, Sue-Mo was relieved. This was a real world. Red tanks could get together with Kingpin. It seemed that there was nothing surprising about saber-toothed tigers appearing in this place. Get out of the way. Staring at Sue-Mo, who was standing in front of him, the saber-toothed tiger made a deep sound from his mouth. See the other person's eyes that don't contain any emotion. Control. Sue-Mo guessed. Thinking of this, he didn't intend to talk nonsense to the other party. The figure disappeared in a flash. The saber-toothed tiger felt his eyes blur. Before he could react, a black fist as big as a sandbag had appeared in front of him. A huge force came. The saber-toothed tiger only felt numbness on his face, and then his body became like a rocket, knocking through several layers of steel plates and then lifted into the air. Strong physical fitness, coupled with super self-healing ability that is not afraid of firearms. Compared to ordinary people, Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, is almost unsolvable. But unfortunately, he met Sue-Mo. Sue-Mo's strong physical fitness is simply not enough in the face of Sue-Mo's more than 30 tons of strength after the amplitude bonus and the speed of more than 100 meters per second. Ulysses led his group of gunmen to the door of the room and happened to see the scene in front of him with a look on his face. Who are you? Sue-Mo ignored the other party, but stepped forward, picked up the bag left by the saber-toothed tiger on the ground, and opened it to take a look. After confirming that it was indeed what he wanted, a smile appeared on his face. Hey man, that's my thing. Get it back to me. Ulysses saw Sue-Mo's actions and said quickly. Judging from the other party's actions, it was obvious that they were also targeting vibranium. Get it back to you? I robbed it based on my ability. Why should I get it back to you? Sue-Mo said confidently. Hearing this, Ulysses was speechless for a moment. Man, You don't seem to be able to understand the situation in front of you. I advise you to be more knowledgeable." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the guns in the hands of these men were pointed at Suemo. "If you know what's going on, put down what you're holding." Suemo turned around slowly after hearing this and glanced at the group of people. In addition to vibranium, these people are also of great use to him. Just when Suemo was about to take action, boom! The figure of the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, jumped out from the side. He rushed towards Suemo. "Roll!" Suemo raised his foot and kicked the opponent away. Like a sandbag, Victor flew directly into the cabin on the side. In less than 2 seconds, the other party jumped out again. "Look at the other party still alive and kicking." Suemo shook his head. Self-healing ability is indeed a bit troublesome, but do you think there's nothing you can do about it? But before he could take action again, Ulysses, who was being ignored, showed an angry look on his face. ****. His right hand waved violently. "Everyone fire at me." After receiving his order, the group of men looked at the two people standing in the distance and were a little at a loss. The deputy standing next to him hesitated for a moment and then asked in a low voice, "Boss, which one to fight?" Ulysses slapped him angrily. "Of course I'll beat them both and they'll all die." After receiving his order, the gunmen under his command no longer hesitated and pulled the triggers one after another. In an instant, there was loud gunfire, and the cabin became filled with smoke. The bullets fired at Suemo all hovered in the air, less than 1 meter away from him. Victor, on the other hand, instantly had more than a dozen bloody holes on his body. The irritated Victor let out an angry roar, gave up his silence, and rushed towards the gunman. When Suemo saw this, he came first and stopped in front of Victor. "If you want to steal my head, get out of here." The right fist struck Victor in the face, and at the same time, 4 flying knives flew out from his back. Under the influence of telekinesis, they turned into an afterimage and shuttled through the cabin. The moment his right hand touched Victor's skin, the two forces of gravity are naturally transferred from the arm to the fist and are superimposed together. 30 tons of power instantly exploded on Victor's face. Boom! Victor's face exploded directly in Suemo's hands. Under the huge amounts of power, the figure disappeared in a flash and disappeared into the cabin in the distance. After the flying knife on the other side entered the crowd, those gunmen were like cutting wheat, and a large piece fell down in a moment. Points plus 80 points. Points plus 60 points. The system prompts kept ringing in Suemo's ears. Less than 10 seconds. The people around them all fell to the ground, and blood flowed out from the wounds on their necks, dyeing the ground red. The flying knife, without a trace of blood, was suspended next to Suemo. These flying knives were made of titanium alloy by Suemo, and they were more than enough to deal with these ordinary people. Suemo walked up to the only survivor present, Ulysses. Ulysses had been so frightened by the hellish scene around him that he collapsed to the ground. "Devil, you are a devil. Thank you for the compliment. As a thank you, I'll send you to reunite with your men." After saying that, Suemo stretched out his hand to strangle the other person's neck and gently exerted force. Crack! Kill the villain and get 2,000 points. Open the system panel and check it out. After clearing out all these arms dealers, the points have accumulated to more than 6,000 points. In other words, in less than a minute, nearly 5,000 points were obtained. Close the panel. Suemo walked towards the saber-toothed tiger that had just been knocked away, although his face exploded directly under the blow just now. But judging from his previous resilience, this was nothing to the saber-toothed tiger. Sure enough, the other party was no longer in the cabin. The other party seemed to realize that there was no benefit in his hands and ran away directly. Suemo, who had expected it, did not panic, picked up the vibranium in the cabin, and left directly. After returning to the helicopter, Suemo took out a tablet. After some operations above, a map appears on the screen. 2 light spots, one red and one blue, kept flashing on the map. The red is exactly where he is. The blue is the location of the saber-toothed tiger. At the beginning of the fight, Sumo had already placed a pocket locator on Victor's body. You can see it from before. It seems that the more powerful people you kill, the more points you get. Ordinary people only have a few dozen points at most. An extremely powerful person like Kingpin can stand up to hundreds of nearly ordinary people. It can be seen from the dull expression of the saber-toothed tiger before that the opponent is probably controlled by a mutant with psychic ability. There aren't many mutants with mind control abilities. Those who can control the saber-toothed tiger are even rarer. And it is obvious that anyone who can do such a thing cannot be a decent person. This means that after killing the opponent, he could get a large amount of points. Of course, the most important thing is, there is a star tower in the consciousness sea, and he can almost be regarded as the nemesis of these mind-controlling mutants. Soon, he saw the blue dot on the tablet moving at a sudden speed, then leaving the African continent at a very fast speed and moving in the direction of the United States. Sumo's private plane also took off a few minutes later. He chased in the direction the blue dot left. A few hours later, the blue dot on the tablet stopped. Sumo looked at the location of the blue dot, located in a mountain range in Florida. In order to prevent being discovered by the radar of the opponent's aircraft, Sumo's private plane had just entered the airspace of the United States. However, Sumo had no plans to take a private plane there. The private jet lands at the nearest airport. Half an hour before the plane landed, Sumo had already left the plane, outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains. A plane slowly landed on a platform halfway up the mountain. After a while, the saber-toothed tiger and a middle-aged man walked down from above. The two walked to the mountain wall of the platform, and an alloy door of huge amounts embedded in the mountain wall slowly opened. After entering the interior, after passing through a long corridor, there is a huge amount of laboratory. The walls around the laboratory are all made of glass. Behind the glass are small cells like cells. In each room, there is a strange-looking mutant imprisoned. These mutants were tied to a metal operating table, and almost all of them were surrounded by several figures in white coats. Most of the mutants are in a coma and do not know whether they are alive or dead. The only few mutants who remained awake had a hint of hollowness and numbness in their eyes. The two of them passed through countless alloy doors, standing in front of an old man in his 50s or 60s. What failed? The old man looked at the two people standing in front of him with anger on his face. Waste, what a waste, you can't even handle this little thing. Sorry, Dr. Phil. Facing the other party's anger, the middle-aged man apologized quietly, while the saber-toothed tiger, standing beside him, had a dull look on his face. Seeing the dull look on the saber-toothed tiger's face, Dr. Phil became even more angry. When he stepped forward, there was a flurry of punches and kicks. It wasn't until I felt some soreness in my fist that I gradually stopped. Panting, he sat down aside. Hole. There is no way to transfer the self-healing factor into my body without the equipment built by adamantium. No, we must be able to find replacement metal. With that said, he stood up and walked toward the laboratory. Before Phil could walk out of the room, a piercing alarm sounded in the room. His expression changed, and he turned to look at the surveillance screen on the wall. Suddenly, he saw a tightly wrapped figure descending from the sky on the top of the mountain where the base was located. It's him. The middle-aged man, standing aside, tremblingly looked at the familiar figure in the surveillance screen and let out a scream. After hearing this, Phil was not surprised, but happy. You mean vibranium is in his hands? That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. He was the one who took away the vibranium after injuring the saber-toothed tiger. Phil's eyes lit up. You are so courageous. You stole the vibranium, and then you dare to follow me. Hearing this, the middle-aged man also reacted and looked towards the saber-toothed tiger. After a while, he found a soybean file-sized locator from his pocket. There was a look of horror on his face. I'm sorry, doctor, it was my negligence. No. Phil shook his head. You did great. After speaking, he pressed a button on the wall. In an instant, a piercing siren sounded throughout the base. A soldier with a gun in his hand poured out from various rooms in the base, and all gathered towards the entrance of the base. Outside, Sumo, who landed on the top of the mountain, and was gradually approaching the entrance of the base, immediately saw the soldiers rushing out of the base. Discovered. Seeing the soldiers gathering quickly, Su-mo reacted immediately. Now that he was discovered, he was too lazy to hide and seek with the other party. A thought came to my mind. The soldiers who had just ran out of the door immediately felt an irresistible force coming from the firearms in their hands, and the firearms flew out of everyone's hands in an instant. Then the guns were lined up like soldiers. They were neatly arranged in the air, their guns pointed at their previous owners. Seeing this scene, those soldiers instantly lost their souls. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back. However, their speed is obviously too slow. Just as he turned around, the triggers of those firearms seemed to be pressed. Pa-da-da! Intense gunfire echoed in the corridor, mixed with screams. After the magazines and the firearms were emptied, the armed forces in the entire base were almost wiped out. Su-mo then entered the base, for flying knives flew out from behind him and hovered around his body. The researchers who had long known that the base had been invaded all transformed into combat units, each holding a gun and aiming at the door. As the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, Su-mo stepped into the laboratory. As soon as he entered, he glanced through the transparent glass around the laboratory and looked at the mutants as experimental subjects in the back room. Research on mutants in vivo. Su-mo frowned and looked at the researchers in the distance with a cold look in his eyes. When the researchers saw Su-mo walking in, they pulled the trigger almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, Sumo's reaction was not slow either. Psychokinesis loomed over the group of researchers. The moment the opponent pressed the trigger, the muzzles of their pistols seemed to be squeezed by some force and converged toward the center. In an instant, the sounds of exploding barrels sounded one after another. Screams came from the room. At the same time, the flying knives hovering around, Su-mo flew towards the people lying on the ground. In less than half a minute, the room became quiet. This scene clearly appeared on the surveillance camera on the wall of Phil's office. Dr. Phil stood there with a dull expression. Magneto! Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was a look of disbelief on his face. No matter in terms of height or body shape, the other person doesn't look like Magneto. Moreover, as far as he knew, Magneto seemed to have lost his mutant ability. Ordinary people may not know much about it, but to them, the fact that Magneto was injected with the mutant antidote is not a secret. The devil. It must be the devil. At this time, the middle-aged man who was still in the room fell to the ground with a thud and let out a scream. This cry actually woke Dr. Phil up. Shut up. After scolding the other party, he turned around and went to the back of the office, took out a small suitcase from the safe in the corner, got up and fled towards the back of the base. The situation is obvious now. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. When he reached the door, he turned his head and gave an order to the saber-toothed tiger. Follow me. After that, he and the saber-toothed tiger left together. He tried his best to obtain the self-healing factor in the saber-toothed tiger's body, so naturally he would not abandon him. The middle-aged man, paralyzed on the ground, also reacted at this time. He quickly got up from the ground, using his hands and feet. Doctor, take me away. With that said, he chased after the other party in the direction he left. Roll! After a gunshot, the middle-aged man fell in a pool of blood. At this time, there was no one visible in the base near the entrance. Su-mo entered the base. He just glanced around briefly. Could this be a secret base of Hydra? The various researchers and well-equipped soldiers in the base allowed Su-mo to come up with this guess. There is no pause. He dodged directly and rushed towards the depths of the base. After seeing everything in the base, Su-mo also realized that his previous guess was obviously not accurate. This is obviously a secret organization that studies mutants. His whereabouts have been exposed, and coupled with the destruction of the armed forces in the base, in this case, the person in charge of the base is likely to choose to escape. They must be intercepted before the other party escapes. Less than half a minute. Su-mo followed the passage to a small platform at the back of the mountain range. On the platform at this time, The saber-toothed tiger stood in front of a zip line extending toward the foot of the mountain. In the distance, someone seemed to be hanging on the zip line and rowing downwards. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger, who also had the hook hanging on his body and was about to leave, Su-Imo thought. No matter how hard the saber-toothed tiger exerted himself, the zip line would not move at all. Until then, the saber-toothed tiger also noticed Su-Imo appearing behind him. After letting out a roar, the saber-toothed tiger tore off the hook on his body and rushed towards Su-Imo. Having discovered the opponent's lair, Su-Imo naturally had no intention of letting him offend again. Moreover, the owner of the base is fleeing quickly, and he has no time to delay here. Twice the power. Spiritual psychokinesis blessing. With his right hand wearing a metal glove, he made a fist and smashed it towards the opponent. Mental psychokinesis has no way to act on the physical body and will penetrate directly after contacting the physical body to facilitate the blessing of psychokinesis and flight. He specially built a suit made of metal. The physical strength is 15 tons, twice the force is 30 tons, plus 61 tons of mental psychokinesis blessing. At this moment, the power of his right fist was close to 100 tons. The moment he punched, a burst of huge amounts of air echoed on the platform. The fist struck the saber-toothed tiger's body as fast as lightning. The saber-toothed tiger paused, and his body paused in the air as if a pause button had been pressed. Immediately afterwards, his body exploded instantly like a punctured balloon. Points plus 12,000. The voice of the system sounded in his mind, but he didn't have time to check. He jumped up and chased in the direction of a zip line. At the foot of the mountain, Dr. Phil rode the zip line and stopped in a clearing in a dense forest. As soon as he untied the hook on his body, the man heard a sound of the air being cut in the sky behind him. Turning his head to look, he immediately saw that familiar figure chasing in his direction. F***K, F***K. After Dr. Phil made an angry sound, he hurriedly ran to a wooden house in the open space. After a while, an off-road vehicle roared out and rushed out in the opposite direction of Su-Imo. Dr. Phil, who was driving the vehicle, saw the figure approaching at great speed in the rearview mirror. In his anxiety, he stepped on the accelerator of the vehicle to the bottom. But obviously, no matter how good the performance of the car is, it cannot be as good as flying units in this kind of terrain. At this time, Su-Imo was less than 50 meters away from him. Dr. Phil took a pistol from the car, stretched his left hand holding the gun out of the window, and shot Su-Imo in the sky. Unfortunately, pistol bullets do not pose any threat to Su-Imo now. Su-Imo easily dodged all the bullets. Instead, Dr. Mayfair was so distracted that he completely failed to notice a fallen tree lying in the middle of the road ahead. By the time he saw it and tried to dodge, it was already too late. Click! The car, which was traveling at nearly 150 kilometers per hour, hit a tree and successfully took off. After rolling for a while, the car flew towards the dense forest on the roadside. Finally, the car was placed on a big tree next to it. Dr. Phil in the car shook his head hard, trying to clear his dizzy brain. Just at this time, Su-Imo caught up from behind, slowly floating directly in front of the car. Su-Imo looked at Dr. Phil, whose face was covered in blood in the cab of the car, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Sir, this is not a good place to park." After saying that, he flew up and kicked the car down from the tree. "No!" Feeling the weightlessness, the doctor screamed with horror on his face. You must know that at this time, the height of the car from the ground is at least 7 or 8 meters. If the landing posture is wrong, he may just tell you here. However, the moment the car was about to touch the ground, it was directly supported by an inexplicable force. Su-Imo used psychokinesis to control the vehicle and slowly fall to the ground. He stepped forward and pulled down the deformed door, then pulled the other person out of the cab and threw on the ground aside. "Do you want to introduce yourself directly? Or do you want to wait until I torture you?" I said. After experiencing a series of stimulations, Dr. Phil's heart was already a little broken. He hurriedly started to introduce himself. As he spoke, Suemo also understood the identity of this person. His name is Phil Andrew, a former researcher under Stryker. In the last battle that destroyed Lake Yekle, he escaped because he was not in the base. Over the years, he secretly developed a technology that could transfer healing factors into saber-toothed tigers. After that, he designed to capture the saber-toothed tiger and then used the remaining control potions in his hand to control the saber-toothed tiger. The purpose is to transfer the other party's healing factors into one's own body. This transfer technology requires the use of adamantium. He does have the recipe for adamantium, but one of the most important materials is missing: vibranium. After many investigations, he found Ulysses. This is what happened before. Do you have a recipe for adamantium? That's right. And the rest of the metals needed to synthesize adamantium have been gathered in the previous laboratory. As long as there is vibranium, adamantium can be synthesized directly, the other party quickly explained. Obviously, he hopes that by showing his value, the other party will spare his life. Suemo raised his lips slightly. Although I made a mistake in my judgment, I didn't encounter the mind control mutants I expected here, so I gained points. But if you can get the adamantium formula, your time is not wasted. At that moment, he called Avril Lavigne and asked her to transport the vibranium left on the private plane. He picked up Phil with one hand and flew towards the location of the previous laboratory. The next day, a plane slowly rose from the Appalachian Mountains and disappeared into the sky at high speed. A moment later, there was a violent explosion. In the cabin, Suemo looked at a complete set of armor made of adamantium and vibranium in front of him, different from Tony's. His equipment, which is entirely made of vibranium, is more appropriately called armor. This armor is dark black in color, streamlined, and does not contain any electronic components inside. After all, with the presence of psychokinesis, he does not need those power assistance systems. The main function of this armor is to protect and facilitate his psychokinesis control. 16 flying knives made of adamantium are distributed on both sides of the armor's legs and arms. In addition to the flying knife, he also built a combat knife for close combat. The sword is also made of adamantium, and there is a scabbard specially designed to hold the sword on the back of the armor. Open the system store. After a lot of fighting, his points now have reached 27,000. First, I searched for storage equipment in the mall. Soon, a list appeared in front of him. Storage ring, level F, contains 1,000 cubic meters of space. Points required for redemption, 3,000 points. Storage ring, E level, contains 1 million cubic meters of space. Points required for redemption, 20,000 points. Storage ring, SS level, contains 1 million cubic kilometers of space. Points required for redemption, 300,000 points. World Lord World, D level, refined from the World Lord Small World. The space has a diameter of 100,000 kilometers and can store living creatures. Points required for redemption, 1 million points. God's Kingdom Crystal, D level, it is refined by God's Kingdom after the death of an ordinary immortal strawman. There is a file-size space with a diameter of 1 million kilometers inside. Points required for redemption, 10 million points. The various storage items on the list made Sumo's eyes warm. Not to mention anything else, the D-level World Lord alone can fit the entire Earth into it. After all, the diameter of the Earth is only over 10,000 kilometers. However, the points needed for redemption later made Suemo calm down. After thinking for a while, he only exchanged it for an F-level storage ring. The current points are limited and should be used to improve strength. Moreover, the things redeemed by the system can be stored in the system space. The storage space of 1,000 cubic meters is enough for him for the time being. A space of 10 meters in length, width, and height. Ordinary family cars can fit hundreds of them. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an F-level storage ring, which cost 3,000 points. The system prompt has just gone off. An ordinary ring appeared in his hand. The ring is just an ordinary ring shape, and you can't tell what material it is made of. Putting the ring on his finger, he then explored psychokinesis towards the ring. After psychokinesis came into contact with the ring, He instantly sensed a square space with a length, width, and height of 10 meters, and the shape of this space could be changed at will as he wished. Good. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. With a slight wave towards the armor on the side, the armor appeared in the storage ring. By the time Suemo returned home, it was already close to noon. Just after returning to the villa, a servant came up to report that a man claiming to be an FBI agent was visiting. FBI. A trace of doubt appeared on Sumo's face. In the past, his only interaction with the FBI was that every time he watched a movie, he would be warned by the other party at the beginning. As for seeing a real person, this is really the first time. A few minutes later, in the reception room, a tall woman sat across from Suemo. The woman was wearing a black tights, which outlined her beautiful figure. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head, and she had a pair of blue eyes, looking at Suemo with a hint of curiosity. Hello, my name is Maria Hill from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Before she came, she thought that Sue would be a tall, muscular man with arms as thick as thighs. After all, she knew Gene Bin's information very well. To be able to kill a kingpin who is covered in muscles, at least the opponent's size should be no different. But I never thought that the other person was such a well-proportioned man with fair skin. After the two shook hands, Sumo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. No wonder when I first saw the other party, I looked familiar. It was only when I heard the name that I realized that the other party was Agent Hill, the second largest commander in S.H.I.E.L.D. In an instant, he also figured out the context. Obviously, SHIELD learned the news about killing Kingpin from the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. He could also guess the other party's purpose. It's nothing more than persuading myself to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, the other party's first sentence confirmed his guess. Mr. Sue, I am here this time on behalf of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau to invite you to join. Hill handed the information in his hand to Suemo with a serious look. Suemo took the information from the other party's hand, glanced at it casually, and then threw it on the table in front of him. Then he chuckled and looked at Hill opposite. Leave the life of a rich man and risk your life to fight those gangsters. Ms. Hill, I don't think this is a good idea. Regarding Sumo's rejection, Hill did not show any surprise. Thinking from his perspective, if she were the other party, she would not be able to join this organization. Smiling, she took out a tablet from her bag and opened a video on it. Hand it to Suemo. I think you will change your mind after reading this. Sumo's expression changed. He reached out to take the computer from the other person's hand and looked at it carefully. The scene in the video is in a hall. It was filled with mutants of different shapes, and judging from the situation, they seemed to be discussing something. Judging from the shooting angle, it should have been secretly taken by a mutant. An old man wearing a metal helmet sat above the hall. Magneto Brotherhood. Almost instantly, Suemo guessed that it was the scene inside the Brotherhood. What they were discussing was exactly how to make him a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Of course, their main goal is the huge property owned by Suemo. After watching the video, Sumo's face darkened. He was not too surprised that the organization behind Kingpin and Red Tank was the Brotherhood of Mutants. He had made some guesses about this before, but what puzzled him was why the other party was so eager to get a large amount of funds. Could it be that they were planning another big move? Originally, I was too lazy to care about the other party. If something happened, the X-Men would naturally stop them. But since the plot was on me, don't blame yourself for being rude. Fortunately, I got the news in advance. Otherwise, you never know when you'll be plotted by the other party. How about if you join us? We can help you deal with these people. Agent Hill continued to advise. I'm afraid I'll help you. SHIELD cannot sit idly by when these mutants are causing trouble. After all, the original intention of their establishment was to deal with these anti-human organizations. To put it mildly, it was to help themselves. In fact, he just wanted to use himself to deal with these mutants. Regarding Sumo's purpose of seeing through them, Agent Hill did not show any surprise on his face, but looked at him seriously. It makes no difference. After all, they do threaten your safety, don't they? Suemo thought for a moment and looked up at Hill. Indeed, what you said is correct, but it's a pity that I don't plan to join any organization but we can cooperate. Oh, what kind of cooperation? Hill looked stunned for a moment, then asked, This time I can join forces with you to deal with these mutants. As a thank you for providing information this time, I can take action once and help you deal with some difficult troubles. Of course, if the cooperation is happy, we can conduct such transactions in the future. Every time you provide me with the information I need, I can help you take action. After this incident, Su-Mo also realized the importance of intelligence. If Hill hadn't come looking for him, he might have suffered a hidden loss. Although SHIELD has almost become Serpentine and S.H.I.E.L.D., it is undeniable that except for the information about Hydra that may be false, the other intelligence networks about the various forces are still very powerful. Besides, you won't suffer any loss by doing this. Those who need to be dealt with by SHIELD are most likely not good people. He originally needed to deal with these people to gain points. In this way, not only can I deal with these people with help, but I don't have to worry about the aftermath at all. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, Hill opposite him shook his head. I need to seek the opinion of our commander on this matter. Certainly, Su-Mo nodded. Let Hill take the phone and walk out of the room. Less than 10 minutes. Hill came back again. A pleasure to work with. I will be your only contact from now on. No one in SHIELD will know any information about you, except me and the director. By the way, someone will send you information about the Brotherhood of Mutants later. After sending Hill away, Su-Mo sat there and meditated. Now he's on the Brotherhood's radar. Since the other party wants to take action against him, he will not sit still and wait for death. Although, in the movie universe alone, the power shown by Lao Wan at his peak was able to move several thousand tons of nuclear submarines. But in a real fight, it's hard to say who will win. After all, psychokinesis can control almost any object, and his body is much stronger than his opponent. Moreover, he still has a powerful weapon in his hand to deal with them. Thinking of this, Su-Mo came to the study room on the top floor of the villa. When he came to the bookshelf, he pressed a button hidden behind the book. The bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a room of about 30 square meters behind. Step into the room. The walls inside the room are filled with all kinds of firearms. Desert Eagle, M500 revolver, AK, Remington shotgun, Barrett heavy sniper. These are all collected by Su-Mo over the years. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he put these firearms into the storage ring. After collecting them, Su-Mo came to the innermost low-temperature refrigerator that was half a person tall. Opening the box, apart from a few special firearms, there were square magazines neatly arranged in the rest of the boxes. Take one out and open the magazine. Where neatly arranged inside are not bullets, but tiny needles. Take out a syringe. The needle tube is filled with a light yellow liquid. These were all obtained by Su-Mo through special means 2 years ago. Mutant antidote. As an ordinary person before, he naturally had to use some trump cards to deal with mutants. This thing, combined with his mental psychokinesis, is simply unstoppable for mutants. Receive all the thousands of syringes in the box into the storage ring. He has already tested it with a watch. The time in the storage ring is in a static state, so there's no need to worry about it deteriorating. With this thing in hand, he is not afraid of any mutants. As soon as I finished packing these things, there was a sound of the door opening and closing outside. Honey, what are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Su-Mo's eyes moved. This does not seem to be Wanda's voice. After all, although the relationship between the two has eased a lot, the other party has never called her this way so far. When he walked out of the room where weapons were stored, he immediately saw a tall figure standing in front of the desk, looking at him with a smile on his face. Wait, why are you here? After seeing the man's face clearly, Su-Mo rubbed his eyes with a look of surprise on his face. The person in front of him was none other than his last girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Seeing the look on Su-Mo's face, Annie chuckled and stepped forward. Put your hands around the back of his neck. Why can't I show up here? No. Before he could finish speaking, Annie came up directly. Don't be like this. My wife is downstairs. Wouldn't this be more exciting? By the time the two of them arrived downstairs, it was already half an hour later. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. It seems like someone from the FBI was looking for you just now. Did something happen? Wanda took a sip of soup and asked casually. Oh, it's nothing, just some routine inquiries because of Peter's matter. Sumo responded casually. Regarding Shield, he didn't intend to say anything. She's just an ordinary person now. It is better not to let her get involved in these things. After a pause, Sumo glanced at the two of them and asked, pretending not to care. You two, you don't know the employees of your company, do you? Wanda asked strangely. Of course I know each other. I mean, how did you two get together? And it seems like you have a good relationship. When he was upstairs just now, he was led astray by Annie before he could ask. It wasn't until this moment that I asked the doubts in my heart. Oh, Annie, and we met at the company. Wanda looked up and glanced at him. Yeah, Sumo nodded. Some time ago, because Wanda was a little bored staying in the villa all day, she asked Sumo to arrange a position for her in the film and television company. Unexpectedly, the two of them became best friends. If there was no active calculation by, and he would not believe it 100%. But that's it. It's too late to say anything now. At this time, Sumo felt a silky feeling on his legs under the table. Look up, and winked at him. This little fairy is simply amazing. After an exciting lunch, Wanda sent Annie out. Throughout noon, Annie was always provoking him intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that the other party has awakened some strange attribute? Forced this thought out of my mind. After a while, Sumo looked at Wanda walking back. I'm afraid you need to go out and hide for a while. Although the Brotherhood's goal is its own assets, and it is almost impossible to take action against Wanda and the others, Sumo has to prevent this from happening. Looking at Wanda, who looked confused, he explained the matter of the Brotherhood. I'm sorry, it's because of the two of us that we got into such trouble. A trace of apology appeared on Wanda's face. It's nothing. Haven't you already compensated me? A hint of teasing flashed across Sumo's smiling face. Although Sumo got her person first without getting her heart, it turns out that after getting the other person's heart, he can indeed unlock some special gameplay. Hearing this, Wanda's face turned red instantly. I'll go upstairs to clean up. Sumo looked at the red car that disappeared from sight and breathed a sigh of relief. Later, he went to the gym on the top floor alone. He has asked people to clear out all the equipment in the gym, and it has now become his practice room. If you want to completely solve the Brotherhood's troubles, you still need to improve your strength as soon as possible. After redeeming the storage ring, he still had more than 20,000 points left. Open the mall list, enter the treasures that enhance your strength, and after searching for them, Sumo checked them one by one. Heart-shaped grass. After taking it, it slowly improves people's physical fitness. Points required for redemption. 300 points / plant. Dragon blood. Made from the heart blood of king-level dragon beasts. After use, physical fitness can be increased by 2 to 4 times. Valid at apprentice level. Points required for redemption. 5,000 points. Millennium Willow Heart. The spirit of plants and trees. Contains huge vitality energy. After taking it, it can greatly enhance your physical fitness and cell activity. Enhance the body's recovery ability. Points required for redemption. 18,000 points. Bibbo Marrow. After taking psychokinesis, the spirit will be greatly improved. Points required for redemption. 100,000 points / drop. Red Flame Fruit. After taking it, your physical fitness will be greatly improved. Points required for redemption. 100,000 points / peace. There are so many treasures to choose from. Sumo was dazzled by what he saw. But after taking a look at the points, I actually didn't have much choice. After a while, Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, with a 1-meter-long green crystal suspended in front of him. Is this the Millennium Willow Heart? I looked at the crystal carefully. The shell of the crystal is very hard, and there seems to be green liquid flowing inside. Sumo checked its instructions. The method of use is to break its hard shell and consume the liquid inside. He took out an adamantium flying knife and used it to lightly scratch the crystal shell, creating a small crack on it. Seeing the liquid inside pouring out from the crack, Sumo didn't hesitate and put the crystal directly to his mouth, letting the green jelly-like viscous liquid flow into his mouth. There is a fragrance of vegetation in the mouth. As soon as the liquid entered his body down his throat, he felt a cool breath spreading through his body. As this cool feeling flows through the body, physical fitness gradually improves. At the same time, the dark golden ball in his mind spun again, releasing streams of pure mental power. These mental powers were continuously absorbed by the brain, enhancing his mental psychokinesis. The two energies do not interfere with each other in his body, rapidly improving his strength. As his strength improved, Suemo also felt a special energy gradually penetrate into his body. Feel the endless feeling in your body after absorbing this energy. Is this what is called vital energy? As this energy seeps in, a warm feeling spreads throughout the body. In this soothing feeling, the rapid increase in strength is simply not too satisfying. The whole process lasted more than 2 hours. As the speed of improvement stopped, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there was a layer of dark brown impurities attached to the surface of his skin. After cleaning these things first, I returned to the practice room, feeling relaxed. Open the Properties panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 93,560 kilograms. Speed, 386 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 387,600 kg. Special ability, none. Points, 6,160 points. Sumo's eyes shone with excitement. The body exerts 93 tons of force, and psychokinesis exerts 387 tons of force. Compared with before, it has increased by more than 6 times. Moreover, the Millennium Willow Heart also has a major effect, which is to enhance the body's recovery ability. Thinking of this, he took out a throwing knife and lightly scratched his arm. The sound of a dull knife cutting cowhide was heard, and a shallow white mark appeared on the arm where the adamantium flying knife had scratched. Seeing this scene, Suemo paused and let out a sound of surprise. Holy shit! Although I know that the so-called body improvement is an all-round improvement, but he didn't expect the defense to reach this level. You must know that although he only made a slight stroke, it was based on his power of more than 90 tons. Even if he has deliberately restrained himself, his strength is no less than a few hundred kilograms. Not to mention ordinary people, even steel would be cut like tofu under this power, but it would only leave a faint white mark on his skin. Judging from this level of defense, I'm afraid even a sniper rifle can't hurt him at all. After calming down his excitement, Suemo gradually increased the power on the flying knife. It wasn't until nearly 2 tons of force was used that a slender blood mark was scratched on the skin. But before the blood could flow out from the wound, the skin on both sides of the wound closed unusually quickly under his gaze. This resilience, Sumo's eyes moved. The recovery speed was much stronger than the recovery ability of the saber-toothed tiger he had seen before. So perverted, it could be said that 1,000-year-old Lu Mushin directly increased his combat effectiveness by a dozen times. After a while, a figure flew out of the villa at extremely fast speeds. Sumo's current flying speed exceeds Mach 2. It's about 700 meters per second, and the speed is about 2,500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at a mountain range in New Jersey, more than 100 kilometers away from the villa. Less than half a minute had passed since Suemo took off. SHIELD headquarters. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson walked in hurriedly. Director, Major Crisis. After hearing this, Nick Fury's expression changed. The last time he heard this, Tony was still wearing a suit and fighting with Iron Overlord in the sky of New York. Coulson handed the tablet into his hand. A high-speed UFO was spotted over New York. Nick Fury looked at the data on the tablet. Mach 2, Tony Stark. No, I just got the news that Tony is staying in his Sea View villa. Since Tony Iron Man's identity was exposed, he has naturally become the focus of S.H.I.E.L.D. It locates the opponent's location almost 24 hours a day. This is why Coulson knew the flying figure was not Tony for the first time. Nick Fury reached out and slid his hand on the tablet. looking at the flight path of the UFO. Wait a minute, could it be him in this position? The starting location of the UFO was very close to Shimmer's villa by the Hudson River. He was almost sure of it. This UFO is probably related to Sue Mo. However, he did not intend to release the information about Sue Mo. In the past few years, he has also noticed that some forces have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. It is better to keep some information secret, because he may not know when it will become a life-saving trump card for him. Thinking of this, he handed the tablet back to Coulson. Delete this incident from a recorder and pretend it never happened. Coulson had a surprised look on his face when he heard the other party's answer. However, as an agent, he did not question the director's order. After nodding, he left the room. Nick Fury looked at the closed door and sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that we need to re-examine the opponent's strength. Sue Mo, wearing battle armor, was floating in front of a rock wall in the mountains. He planned to experiment to see how far his strength had reached. After taking a deep breath, Sue Mo made a fist with his right hand and smashed it against the rock wall, with twice the power plus about half of the psychokinesis blessing. Nearly 400 tons of force hit the rock. There was an explosion of air. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions echoed throughout the mountains. On the rock wall, a huge amount of spiderweb was centered on his fist and slowly spread. As Sue Mo retracted his fist, it seemed to cause a chain reaction. The entire rock wall fell with a crashing sound, and a moment later, a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the rock wall. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, countless birds started to fly. He nodded with satisfaction. Now his physical strength can almost defeat Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, just like Spider-Man's most glorious achievement, stopping a moving train only requires more than 50 tons of force. Just when he was about to try psychokinesis to control the flying knife, the cyclone around the Star Tower in his mind made a slight fluctuation. At the same time, bursts of gunfire came from the dense forest in the distance. Sue Mo made a move. This is the first time that the Star Tower has fluctuated in such a long time after obtaining it. But after waiting for a while, nothing unusual appeared. Take a deep breath. According to his current strength, he is indeed still far from activating the Star Tower. Turn to look into the distance. The location of the gunshot was in the dense forest 1 kilometer away from him. Due to the obstruction of trees, I couldn't see clearly what was going on over there. After just a moment of hesitation, he moved and quietly flew in that direction. After a while, Sue Mo hid in the dense branches of a tree and looked towards the open space not far away. A group of robots, 7 or 8 meters tall, surrounded a woman in the middle with blonde hair and white clothes. The woman seemed to be seriously injured. Her right hand was covering her left shoulder, and there was a large blood stain on her clothes. He raised his head and glanced at the robots coming up around him. There was anger in the woman's eyes. In an instant, the skin on her body turned into dazzling diamonds, and she broke out in the direction Sue Mo came from. White Queen, seeing this scene in front of him, Sue Mo, who was hiding among the trees, had a surprised look on his face. This ability is really special. As far as he knew, it seemed that only the White Queen in the world had this ability to become a diamond. The robots surrounding her are probably the famous Sentry robots, combined with the previous fluctuations of the Star Tower. Sue Mo quickly understood. In addition to having the ability to turn into diamonds all over the body, White Queen also has the ability to telepathize like Professor X. The previous fluctuations in the Star Tower were probably due to the White Queen activating ability towards his position. After all, the noise he made before was not small, and it was normal for her to find out. As for the purpose, Sue Mo guessed that she might be asking for help here, or try to control the people here to help her stop these Sentry robots. The White Queen, who was rushing towards Sue Mo, was blocked by the robot. After the body surface of these robots flipped for a while, the outer skin turned into diamond skin like the White Queen. Seeing this strange scene, Sue Mo was surprised. No wonder the mutants were finally cornered by these Sentry robots. This kind of ability is really too perverted. Ability to easily copy various mutants. Almost any mutant is disabled by relative ability. The White Queen was fighting left and right among these robots, but was unable to break through. Sumo, who was hiding in the tree branches, looked at the scene below. To save or not to save? Without any hesitation, Sumo made his choice. White Queen possesses alpha-level mutant ability, making her a very suitable helper in forming a force. With her ability, she doesn't have to worry about betrayal by her subordinates. Although the telepathy ability redemption points in the mall only require 30,000 points, Sumo has already checked with the system and found out that the redeemed abilities are in a state just after awakening. In other words, after redeeming this ability, it is in the initial state. It will take time to slowly gain control after that. With all this time, he might as well use it to practice the secret arts of the illusionist lineage that is a master of the gods' telekinesis. After all, that is more powerful than this telepathic ability. After making the decision, Sumo no longer hesitated. Judging from the situation in the open space, the White Queen may die at the hands of these sentry robots at any time. In the open space, although his body's defense has been greatly improved after turning into diamond, he still cannot withstand the attack of the sentry robot, which is more than 10 times his size. After another collision, White Queen finally couldn't hold on anymore, and her body was directly shaken by huge amounts of force and flew backwards. At the same time, the 2 sentry robots behind her transformed their right hands into huge amounts of cone-shaped weapons. He poked the White Queen's body. At this time, the White Queen in the air also noticed the situation behind. But at this time, her body was completely numb from the successive collisions with the robots. There was no way to control his body flying backwards. It's over. At this moment, this thought flashed through White Queen's mind. Her most powerful ability is not inferior to Professor X's telepathy ability, but unfortunately, this ability is of no use to these robots. And her ability to become a diamond was also copied, making it impossible for her to defeat the robot. Simply, she gave up and closed her eyes. But 5 or 6 seconds passed, and there was no pain in the body. Slowly open your eyes. Suddenly, he saw a figure wearing black armor standing next to him. The arm that the sentry robot poked was held in the hand of the man in front of him, and it remained motionless no matter how hard the robot applied force. Sumo's hands holding the sharp awl closed together forcefully. The 2 sentry robots, which had transformed into diamond forms, collided violently and turned into pieces. Then Sumo's figure kept flashing in the open space. Less than half a minute, the dozen or so sentry robots in the clearing had been shattered into pieces. Saw this scene. White Queen's eyes lit up. These sentry robots that have forced themselves into a desperate situation are like children in the opponent's hands, showing no resistance at all. I am saved. Feeling relieved, White Queen's diamond-shaped skin returned to normal thanks to her perseverance. The body sank suddenly. It was only then that she realized that she was floating in mid-air. After his body returned to normal, he fell hard to the ground. Pulling at the wound on her shoulder, she let out a low cry of pain. After finishing handling the robot, Sumo turned around, looked at the White Queen who was gritting her teeth and screaming in pain, and put away the helmet. This was not what he meant to do. Originally, his mental psychokinesis had no problem controlling her diamond body. But after she exited the diamond transformation, the mental psychokinesis was unable to hold her and passed directly through her body. The White Queen showed a surprised look on her face when she saw Sumo's appearance. She didn't expect that the person who could completely torture these sentry robots would be such a young man in his 20s. He forced himself to sit up from the ground. She looked at Sumomo and said seriously, "Thanks. Thank you is more than just words. Can you still stand up?" After finishing speaking, Sumo watched the other party try hard to support himself with his arms, but failed both times. Sumo sighed. He stepped forward, picked up the White Queen from the ground, and flew away into the distance. New York, Brooklyn, in a sea view villa owned by Sumo. As the White Queen groaned, the bullet left in her shoulder flew out from the wound. Tear off the clothes from the wound. Sumo opened the medicine box and took out the medicine and bandages. "I don't think it needs to be that troublesome." As she spoke, The White Queen took off her top, leaving only her underwear. Isn't this more convenient? Sumo's face was stunned. After taking a deep look for a few times, he spread his hands. As long as you're happy. The White Queen opposite saw Sumo's expression and a smile appeared on her face. After bandaging the other party, Sumo stood opposite her. Luckily, the internal organs were not injured, but I need to rest for a while. White Queen lay on the sofa in a state of exhaustion, tilting her head and looking at Sumo opposite her. You seem to know me? As a mutant with telepathic abilities, it can be said that her grasp of micro-expressions is better than those of senior psychologists. Although she was unable to sense the other person's thoughts from beginning to end, but just from the way the other person looked at her, she concluded that the other person must know her. Sumo did not answer, but waved gently. A bottle of whiskey and 2 wine glasses flew out from the wine cabinet on the side. He reached out to take it and poured a glass for each of them. It's not important. The reason why I saved you is because you are of some use to me. It's that simple. After hearing this, White Queen's expression did not change much. As the person who was once second only to Black Emperor Shao in Hellfire, she naturally understood that it was impossible for the other party to risk his life to save her for no reason. Being able to save her means that she is worthy of taking action. At this time, the pain in the wound on her shoulder had subsided after applying medicine. He stood up from his sofa and walked to Sumo. It works. The White Queen's hand gently brushed Sumo's face, revealing a charming smile on his face. Is it as useful as I thought it would be? Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to recuperate in the villa, Sumo's figure rose from the ground. White Queen stood in front of the window of the villa, wiped the corners of her mouth, and looked at Sumo disappearing into the sky. When she was in the jungle before, her telepathic ability could not sense the other person's presence. And just now she tried it twice again, and the results were the same as before. It's not the same kind as Professor. Sumo was completely unable to feel the other person's presence. In comparison, his ability is even more terrifying than Professor X's. And judging from the recent contact, he not only has an extremely powerful physique, but also has the ability to control with his mind. Among all the mutants she knows, there seems to be no one more terrifying than him. This was also the reason why she decisively chose to surrender. Sumo flew in the sky, recalling the information he had received from the White Queen. A few years ago, White Queen Emma was targeted by Bolivar Teslak's Mutant Research Corporation. After fighting several times, she also realized that it was difficult for her to compete with the opponent's sentry robot, and then she chose to live in seclusion, avoiding the pursuit of the robot. But she didn't expect that some time ago, by chance, she was targeted by these robots again. This was the scene in the jungle before. And Sumo knew that the main reason why the other party was able to stay easily was the pressure the sentry robot put on the other party. Without her own shelter, I am afraid that Emma will become a member of the Mutant Research Laboratory before long. Of course, she must be the subject of research. New York State. On a country road leading to a small town, Sumo sat in the passenger seat of an ordinary Ford car with a relaxed expression and slowly closed the document in his hand. You don't seem surprised at all? Hill, who was driving the car, looked at Sumo, who looked normal, and asked in confusion. God knows how shocked she was after seeing what was recorded in this document. This is the legendary vampire. After Sumo heard this, he looked at Hill beside him with a smile. Believe me, among the enemies you will encounter in the future, this thing is not even ranked in the top 10 in terms of scariness. The information in his hand contains records about vampires. And the two of them appearing here together is, of course, Sumo fulfilling his promise and helping S.H.I.E.L.D. Since half a year ago, tourists began to disappear one after another in a small town in New York State. So far, hundreds of tourists have disappeared. S.H.I.E.L.D. once sent many agents here to investigate, but the final result was that they all disappeared mysteriously like those tourists. Even an 8th-level agent dispatched last week also lost contact. In desperation, Nick Fury could only use up the only chance Sumo had promised to take action. After Sumo got the news, he set off with Hill. The agent who folded here did not gain anything at all. There was once an agent who sent the last message before disappearing. The message contained only 3 words. Vampire. Sulimo knew very well. The vampires in the Marvel world can only be regarded as a bunch of weaklings. There are not only 2 major weaknesses, fear of sunlight and silverware. Even the combat power is only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person is equipped with a long silver knife, he may be able to kill several empty-handed vampires with all his strength. This kind of combat power can only be regarded as cannon fodder in the Marvel world where superheroes are everywhere. According to Sumo's current strength, if he just stood here and let them bite him, they might not be able to hurt him at all despite all their efforts. On the contrary, to him, these vampires represent a lot of points. If we can find the other party's lair and clean them, I'm afraid we can gain a lot. Soon, the car stopped in front of a hotel in a small town called Sarah. The small town of Sarah is located in northeastern New York State. Because of its ancient castle and hundreds of ancient buildings, it has become a famous tourist destination, with the number of tourists increasing year by year. It has gradually developed to this day and has become a prosperous town with a permanent population of nearly hundreds of thousands. Sumo walked out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and looked at the conical castles in the distance and the chronological buildings in the castle area, with a smile on his face. The scenery is not bad. It is indeed a suitable place for traveling. Hill got out of the car, then took out 2 slender boxes from the trunk with great effort, glanced at Sumo, and spoke wordlessly. Do you really think we are here for a trip? Although she is a well-trained 9th-level agent, she still feels a little uneasy when facing the legendary vampire. It is completely impossible to be as relaxed and casual as Sumo, just like traveling. When Sumo heard this, he gave the other party a reassuring look. Then he looked at the slightly shabby hotel in front of him. Your funds are already so tight. Although it's not as good as staying in a star hotel, it's too perfunctory. Sumo reached out and pushed open the door, which had some mottled paint on it, and turned to look at Hill, who was carrying 2 boxes behind him. Why don't you consider changing your boss? I can double your salary. Although Hill is just an ordinary person, his ability in management and logistics is almost top-notch, and he is not disadvantaged by his subordinates. Okay, if you have this idea, I will contact you as soon as possible. Listening to the other party's perfunctory words, Sumo didn't take it seriously. The 2 came to the counter. Boss, open a room. After a while, the 2 of them entered a room on the 2nd floor, carrying their things. SHIL the agents disappear here one after another. Obviously, the other party is already very vigilant. The 2 of them came here, naturally, not with their real identities, but pretending to be a traveling couple. Naturally, only one room was opened. He'll place the 2 boxes in his hands on the bed in the room. Enter the password on the keypad on the box. After a burst of pressure relief, the box slowly opened. Sumo looked into the box. It didn't take a guess to know that the box should contain some weapons for dealing with vampires. Although I don't know if it is useful, weapons can always bring people some sense of security. After Hill finished speaking, he handed the box in his hand to Sumo. After Sumo took it, he looked at the pile of weapons inside. The first is a silver long knife. It seemed to be made of some kind of alloy doped with silver. Sumo waved lightly, and a corner of the wooden bedside slowly slid down, and the cut surface was very smooth. I have to say that in terms of weapons and equipment, SHILD still has something to offer. With a slight movement in his hand, the long knife disappeared from his hand, and then he continued to look into the box. Hill's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Sumo's right hand that had just held the knife. Then he looked around for a few times and found no trace of the long knife. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that my eyesight is dazzled? Where are the things? Sumo moved his right hand slightly. The long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and then disappeared again. You can understand it as some kind of special ability. Seeing Sumo perform again, Hill finally came to his senses. Oh my God, this is so amazing. Could it be that you are a mutant? Well, you can understand that. Sumo, who was too lazy to explain to the other party, responded casually. Then his eyes fell on the box in front of him again. In addition to the long knife, there are 3 other things in the box. A specially made pistol that fires silver bullets and comes with hundreds of bullets. Several grenades emitting lavender light, and what looked like spray-type sunscreen. The pistol and bullets were put away without any surprise, and the grenade was easily guessed. It should be a special grenade that can release ultraviolet rays. But Sumo couldn't understand the last bottle of something that looked like sunscreen spray. Turning to look at Hill aside. What is this? Hill, who had already recovered, quickly opened his mouth to explain. This is a skincare spray that contains silver elements. According to them, spraying this spray on your body will make vampires lose any interest in you. Then what's the difference between this and garlic water? After Hill heard this, he looked stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said, the only difference may be that after spraying this thing, ordinary people will not treat you as an alien. Give all the equipment to Sumo. Hill went to search for the traces left by the previous agent, leaving Sumo alone in the hotel. After all, it is their agent's job to investigate matters. But Sumo only provided military assistance. After the other party left, Sumo had nothing to do, so he walked out of the hotel and walked around the town. It's just May. It's the peak tourist season. Tourists carrying bags can be seen everywhere on the streets of the town. It seems that the government suppressed the disappearance of tourists. Sumo sighed. Otherwise, after receiving information about a large number of missing people, there would be no way there would be so many tourists. Wrong. He suddenly realized that if there were no people behind the scenes to interfere with it, the government would probably not choose to suppress the news. After all, there are hundreds of people. It is difficult enough just to block the mouths of these family members. Why would the government do such a thankless thing? In this case, it is likely that senior government officials are involved. After all, for those high-ranking officials, the temptation of eternal life is indeed attractive enough. Although it has the side effect of not being able to live in the sun, if you choose between death and simply not being able to see the light, no one will care about this small disadvantage anymore. Sumo was just like an ordinary tourist, wandering aimlessly in the town. A few hours later, the sky had gradually darkened, and he came to the area where the ancient buildings were located. This area is very large. It occupies almost half of the entire town. Several ancient castles located in the center of the ancient building complex are private areas and are not open to the public. Sumo was stopped as soon as he walked onto a road leading to the castle. Seeing this, he didn't insist anymore, but turned around and left. After walking to where the guards were looking, a set of armor suddenly appeared on him, covering his whole body. Then he moved and flew towards the castle. If we say that in this small town, the things most easily associated with vampires are the castles in front of us. After all, judging from the movies he has watched, vampires all live in castles. But the facts seem to disappoint him. Checked out several castles in succession. Except for a few daily maintenance staff, no vampires with unusually pale faces were found inside. Because it was completely dark now, he had no way to confirm whether these people were vampires based on their appearance alone. He could only test them one by one. The test method is also very simple. Spray the bottle of liquid mixed with silver particles that Hill gave him to them. If there were vampires, they would obviously not remain indifferent. But the result is obvious. These people are really just ordinary people. Until his figure approached an ancient castle located in the center, a shout came from the room on the top floor of the castle. There's a situation. Sumo looked happy. Then the figure flashed and floated outside the window of the room where the shouting came from. Looking into the room, the one who screamed was a girl tied to a chair. In front of the girl stood an old man whose hair was half gray. At this time, the old man's hands were pulling the girl's clothes. Seeing that the girl's clothes had been torn off, only a set of white lace underwear was left. If you saw this scene in the movie, if someone jumped out to save the beauty at this critical moment, Sumo would probably greet this hero's ancestors for 18 generations. But in this reality, Sumo still chose to take action. A pistol filled with silver bullets appeared in his hand, pointed at the old man in the room, and he directly pulled the trigger. Bang! After a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on the old man's head, and he slowly fell to the ground. Kill the villain, points plus 80. Not a vampire? Looking at the blood flowing out of the other party's wound, Suemo sighed in disappointment. With a movement of his body, Suemo entered the room through the open window. With a slight wave of his hand, a flying knife flew out and cut the rope on the girl's body. In the process of cutting the rope, the flying knife accidentally touched the girl's skin. The girl seemed oblivious to this. It seems I'm too sensitive. When Suemo saw this, he thought to himself, "Put on your clothes, and I'll see you off." Then he stood up and stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. Since he didn't meet any vampires, he planned to leave as soon as possible. He should be going back soon at this time. I wonder if she has gained anything there. The moment the tied girl saw the flying knife, a strange color flashed in her eyes. When she heard that the other party was about to send her away, the girl did not put on her clothes in a hurry, but walked to Suemo. "Are you a mutant?" Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Suemo said coldly, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Seeing that Suemo did not deny it, the girl grabbed his arm with both hands and said hurriedly, "Please, save my sister. As long as you can rescue my sister, I will agree to any conditions you have." After Suemo heard this, he was unmoved. "I can send you to the police station later. You should ask them for help in this matter. Do good deeds to save people. That's what police officers are supposed to do. It doesn't matter if he saves people casually like this. But he has no interest in being a superhero." Hearing Suemo's words of rejection, tears flowed from the girl's eyes. "I have already reported it to the police, but these police did nothing at all. Instead, they used it as a threat." As she spoke, her eyes fell on the dead old man beside her. "This man is the chief of the police station." Hearing the girl's explanation, Suemo was speechless. As expected of a country of freedom, this director's operations are a bit shabby. Not only the criminals had to be shot several times, but also those who came to call the police. "Who took your sister away?" "Those are not people, but monsters like vampires." After hearing her words, Sumo's expression changed. "You mean she was taken by a vampire?" Hearing this, the girl's eyes rekindled hope, and she quickly wiped away her tears. "I don't know if those monsters are vampires, but they look very similar to the vampires in the movie." Half an hour later, Suemo took the girl directly back to the hotel where they were staying. At the door, I happened to meet Hill, who was coming back from outside. Seeing Hill's doubtful eyes fall on the girl behind him. "Go back to your room and talk," Suemo explained and took the lead to walk upstairs. After returning to the room, Hill first took out a small instrument, checked the room, and confirmed that there was no eavesdropping equipment in the room before asking. "This is..." Suemo explained to Hill what happened before. "Where was your sister captured by those monsters?" Hill turned to the girl. "It was in a pub called the Irish Pub." "Is the Irish Pub in the east part of town?" The girl was stunned when she heard this, and then nodded quickly. Hill saw Sumo's confused look and explained, "I found some information left by the previous agent on the street today. It turns out that these people lost contact in this area," etc. Suemo looked at Hill with confusion. "Don't you agents know how to send messages or make phone calls, and yet you still use such a primitive way of transmitting information?" Hill spread his hands. "I'm not sure. The fact is that after those agents came here, they quickly lost contact. Only one agent ever sent a message, and that was the message related to vampires. Irish Pub, located on a street in the east area of the town. The entire street is lined with all kinds of neon lights. Women in scantily clad clothes sit under the neon lights, waiting for customers to come. From time to time, someone would come up to ask about the price, and then drag the women into the back room. As Suemo walked, he looked at the scenery on both sides with great interest. What are you interested? Seeing him looking around, Hill teased. Are you interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. reimbursing me? For a moment, Hill was speechless, but she also knew that both parties were just joking. How could a rich man with a net worth of hundreds of billions fall in love with these ordinary things? Soon, The two came to the door of the Irish pub. It looks like a shabby bar from the outside, but once inside, it's a completely different place. The entire bar is underground. After entering the bar, there were not many people inside. What to do next? Looking at the huge amounts of hundreds of people walking around in the bar, coupled with the dim lights, there is no way to distinguish vampires from ordinary people. Well, hearing Sue Mo's inquiry, Hill was speechless for a moment. You can't just come up and ask one by one. Seeing the other party's expression, Sue and Mo sighed. Forget it, I'd better do it. After saying that, Sue and Mo put his hand into his pocket, and when he came out, there was a spherical object in his hand. It's the UV grenade in the previous box. Without any hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and threw it into the air in the center of the bar. Close your eyes. After shouting at Hill, Sue and Mo turned his head away from the direction of the grenade. Hill was shocked when he saw Sue Mo's actions. In this dim environment, not to mention vampires, even ordinary people would become blind within half a month if they were exposed to this, etc. But when her voice came out, the grenade had already been thrown away by Sue and Mo. Seeing this, Hill imitated Sue and Mo without hesitation. Turn around and close your eyes. Bang! A moderate explosion came from the direction of the grenade. Then a violent bright light shot out from the location of the explosion. In an instant, the entire dark bar was illuminated as bright as day. Cries came from all directions. Kill the villain. Points plus 160. Kill the villain. Points plus 210. More than a dozen reminders appeared in Sue Mo's mind. The points you get from killing vampires are very generous. Sue Mo's eyes lit up. Even under certain circumstances, these vampires are easier to kill than ordinary people. But the points are several times that of ordinary humans. When Hill opened his eyes, he immediately saw that almost everyone in the entire bar fell to the ground, covering their eyes and screaming. Sue and Mo looked at Hill's gaze and shrugged. Do you have a better way? But the scope of this accidental injury is too large. Hill was speechless. Don't worry. These people will recover soon, and they were accidentally injured during counterterrorism. Because of this, they could get a long period of paid leave. In total, there is no loss. Maybe they will thank me for it. After speaking, Sue and Mo did not wait for the other party's answer, but rushed in one direction. Relying on psychokinesis, the scene around him just appeared clearly in his mind. In the explosion of the grenade, a dozen vampires hidden in the crowd were turned into ashes. Only the two vampires standing at the entrance of a corridor in the distance escaped because they ducked into the corridor in time. However, they're also burned by UV rays. At this time, with the help of a vampire who was not injured because he was in the corridor, he fled deeper into the corridor. After hearing Sue Mo's explanation, Hill showed a look of helplessness on his face. Then he shook his head and chased after the opponent's back. In the corridor, the two vampires, whose skin was burned, screamed in pain from time to time while running away. White smoke was rising from the burned areas of the skin. To recover from their injuries, they need enough blood. Although the hall is full of living humans, they are not stupid. Being able to take out ultraviolet grenades, a device specifically aimed at vampires, is obviously aimed at them. If they dare to enter the hall again, they may be turned into ashes like their companions in the hall before they can drink blood to recover from their injuries. While running, the three of them also heard the unhurried footsteps coming from behind. As the footsteps get closer, at the end of the corridor, Sue Mo's figure appeared. Looking at Sue and Mo, who appeared behind the three of them almost instantly, the vampire who was not injured pushed the other two out. Go quickly, I'll stop him. After saying that, the woman turned to look at Sue and Mo, opened her mouth, and showed two sharp teeth, and roared at him. Come on, kid, I'm going to suck every drop of blood from your body. After saying that, the woman rushed towards Sue and Mo. Just as he jumped in front of Sue and Mo, he waved his right hand lightly a few times. The female vampire let out a scream. He suddenly fell in front of Sue and Mo, his arms and legs already bent into an incredible shape. The female vampire who fell to the ground still opened her mouth tenaciously and roared at Sue and Mo. That being said, you are very good at sucking. As he said that, The pistol filled with silver bullets appeared in Sumo's hand, and he stuffed it directly into the female vampire's roaring mouth. Seeing the opponent's arm slowly returning to its normal shape, he directly pressed the trigger. Bang! After a gunshot, the female vampire turned into ashes and dissipated. Kill the villain. Points plus 180. Sumo put away the pistol. You were really good at it. I can only hold it for 3 seconds with my pistol. After dealing with the opponent, he continued to chase the other two. Judging from the situation of the fight just now, my guess was correct. These vampires are indeed a bunch of weaklings. Just now, I only used less than 100% of my strength, and the other party was unable to resist. When the two injured vampires heard the screams and gunshots coming from behind, the look of fear on their faces became even stronger. At the same time, footsteps sounded in the corridor again. The sound seemed to step on their hearts, making them almost breathless. After all, the vampire who had just blocked the opponent didn't even hold on for half a minute before he was eliminated by the opponent. If the two of them combined, they're probably not much stronger than the opponent. In panic, the two of them ran to the end of the corridor with all their strength, regardless of the pain in their bodies, and rushed into the elevator. Both hands were pressing the door close button frantically. Looking at the slowly closing elevator door, the two of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing that the last gap in the elevator door had disappeared and the elevator was about to start, the door opening button on the side suddenly lit up. The closed elevator doors reopened. Wardfoot. The two people's hearts dropped again. He hurriedly pressed the door close button again. As the door gradually closed, the door open button lit up again. Fake. The two of them were already on the verge of collapse. If I were allowed to escape, I would definitely find the elevator installer and tear him into pieces. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Sumo's ghostly figure appeared outside the elevator door. Sumo stepped into the elevator. The desire to survive prompted the two vampires to muster up the courage to pounce. However, after a few punches, the two of them recognized the reality and became honest. Lifting a vampire from the ground. Tell me where your lair is. You. Poof. Sumo pulled out the long knife from the opponent's chest and saw that the opponent turned into ashes under his gaze. Then he lifted the other one up. I said, our base is underneath this bar. Before Sumo could speak, the vampire hurriedly spoke. Then he pressed the buttons on the elevator floor several times regularly. A hole opened under the buttons, and a button marking the second floor slipped out. Coincidentally, Hill also caught up from behind at this time. What the other party said fell into her ears. I seem to be a little late. No, you came just in time. After saying that, Sumo inserted the knife in his hand into the vampire's chest. After pressing the new button that appears in the elevator, there was a strong feeling of weightlessness, and the elevator descended for half a minute. This also convinced the two of them that the so-called negative second floor was at least hundreds of meters away from the negative first floor. Bye. As the elevator door opened, there was a dark room outside. There are hundreds of figures standing in the file-sized hall of several hundred square meters. Among these people were several tied-up girls. The girls' wrists were cut open. Streams of blood flowed from their wrists. As if they were having a part, the vampires around him took turns to come forward. Several girls had died due to excessive blood loss. Hill stared at the scene in front of her that made her visibly uncomfortable. Surprisingly, perhaps because this place was too secretive, these people were unprepared and indifferent to the arrival of the two. It wasn't until half a minute later that the two vampires near the elevator noticed the two people walking out of the elevator. After seeing the appearance of the two people, the eyes of the two vampires, a man and a woman, lit up at the same time. Then he rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this scene, Hill finally couldn't help it. He took out his pistol from his pocket and shot the two vampires with 2 casual shots. Huge amounts of gunfire echoed through the underground space. All the vampires in the hall paused and turned to look in the direction of the two of them. Looking at Agent Hill holding a gun, these vampires immediately reacted. He roared angrily and rushed towards his side. Sumo, who was shocked by this big scene, also reacted. Block Hill behind you. Suemo looked at the figures rushing over one after another, howling in anger. A bunch of damn scum. Your dark behavior must be exposed. As he spoke, an ultraviolet grenade appeared in his hand, and he threw it casually. After a while, dazzling light filled the entire space. Exposure plus 1,000. Almost instantly, these vampires are burned to ashes by the light. When the light disappeared, almost all the vampires in the entire space disappeared. Only a few who reacted quickly and hid behind the support pillars survived. He let out a sigh of relief. After this mission is over, I think I need to receive some psychological treatment. Maybe you need to vent more. After saying that, Suemo handed the silver knife to the other party. He reached out and took it. He rushed directly towards the surviving vampires. Although these vampires survived, the strong light in the room still burned their skin. At this time, they were in Hill's hands and had almost no power to resist. In less than 5 minutes, all these vampires were reduced to ashes. Suemo took the lead and walked toward the passage across the hall. Walk along the passage to the end, and there is another elevator. The protection here is quite tight. When there was no one left alive this time, Suemo took out his sword made of adamantium and slashed the elevator door to pieces with 3 or 2 strokes. You wait here, I'll go down and check the situation first. After saying that, Suemo jumped up and jumped directly from the dark elevator shaft. Landing gently on the top of the elevator, Suemo made a hole under his feet and fell into the elevator. After exiting the elevator, there is a corridor less than 10 meters long. At the end of the corridor is a metal gate. Just as he walked to the door slowly opened automatically, revealing the scene behind the door. In a dark hall, there were a circle of pale vampires sitting around them. On the altar in the middle of these vampires, a girl of 17 or 18 years old was tied up. The girl's appearance is exactly the same as that of the girl who was rescued from the castle before. Suemo instantly guessed that this should be the girl's sister. Judging from the circle of vampires sitting around, they seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. There was no hesitation. Suemo changed his hand to the special pistol, raised the muzzle, and fired in bursts. Although I don't know what the other party is doing as an enemy, as long as the other party wants to do something, I only need to stop the other party without thinking, and it must be right. But obviously, these vampires should have a certain status in the vampire community. The strength is not comparable to those of vampires outside. After a flexible jump, they dodged the silver bullets fired at them. Then the group of vampires showed their sharp teeth and rushed towards Suemo. Suemo remained unmoved. He stretched out his fingers on his right hand and flicked them in the air. The bullets that the vampire had dodged drew an arc, turned around, and shot in their direction again. And the speed is at least doubled compared to before. The unsuspecting vampires were shot through by bullets in an instant and turned into ashes. Just as Suemo was about to step onto the high platform, his eyes paused. A flying knife flew out of his hand and cut the rope on the girl's body. Then the girl was dragged away from the high platform by her clothes. The unconscious girl also woke up after all this tossing. She looked at Suemo, who was holding her in confusion. "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party seemed fine, Suemo put him down. "I was entrusted by your sister to save you." After the girl heard this, her face showed confusion. "Elder sister? My parents only have one daughter, me. Where can I get a sister?" Hearing this, Suemo looked stunned, and then his expression changed. Oops. As he spoke, he mentioned that he was going to fly outside, but it's still a little too late. The surrounding walls were instantly wrapped in a black energy. A woman who looked the same as the girl next to him slowly landed from the sky. "It's too late to leave now." As the woman slowly landed, an astonishing change took place in her appearance. By the time she landed not far in front of the two of them, she had transformed into a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s and was wearing a black robe. "Who are you anyway?" Suemo looked at the other party cautiously. Judging from the situation, the other party seems to be a witch. At present, what he is least willing to face is these mysterious opponents. These people have all kinds of strange methods, and it is very likely that there will be situations that they cannot handle. The woman opposite saw Sumo's expression and a smile appeared on her face. Me? I've been alive for so long that I almost forgot my original name. Let me think about it. There was a trace of memory on the witch's face. After a moment, she suddenly came back to her senses and spoke excitedly. Oh, I remembered. You can call me Agatha. Agatha. Sumo's expression changed. He is naturally no stranger to Agatha, who could be considered the most powerful black magician in the Marvel world. Later, the Chaos Force tried to capture Wanda. Although it failed in the end, it cannot deny the strength of the other party's black magic. Were all the people who disappeared in this town caused by you? Of course not, to be precise. It was these lowly vampires who did it. Agatha shook her head. My only goal is this little girl. But now, she is of no use to me, because there is a more suitable candidate than her. After saying that, Agatha's eyes fell on Sumo, and then she took action without warning. A ball of black energy shot out of her hand and shot towards Sumo. Sumo flashed and dodged to the side. At the same time, several flying knives flew out of his body. The moment he dodged, a purple space gate appeared in his path. Sumo had no time to dodge and fell directly into the space door. Unexpectedly, the space door leads to the center of the altar just a few meters away. Not good. Sumo's expression changed, and he immediately flew towards the outside of the altar. But Agatha, who had been prepared for a long time, obviously couldn't let him get his wish. A transparent energy barrier appeared around the altar, covering him and the altar. Sumo clenched his fist with all his strength and struck towards the barrier. After a violent shock, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the barrier. However, the cracks were repaired in an instant. Seeing this scene, Agatha's face was not surprised but happy. Sure enough, this body not only has a long lifespan, but is also as strong as the Hulk. As long as you occupy this body, not only will you not have to worry about the aging of your body for hundreds of years to come, but you will also be able to make up for the weakness of the wizard's body. Okay. Huh. A maniacal laugh burst from Agatha's mouth. When Sumo heard what the other party said, he immediately understood. Wizards and mages are the same. Although they are powerful, they have various methods. But lifespan doesn't change much. Even those as powerful as the Supreme Mage Ancient One need to draw power from the Dark Dimension to extend their lifespan. As a wizard, Agatha is no exception. Judging from what she said, it was obvious that the other party could not extend his life by drawing power from the Dark Dimension like the Ancient One Mage, but instead adopted another method to extend his life. That's the way to seize the body, etc. Sumo suddenly realized. You mean you, a woman, want to take away my man? Agatha's laughter stopped. Don't worry. After my soul enters your body, I can reshape your body into mine. Damn it. You, a woman, want to enter a man's body. It is simply the opposite of Tiangang. The most unbearable thing is that the other party wants to transform his body into hers. At this time, Agatha had already begun to seize the body. The deep purple lines on the altar at Sumo's feet gradually lit up, and Agatha slowly floated directly above the altar, uttering a series of difficult to understand spells. Seeing this scene, Sumo no longer held back. Just now he was able to crack the shield with just his physical strength. With the blessing of psychokinesis, it is not difficult to break the shield. At that moment, a layer of battle armor was put on his arms. Sumo's body rose into the sky, and his fist with hundreds of tons of force hit the top of the protective shield. It sounded like a bubble bursting. The protective shield didn't even last for half a second before it turned into purple energy and dissipated. Sumo rushed toward Agatha in the air with undiminished momentum. Agatha, who was reciting a spell, obviously did not expect this scene to happen. There was a look of panic on her face, and she was about to move aside as soon as her body moved. But compared to Sumo, the speed is really too slow. Almost instantly, Sumo's fist was about to hit Agatha. At the critical moment, dark purple energy overflowed from Agatha's body, forming a protective shield around her body again. But the protective shield shattered almost instantly under Agatha's hopeful gaze. Sumo's fist hit her without any resistance. No! Amidst a scream, Agatha's old body exploded into a mist of blood. Sumo didn't have time to relax. A black shadow rushed out of the blood mist. It sank directly into Sumo's eyebrows. Where Agatha's body was originally, a book exuding black energy floated slowly. It is obviously the Dark Book controlled by Agatha. Less than 5 seconds. The Dark God Book also turned into a stream of light, following Agatha and sinking into Sumo's eyebrows. The moment Agatha's soul entered Sumo's body, Sumo's eyes became dull. After losing control of his body, he fell from the sky. Fortunately, with his current physical fitness, let alone such a height of only 10 meters. Even from a height of hundreds of meters, falling would not cause much harm to him. After Agatha's body was destroyed, the dark energy shrouding the entire hull gradually dissipated. Hill's figure opened the door and rushed in. Looking at Sumo lying on the ground, Hill quickly stepped forward and helped him up. The girl hiding aside also hurriedly stepped forward to help. What's going on? Extending his hand to touch Sumo's breath, Hill turned to ask the girl beside him. The girl recounted what happened in the hall before. After listening, Hill's expression changed. Damn it, the witch took the body. From the girl's retelling, she instantly understood the current situation. What to do? What to do? Hill, who could remain calm no matter how vicious the gangsters were, suddenly became a little flustered. Deal with these mysterious things. She had no experience to draw from. It doesn't matter if you destroy my body. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Agatha's soul originally rushed into Sumo's sea of consciousness with a shout of triumph. However, when she saw the star tower in the middle of the sea of consciousness, which seemed to be in another space, her voice stopped abruptly. The aura emanating from the star tower made the hairs on her body explode. His eyes carefully looked at the star tower and Sumo standing under the star tower. Boy, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your body. Having said this, Agatha stretched out her hand and waved it gently. The Book of Darkness appeared in her palm. However, everything is in vain. Nothing can resist me. With the Dark Book in hand, Agatha regained her confidence. Sumo took a look at the pure, black book exuding black energy in the other person's hand. He knew very well that this was just a copy of the Dark God Book, but the content was basically the same as what was originally recorded. Sometimes, being too conceited is not a good thing. I hope you can still be so tough-talking later. After Agatha finished speaking, the dark book in her hand emitted a stream of pure dark energy, which turned into tentacles and wrapped around Sumo's body. Look at each other with pity in your eyes. Be obedient and give your soul. She knows the power of the Dark Book better than anyone else. It not only records all the black magic created by Sidhorn, but also after a long period of time, coupled with long-term contact with many black magicians, the Dark God Book has turned into a powerful treasure. With the blessing of the Dark Book, her black magic release speed and power can be doubled. The moment the Divine Book releases dark energy, the star tower suspended above Sumo's head seemed to be disturbed. The 9th-level vortex rotating outside the tower shook slightly. A strange wave of energy seemed to be transmitted from another space and swept towards the location of Agatha and the Dark God Book. The tentacles that stretched out from the Dark Book disappeared as if they were annihilated the moment they came into contact with this energy. Agatha's expression changed when she saw this. With his hands waving, more dark energy overflowed from the Divine Book and turned into tentacles to resist the energy released by the vortex. But these tentacles can't slow down the speed of energy at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, the energy arrived in front of Agatha. No! In a miserable cry, Agatha's soul disappeared directly into Sumo's sea of consciousness like those tentacles. After the energy swept away, only the Dark Book of Darkness was left floating slowly. Seeing the Dark Divine Book left in place, Sumo's eyes lit up. Suemo was not surprised that the Star Tower could crush the opponent. No matter how you say it, it is at least a God King level weapon. How could even a witch not be able to resist it? He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and was about to put away the Book of Darkness. Although the frontal combat effectiveness of the devouring system is extremely strong, it is still somewhat weak in the early stages of facing these magical enemies. If he can control the Dark God Book, he will undoubtedly be able to make up for his shortcomings in this area. This is the divine book opposite to the book of the Holy Trinity, Weishan Emperor. It can be said to be the existence at the top of magic in this world. However, just when Suemo was about to touch the Dark Divine Book, the Star Tower at the center of the consciousness sea trembled, and the Dark Divine Book turned into a stream of light and sank into the Star Tower, as if it had received some kind of summons. The moment the Dark God Book sank into the Star Tower, in some dark dimension, Sithorn, the god of the underworld, who was sleeping so huge that he couldn't see the edge, suddenly opened his eyes. My power! At this moment, he felt that the power in his body was being rapidly withdrawn. The speed was so fast that in less than 2 breaths, 1/10 of the power in his body had been drained away. Feel it carefully. Is this a believer borrowing my power through black magic? As the god of Hades, the creator of black magic, all those who use black magic need to borrow his power in order to successfully release it. Of course, as a price, after using his power, it will be gradually eroded by his power. Until the end, his soul was completely devoured by him. And the soul is the source of the evolution of their power. Wrong. Sithorn shot down the possibility almost instantly. Even if millions of the most powerful black magicians release magic at the same time, the consumption rate cannot reach this level. No time to think. Sithorn quickly cast a spell, intending to block the leakage of power within his body. After all, according to the speed of this energy extraction, he would not be able to hold on for even half a minute before he would be drained directly. When the time comes, he, the god of Hades, will probably become a laughingstock in the Mephisto world if he dies because he borrowed the power of believers and was drained of his energy. For a moment, Sithorn's expression suddenly changed. No, it's impossible. A crazy roar came from his mouth. He just tried it and found that no matter how he cut off the connection with the other party, the speed of the loss of dark energy in his body did not change at all. This was the first time this happened, causing Sithorn's brain to shut down for a moment. The black magic he created borrowed his magical energy. Of course, it is up to him to decide whether to borrow or not. But what is the situation now? Even without his permission, energy was pouring out crazily. This is not borrowing, this is robbery. Sithorn howled angrily. However, as one of the 4 oldest ancient gods, Sithorn calmed down almost instantly. The top priority now is to save his own life first. Think of this. Sithorn's huge body composed of dark energy was surrounded by a huge purple magic circle. The endless dark energy around him poured into his body like a tide, making up for the energy he consumed. His current location is the underworld he created after countless years. This world is full of dark energy, which can be directly absorbed by him, with a crazy influx of energy. Only then can he barely maintain the flow of energy in his body and maintain it in a balanced state. After temporarily stabilizing the situation, Sithorn had time to sense towards the heavens and the world. Damn be *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈ where your soul will be burned in the flames of hell for millions of years. I don't know how much time passed. Found you. Sithorn made a sound of excitement. Then consciousness descended into Sumo's world. With his ability, he can possess the body of anyone in this world at will. After possessing him, he can exert 1% of his ability. But he didn't think that in this state, he could deal with enemies who forcibly plundered his energy. Wandage Mountain, Temple of Darkness. On the rock wall carved with complicated patterns, waves of dark energy overflowed. Finally, a black book condensed in mid-air, which was the original Dark Divine Book. At the same time, a black space door slowly opened in the cave. Under the control of Sithorn, The dark book of darkness disappeared into a space door opened in front of it. In the underground space of the bar, Suemo slowly woke up. After the copy of the Dark God book was taken into the Star Tower, he tried various methods, but could not take it out. In desperation, I can only give up. After all, strictly speaking, Agatha was also killed by the Star Tower, and this was also the spoils of the Star Tower. See Suemo wake up. Hill and the girl on the side were not happy, but reacted with surprise. Take a few steps back to distance yourself from him. Hill even took out his pistol and pointed it at Suemo opposite. Who are you? The witch's soul had entered Suemo's body, and they were not sure whether the person standing in front of them was Suemo himself or the witch who had successfully seized the body. Don't worry, the witch has been completely eliminated, Suemo replied listlessly. Sitting back and watching the Book of Darkness slip away from his hands, he still felt somewhat depressed. How do you prove it's you? Hill didn't believe him because of these simple words, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand did not move away. Well, faced with such a niche language, Suemo thought for a long time, and finally spread his hands helplessly. Okay, how do you need me to prove it? Hill was also stumped by this question. After thinking about it for a while, he asked, what color was my dress when we first met? As she spoke, she seemed to be too hot due to strenuous exercise. She casually took off her coat, wearing only a fitness suspender top underneath. Show off your proud figure without reservation. When Suemo saw this, he couldn't help but take a few more glances, of course only with admiration. At the same time, I recalled it in my mind. The development of his mental power has made his memory dozens of times that of ordinary people, almost to the extent that he never forgets his mistakes. Black. Hill nodded. I believe you for now. After saying that, he turned around and walked outside. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible before other vampires arrive. Suemo looked at the other person's back and followed him in 2 steps. You're so careless. Do you believe me when I say it? He thought he needed to explain a lot, but he didn't expect Hill to believe it after simply verifying it. Hill turned to look at him. It has nothing to do with the question you answered, she explained while putting her coat back on. Just now you glanced at my chest 6 times inadvertently. I don't think witches would be interested in my figure. Hearing this, Suemo was stunned and secretly admired in his heart. You can still play like this. You are worthy of being a professional agent. However, I think, Ms. Hill, you are still a little hasty. Do you need to verify it a few more times? Several people took the elevator back to the lower level of the bar. After what happened before, the bar was now empty. Just when they were about to leave, in midair next to it, a space door slowly opened. The dark divine book controlled by Sid Horn flashed and disappeared into Suemo's eyebrows. Come again. Suemo only had time to utter a complaint before he closed his eyes and fainted again. Fortunately, Hill reacted quickly and supported him directly. The rescued girl helped Hill put Suemo on the seat beside him. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to look at Hill. Did he open a bookstore in his head? Hill was a little helpless when he heard this. In such a short time, a witch and 2 books had entered Suemo's mind. Maybe. In the sea of knowledge. After the Dark God book entered here, it rushed directly towards the Star Tower without any pause. The closer the distance is, the more clearly Sid Horn can perceive where his power is flowing. As we get closer and closer to the Star Tower, in Sithorn's eyes, the Star Tower is getting bigger and bigger, and the distance between the two seems to be getting farther and farther. Damn it, what the hell is this? Feeling that the dark book he controlled became smaller and smaller in front of the Star Tower, Sidhorn understood that if he continued, he would probably never reach the location of the tower in front of him. He gritted his teeth hard. Sidhorn controlled the Dark God book and returned towards the original path. At this time, he also clearly understood that the opponent's strength was superior to his. If he continues, this part of his consciousness will probably be lost here. Noticing that the other party wanted to escape, there was finally a strange movement on the Star Tower. A ray of light shot out from the top of the Star Tower and illuminated the dark book. No, it was as if the ice and snow were melting. Sithorn's consciousness attached to it was instantly erased. The genuine Dark God book that was left behind turned into flowing light again and submerged into the Star Tower. Sumo on the side saw this scene. I was secretly shocked. Judging from the simple appearance of the previous Dark God book, it is easy to infer that it is the genuine Dark God book. Judging from the time point at this time, the person who can freely control the Dark Book is probably Sithorn, the god of the underworld. Is this god of hell so stingy? After reading his pirated books, you came to the door to find someone to settle the score? But what if Agatha has watched it for hundreds of years? Sumo, who couldn't figure out the key, simply ignored it and went directly to the Star Tower. No, brother, let's discuss it. The two books are almost the same. You can keep one copy for me. The pirated version is fine, I won't pick it. But the Star Tower in front of him seemed indifferent. Standing in front of the Star Tower, Sumo tried to communicate with the Star Tower. No matter what he said, it was a treasure that he recognized as his owner. He had to give his owner some face. But it turned out that he didn't have enough face, or there was no intelligence at all in the Star Tower. He kept chattering in front of the tower for a long time, but there was no response from the Star Tower. Sumo had no choice but to retreat from inside. Kamatage, in an ancient hall on a circular platform in the center, hanging the most powerful magic weapon in the Supreme Sanctuary, the Eye of Agamotto. The moment Sithorn mobilized the Book of Darkness, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and a burst of magical energy centered on it and spread out to the surroundings. Oops! Lao Wang, who was standing by, changed his expression. Before he could send a signal, a portal opened, and the figure of the Supreme Mage Ancient One walked out of it. The Ancient One who came out waved his hand lightly, and the Eye of Agamotto was automatically placed around her neck. He pinched out a seal in his hand, and a stream of information was transmitted into the mind of the Ancient One. After a while, Ancient One slowly opened his eyes. Lao Wang, who was waiting anxiously aside, finally came forward. What's going on? The Ancient One slowly placed the Eye of Agamotto back on the shelf. Just now, Emperor Weishan sensed the breath of Hades in this world, and used the Eye of Agamotto to remind us. Hades, hearing this name, a trace of emotion flashed in Lao Wang's eyes. That's Sithorn, one of the four ancient gods who is several times more powerful than Domu. That's right. Ancient One nodded. It's a pity that after only sensing it for a moment, the other party disappeared from the earth again. I don't know whether he left or hid. Having said this, she looked at the murals of the New York sanctuary carved on the walls of the temple. Next, I'm afraid the whole earth will be in chaos. Hades, Danby ************************************************ D, you robber. The whole world vibrated with Sithorn's roar. Don't blame him for being angry. He took the Dark God book to the other party to discuss it, but he didn't expect that even part of his consciousness would be destroyed by the other party this time. This also caused some damage to his body. Moreover, his connection with the Dark God book has been completely severed. It wasn't until half an hour later that the entire underworld gradually calmed down. It's not that Sithorn has calmed down, but just now, the suction force in his body has doubled. Now the speed of his energy absorbing can't match the speed of the opponent's absorption. If this continues, he will soon be sucked dry by the other party. Judging from the fight just now, the Dark Book controlled by it has almost no resistance in the opponent's hands, although it is only a part of the consciousness attached to it. If you think about it from another perspective, if it were facing up, it would not be able to be solved so neatly. This shows that the opponent's strength is definitely above it. Going directly to the other party to fight for your life will definitely not work. If the strength is at the same level, it is called desperate. If someone like him rushes forward, it is called delivering food. Plan for today. He can only try his best to plunder the energy in the underworld crazily. In this way, although the energy in his body is also in a state of being unable to make ends meet, it is estimated that he can last for several months. He could only pray that the other person would stop before he was sucked dry. When Sumo woke up, he found that he had been moved to the car outside. You're awake. The rescued girl on the side looked at him with joy. Sumo looked around and found that there were only two of them in the car. Where's Hill? Over there. The girl pointed in one direction, and said. Following her gaze, Sumo realized that the bar was already surrounded by police cars. Hill was explaining something to the leading police officer. The girl seemed to be very interested in Sumo. After all, in a sense, this can be regarded as a hero saving a beauty. Through the other party's introduction, Sumo also knew her name, Gemma Simmons. He grew up in New York and is currently pursuing a PhD in chemistry at the State University of New York. This time I came to the town of Sala for tourism, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Can I contact you later? Simmons asked expectantly. Seeing the expectant look in his eyes, Sumo was embarrassed to refuse and nodded immediately. Then the two exchanged phone calls. Sure, just at this time, Hill opened the car door and got in. It seems that only 2 rooms are enough for tonight. Sumo ignored the other party's joke and asked, what about the rest of the fish that slipped through the net? Hill shook his head after hearing this. At present, there is no good way. It is impossible to get rid of these vampires, but after this incident, they should be more restrained in the future. Hearing this, Sumo nodded in agreement. The number of vampires in this world is so huge that it is impossible to completely clean them up. As long as a few fish slip through the net, it won't take long for them to spread again like zombies. But it seems that in the memory, the Book of Darkness contains a spell that can wipe out all vampires at once. After all, if you remember correctly, it seemed that the origin of vampires was related to the Dark Book. This is why Agatha is able to control these vampires. It is a pity that the Dark God Book was taken into the Star Tower. Otherwise, if you learn it yourself, you can probably get a lot of points by killing all the vampires at once. Open them all and look at the price of the Dark God Book. 50 million points. All right, it is simply impossible to collect so many points in a short period of time. Hill drove his car and parked it outside the hotel, then took out a confidentiality agreement from somewhere and handed it to Simmons. Sign this, and you won't be able to mention anything about what happened this time. Simmons took the confidentiality agreement and opened it in no hurry. Instead, he asked, I don't know what organization you belong to. Are there any requirements for joining? Can I join? You want to join us? Hill obviously did not expect the other party to ask this question. That's right, I could get my PhD in chemical physics in 2 months. Simmons quickly explained. After hearing this, Hill's eyes changed. In SHIELD, in addition to agents like them who are combat units, various research and logistics personnel are also needed. The opponent's doctorate in the field of chemistry is indeed a scarce talent in SHIELD. After thinking for a moment, think about it carefully. If you really want to, come with me back to the headquarters tomorrow. Is it really possible? After Simmons heard this, he glanced at Sumo secretly, and then jumped up excitedly. But she seemed to have forgotten that she was sitting in the car at this time. After a thud sound, Simmons covered his head and plunged it down. After a night's rest, early the next morning, the 3 of them set off and left the town. New York, Brooklyn. White Queen is lying lazily on the lounge chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor. It seems like you're doing pretty well these days. Sumo walked in from the door and joked. Hearing this voice, the White Queen turned her head. Indeed, apart from being a little boring, there is nothing wrong with it. Believe me, you will miss this kind of life very much in the next period of time. Looks like I'm going to be useful. Certainly. Sumo nodded and stepped forward. However, before that, your ability still needs to be strengthened. With a wave of his hand, several pages of paper appeared in his hand, and then he handed them to the White Queen. What is recorded above is a technique he selected from among the techniques in his mind, a technique specifically used to cultivate spiritual power, Phantom Demon. It is a secret training method belonging to the lineage of masters and illusionists. These include the God-forging technique that improves mental strength, the dream entering technique that can create illusions, and the soul mark cultivation method. Soul Seal is the foundation of the illusionist lineage. It is also the powerful foundation of the illusionist lineage, enslaving all things. Any creature with intelligence can be enslaved by the soul mark. In Sumo's opinion, they all belong to the same lineage of spiritual power. The White Queen's telepathy is somewhat similar to the illusionist's ability, and she should be considered a gift. There's no reason why you can't practice these secret techniques. Of course, only half of the content is recorded here. But this is enough for White Queen Emma to practice for a long time. Emma took the paper from Sumo's hand doubtfully. She doesn't think that just relying on the contents of a few pages of paper can greatly improve her strength. After a few casual glances, her eyes lit up. His expression gradually became serious. As she watched more and more content, her breathing became rapid, and a blush appeared on her face due to excitement. Oh my God, this is really shocking. Are all the things recorded on this true? After reading what was recorded above, White Queen looked at Sumo with bright eyes. Of course, I have no intention of lying to you with things that I can tell are true and false just by trying them. Oh, by God. The excited White Queen seemed a little incoherent. Then, she directly hung her hands around Sumo's neck, looking at each other with smiling eyes. My dear, I don't quite understand some of this. Can you go to the room and discuss it? Sumo heard this and glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window on the side. I think it's great here. After Sumo gave me everything he had to teach me, Emma couldn't wait to enter the room to practice this secret technique. Sumo came to another villa less than 2 kilometers away. It is Wanda and Pietro who live here. The reason why the White Queen is placed here is also to protect Wanda and the others. Emma relies on her telepathy ability to pay attention to everything here at any time. As soon as he walked into the villa, he saw Pietro doing a frog leap with a barbell on the grass outside the villa. After nearly a month of exercise and the nourishment of ferocious beast meat, now Pietro's strength has reached more than 800 kilograms, and he is not far away from reaching the level of a quasi-warrior. Carrying more than 200 pounds of barbell, he still moves with ease. Reaching out to wipe the sweat from his face, Pietro inadvertently saw Sumo walking in. His eyes lit up. He threw the barbell on his shoulder and came up and gave Sumo a hug. Hey Su, you're finally back. Sumo smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. It seems that you have made great progress during this period. Speaking of this, Pietro's face showed excitement. It's incredible. It's really amazing. Do you know how strong I am now? It's over 800 and close to 900 pounds. My running speed is close to 20 meters per second. If I go to the Olympics now, I will be able to win gold medals. Seeing the other party dancing excitedly, Sumo smiled softly. No wonder the other party would go to the Olympics after awakening to the Speed Force. It seems like his idea is really deeply ingrained. Calm down, Pete. You should know that according to the cultivation method I gave you, you can't even be considered a beginner now. All right. After hearing Sumo's persuasion, Pietro gradually calmed down. By the way, Wanda is in the back garden, Pietro said, pointing behind him. Sumo nodded. You keep going. After speaking, he walked towards the back of the villa. When she entered the back garden, Wanda was carefully pruning the flower branches with a small pair of scissors. Sumo walked behind her without even noticing. It wasn't until he put his arms around the other person's waist that Wanda was suddenly startled. When the scissors in his hand almost hit the person behind him, he noticed that the person behind him was Sumo. With a sigh of relief, Wanda put down the hand holding the scissors. If you do this next time, I can't guarantee whether the scissors in your hand will get stuck. Sumo didn't take it seriously. Even if the opponent's scissors were really stuck, it would not be able to hurt him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a bouquet of roses appeared in Sumo's hand. Wow! Wanda took the bouquet that suddenly appeared in the other person's hand, with a surprised smile on her face. Is this magic? Certainly, Sumo Hien admitted shamelessly. Then he tidied Wanda's hair, which looked a little messy. I have wronged you all this time, so I can only hide in this place. After Wanda listened, a smile appeared on her face. No, I think this kind of life is pretty good. I can take care of the flowers and plants every day and don't have to worry about making a living. I don't know how many times better than our previous life in Sokovia. Don't worry, this won't last long. After resting in the villa for a night, Sumo returned to the manor. Sitting in the estate's fitness room, Sumo first opened the attribute list. Name, Sumo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 103,560 kilograms. Speed, 390 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 408,600 kg. Special ability, none. Points, 34,160 points. After a period of time, relying on the spiritual core in the mind, strength, speed, and psychokinesis have been greatly improved. After killing hundreds of vampires, his points have risen to more than 30,000 again. However, he does not plan to redeem these points for the time being. By repeatedly using the spirit of vegetation, you can naturally increase your strength by a lot, but at most you can only reach the peak of the God of War. It is absolutely impossible to break through to the planet level. Moreover, it is not suitable to use the spirit of plants and trees crazily to increase strength in a short period of time. On the contrary, it is better to accumulate enough points and directly exchange them for treasures that will allow you to break through directly. There are many similar treasures: Wooden Spirit, Red Flame Fruit, Ningguang Grass, Heavenly Thunder Liquid. Either one can directly promote his warrior strength to the planet level. And the cheapest Wooden Spirit only requires more than 50,000 points. There are only about 20,000 points left, and I believe it won't take long to collect them all. Since there are no plans to exchange treasures for the time being, the only way to improve strength is to increase the amplitude of force. Now Sumo's Thunder Sword, Cultivation, has reached the 3rd level, and his power amplitude is 3, able to exert twice the strength of its original strength. The amplitude of psychokinesis reaches 6. It can control 6 flying knives at the same time, and the power of each flying knife can maintain maximum power. In contrast, the improvement of mental psychokinesis is easier. As for the secret method of mental psychokinesis, he chose a secret method called Illustration of Gods and Demons. The catalog contains a total of 99 maps. Each map is a complex, 3-dimensional map of gods and demons. With a thought, the 7th picture album appeared in his mind. These catalogs become more complex the further they go. The 7th one shows a kind of god and demon with a human body and 2 wings. Its entire body is outlined with psychokinesis threads. After Suemo really observed it for a moment, the mental psychokinesis was instantly released, turning into golden filaments that interspersed and combined in the mid-air in front of him. After a while, half of the body of the god and demon appeared in mid-air. As the number of mental power threads increased, Suemo felt more and more strenuous. Not good. Finally, at a certain moment, Suemo could no longer maintain the complicated threads in the air, and the entire phantom of gods and demons composed of spiritual power dissipated in the air with a boom. Suemo sighed. After resting for a moment, he started sketching in mid-air again. The sign of successful cultivation is that you need to outline the complete body shape of the entire god and demon within 1 minute. Cultivation time is always boring. In the next period of time, Suemo was in the villa, constantly increasing the amplitude of his mental power. After nearly a month, he directly increased the increase in psychokinesis to 12. And the process of psychokinesis, which constantly consumes the spirit like this, can be regarded as another kind of practice. The intensity of his mental psychokinesis is also constantly increasing. Now his psychokinesis has reached 432 tons. When 12 daggers are controlled at the same time, the superimposed impact force can reach more than 5,000 tons. It's time to completely eliminate Lao Wan's threat. Suemo stood on the balcony of the villa and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Knack Island, located about 300 nautical miles northeast of New York. The island is more than 80 nautical miles away from the nearest land. This also leads to the fact that there are not many permanent residents on the island. The total population of the only small town is only a few thousand people. On the seaside, far away from the town, there are buildings with moss-covered exterior walls. This was once a private prison, but it was abandoned more than 10 years ago. Ever since there were rumors that the prison was haunted on the island a few years ago, People on the island generally would not come here easily. At this time, in a watchtower in the prison, standing was a mutant with light blue eyes. The mutant's eyes kept scanning the distant sea. When he saw a certain direction, his face looked slightly startled. For no other reason than in the direction he was looking at, a yacht was slowly heading this way. But the man didn't pay too much attention. Although the island is located in inaccessible waters, yachts driven by rich people come here from time to time. Under normal circumstances, it only takes a little action from them to frighten these life-hungry rich people away. Thinking of this, the man picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Mike, there's a yacht approaching us. Give him some color." "Sure." In a small wooden house, a dark-skinned young man heard the words coming from the intercom. There was an excited smile on his face. "Don't worry. I guarantee you can give them an unforgettable memory." Putting down the walkie-talkie, the man walked out of the wooden house, looked at a small white appearing on the sea in the distance, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took a run, and jumped into the seawater. When the man entered the water, the surrounding water flow was under his control, forcing him to shuttle towards the yacht at high speed. On the yacht, Sue-Mo and White Queen were sitting in the awning on the deck. Each held a glass of champagne in their hands. "There seems to be a small fish swimming towards us." White Queen took a sip of champagne and said with a smile on her face. At the same time, her eyes looked toward a certain location underwater. "Do you mind if I try out my new abilities on him?" "Just do whatever you want." The corners of Sue-Mo's mouth rose slightly. After a period of practice, the White Queen's illusion skills have made great progress than before. Of course, the most important thing is that she finally formed her first soul seal. This means that as long as she shoots this soul mark into the opponent's sea of consciousness, she can obtain a permanent slave. Even if the opponent is hundreds of times stronger than her, there is no way to escape the control of the soul mark. Unfortunately, condensing soul seals is not an ordinary difficulty. Otherwise, it would not have taken a full month to successfully condense one. This is based on her mind control ability. This soul seal was naturally prepared by Sue-Mo for Magneto. This is why he had to wait for more than a month. After all, against Magneto, the number of flying knives he controls does not make much difference. Even a few decades ago, Magneto could easily control a 1,000-ton submarine. As long as Magneto is prepared, even if he can control hundreds of flying knives, I'm afraid it won't have much effect on the opponent. His psychokinesis mainly serves the purpose of surprise, and using the soul seal to control the opponent was the best way he came up with to deal with Magneto after thinking about it. If the other party dares to scheme against him, Sue-Mo will naturally not let him go easily. Compared with killing the other party, this method of permanently enslaving the other party is more in line with Sue-Mo's interests. With Sue-Mo's permission, White Queen's eyes flashed with silver light. Less than half a minute, there was an explosion on the water next to the yacht. The man named Mike jumped out and slapped on the deck like a dead fish. After taking control of Magneto, this person can be considered as our subordinate. Maybe he can come in handy in the future if he stays. White Queen explained. As the exact person who implemented it, she was naturally very clear about Sue-Mo's plan. There are now a total of 138 mutants on the island. Most of them are mutants below level 3. Only 4 of them can be considered to have some combat effectiveness. They are Magneto, Red Tank, Pyro, and Bone Spur. White Queen Emma spoke out the news she got from Mike's mind. Bone-piercing man? Sue-Mo looked stunned. He was no stranger to the 3 people in front of him, but he seemed to have never heard of the last one. Bone spikers can continuously generate bone spikes in their wrists, which can be used for throwing and as close-quarter weapons. White Queen explained with a smile. Sue-Mo had a look of surprise on his face. He seemed to have some impression. However, this ability is not much better than that of ordinary people holding guns. Even this kind of ability is considered to be among the top in the Brotherhood. It is conceivable how the Brotherhood has declined. At this time, the mutants standing in the watchtower saw the yacht approaching the shore, but Mike, who went to stop it, couldn't get in touch. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. At that moment, he quickly ran towards the main building. But just after running 2 steps, his eyes rolled and he fainted. On the top floor of the prison, Magneto, wearing a helmet, stood in front of a special cell. Raven, I admit my previous mistakes. I just ask you to put down your hatred and join us again in fighting for the future of mutants. In the cell in front of Eric was a fair-skinned woman with short hair. The woman sat on the bed in the room and glanced outside without any emotion. I don't want to be ruthlessly abandoned again after being useless for one day. Eric heard this and quickly explained. Raven, listen, that wasn't my intention. Without your ability, continuing to follow us will only harm you. But Raven in the cell obviously didn't believe what the other party said. There was a mocking expression on his face. Really? Then I really blamed you wrongly. Raven, shut up. Seeing that the other party still wanted to make shameless excuses, Raven let out an angry roar. And then his face gradually calmed down, and he stared coldly at Eric outside the door. Kill me, or one day I will twist your head off your neck. As she spoke, the skin on the surface of her body flipped, and finally she turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. Your mother died in my hands. Don't you want to avenge her? Eric watched Raven transform in a Black King Shao and kept mocking himself. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Raven, one day, you will understand that everything I do is for the continuation of mutants. After saying that, Eric walked away. Mystique Raven in the cell regained her appearance, looking coldly at Magneto, who disappeared in the corridor. Just came downstairs. The figure of the fireman came forward. Eric, long time no see. Sure. Magneto looked at the approaching yacht with an uncertain expression on his face. The other mutants stood 10 meters behind him. You know, he has found White Queen several times before and asked her to join his brotherhood. After all, the only thing missing from his brotherhood is a mutant with telepathic abilities like the White Queen. If the other party joins, many of your ideas will be easily realized. But these times, without exception, they were rejected by the other party. Now that White Queen came over on her own initiative, he didn't think it was because she agreed to his previous request. However, he was not worried that the other party would be detrimental to them. After all, although his ability has not been completely restored, there is nothing to worry about just relying on the strength he has recovered now. With Black Queen's helmet that can isolate mental power, he is not afraid of White Queen's psychic ability at all. Even if the White Queen controls all these mutants, he is confident that he can handle it. After all, among the remaining people, the strongest one is Red Tank, and Red Tank, like him, is immune to the opponent's psychic ability. The advantage is mine. Soon, the yacht docked on the shore. Unexpectedly, 2 people got off the boat, and the first person to get off the boat was a young man. The White Queen he valued very much was behind this young man. Who is this person? Seeing Sue Mo walking in front, Eric looked doubtfully at the White Queen behind. However, the White Queen had no intention of introducing her. Sue Mo, who was standing in front, had a chuckle on his face. Mr. Eric, I heard that you are very short of money and wanted to get my support, so I came here to take a look. When it comes to investing, you have to let investors see the project and the benefits. After hearing what Sue Mo said, the expressions on the faces of everyone following Magneto changed at the same time. Some time ago, I was thinking about how to force the other party to give up my family property obediently, but now the other party came to the door. It was obvious that the other party was not a good person. The expression on Magneto's face, who was standing in front, did not change at all. He walked forward in 2 steps and got in front of Sue Mo. Boy, don't think that with Emma's support, you can show off your power in front of me. Hearing this, Sue Mo had a gentle smile on his face. Oh, so in Mr. Eric's opinion, does this count as showing off one's power? Then what is this? As soon as he finished speaking, Sue Mo kicked out his right foot like lightning. Magneto didn't even have time to react. He felt a pain in his stomach, and a strong force came from him. After knocking over several people behind him, he hit hard against a coconut tree not far behind. After a body bounce, he fell to the ground. A trace of blood spit out from his mouth. Court death. Seeing Sue Mo take action, the Red Tank standing aside rushed towards him. Pyro Allardyce, who originally wanted to take action, extinguished the flame in his hand after seeing this scene, turned around, and ran towards Magneto. Suemo looked at the rushing red tank, raised his right hand, a layer of vibranium armor appeared on his arm, and slowly made a fist. Diamondization. He turned to Emma and reminded her. Then turned sideways and punch. 3x strength increase. Boom! The fist collided with the shoulder of the charging red tank. 300 tons of power exploded instantly. After a meal, the red tank's body exploded into tens of thousands of skin fragments. On the other side, after Magneto was helped up by Pyro, he had no time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly distanced himself from him. He wasn't sure whether this was the real Pyro himself or the Pyro controlled by the White Queen. If the opponent takes off his helmet when he is not prepared, he will undoubtedly become a piece of meat on the White Queen's chopping board, at the mercy of the opponent. When the fireman saw Eric's actions, his expression froze. Sorry, Allardyce. I have to be on guard. After all, you have just been controlled by the White Queen without your noticing. Pyro Allardyce had an ugly smile on his face. I see. As soon as the two people finished speaking, there was a huge amount of noise, and a metal helmet fell at the feet of the two people. Only then did the two of them look towards Sumo's position. Seeing the hell scene with blood everywhere within a few dozen meters in front of the other party, the expressions on their faces changed drastically. A series of screams came from the crowd of mutants, because they were right in front of Suemo. Their bodies were almost covered in shreds of red tank skin. Although each of these people has at least a few human lives in their hands, this is the first time they have encountered someone so cruel. No, the devil. He is the devil. After a female mutant shouted, she ran away with a nervous breakdown. It seemed to have caused a chain reaction. Shouts of collapse sounded one after another. More than 1/3 of the mutants collapsed directly under the stimulation of the scene before them. One by one, they scrambled to escape towards the rear. Magneto watched these mutants flee one after another, and the expression on his face gradually calmed down. You leave first, and leave the affairs here to me. After giving instructions to the Burning Man, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose up. Not killing me directly would be the stupidest decision you have ever made in your life. Magneto, who was floating in the air, said coldly. Then he slowly spread his hands, and the surrounding magnetic field changed by huge amounts under his influence. In less than a few seconds, a powerful magnetic circle formed around him. After ensuring his own safety, his eyes fell on the White Queen behind Suemo. Emma, although I don't know what benefits the other party has given you, it's still too late for you to choose to give up on him and join the Brotherhood. White Queen smiled and shook her head. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Hearing the other party's rejection again, Magneto's expression turned cold. It seems that you still don't understand the situation clearly. After I deal with this kid in front of you, you will change your mind. At this time, Suemo on the side also looked away from the system panel. Unexpectedly, just by killing one red tank, he gained more than 20,000 points. Right now, he was only about 3,000 points away from redeeming Muyajing. It seems like you think you have a guaranteed victory. Suemo raised his head and looked at Magneto in the sky, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Magneto looked at Suemo calmly. The physical strength is limited after all. The only way is to be able to control the power of nature. You know nothing about my power. As soon as he finished speaking, within 1 kilometer around him, countless metals slowly flew off the ground under the control of the magnetic field. Next, I'll let you clearly see the gap between the two of us. At the moment when Magneto exerts his power, SHIELD headquarters, a shrill alarm sounded. Nick Fury hurriedly came to the combat command room. Can anyone tell me what happened? Coulson shook the tablet in his hand, and the picture above was directly transferred to the huge amounts of screen in the war room. The scene in the picture is exactly what happened on Knuckle Island. Director, Magneto seems to have had a conflict with someone else. Enlarge the screen. Nick Fury gave an order, and the distance on the screen narrowed. But now, under the control of Magneto, The island is completely enveloped in a powerful magnetic field. Apart from seeing the vague figure of Magneto flying in the sky, the specific situation inside could not be seen at all. Director, although the conflict occurred on the east side of NAK Island, if it continues like this, it may affect the residents of NAK Town. Then what are you waiting for? Contact Professor X as soon as possible. He knew very well that it would undoubtedly be very difficult to rely on ordinary agents like S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with powerful mutants like Magneto, unless some weapons of mass destruction are deployed. But using these weapons can easily make things get out of hand. Thinking of this, his desire to form a special emergency team became even more urgent. Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters. In a classroom, just like what I usually say, Professor X, who was sitting in a wheelchair and teaching children, suddenly stopped talking, slowly turned his head, and looked towards a door. Really? After a moment, Beast Hank pushed the door open. Professor, something happened. After a few minutes, a fighter plane slowly took off from the academy. Inside the fighter plane, damn it, it seems that the antidote developed by the government through Jimmy is not very reliable. Ororo, the storm girl who controlled the fighter plane, complained. Jimmy was the boy who could make the mutants around him lose their ability. After he was rescued, he stayed in the Mutant Academy. Wolverine Logan is sitting in the cabin with a cigar in his mouth. I told you a long time ago that I should have crushed that kid's heart right then. He was born in 1832, which makes him nearly 200 years old. It is not unusual to call Magneto this way. Moreover, after several battles, due to the adamantium in his body, he was almost completely defeated by Magneto's ability. Every time he met Magneto, he could only be at the mercy of the other party, and naturally he had no good impression of him in his heart. Okay, Logan, now is not the time to discuss this, Professor X said with a solemn expression. What we should consider now is how to stop the other party. Beast Hank adjusted his glasses, and after some hesitation, he took out a plastic pistol from his backpack pocket. Do you want to shoot the opponent again? By God. Logan moved his but away from the other party. To him, this thing was almost the same as poison, and it would probably kill him in one shot. Why do you still have such a thing in your hand? Hank spread his hands. This was kept from the last war. I think maybe we can use it one day. On Knuckle Island, Suemo looked at the metal flying around. There was also a hint of wonder in his eyes. The title of Scene Man is indeed well-deserved. Ability has not yet been restored, and it can cause such a large-scale impact. Magneto in the air waved his right hand gently. Countless metals gathered together in the air, and within a short time, they formed a huge thing. A conservative estimate is that the weight has reached thousands of tons. Magneto looked at Suemo on the ground with a smile of victory on his face. I don't know if you can withstand this blow with your strength. Suemo didn't take it seriously. The reason why he didn't stop the opponent was that he was sure of defeating the opponent. Mutants like Magneto, just like mages, are indeed strong enough in their ability to manipulate metals. It is so strong that even if they break through to the planet level, it is difficult to completely suppress the opponent in terms of telekinesis. However, he also has a huge amount of shortcomings. That is, his body and reaction ability, even with Sumo's current physical fitness. At full speed, with your own flexibility, as long as you don't carry metal objects with you, the other party won't be able to hurt you in a short period of time. As long as the opponent is within the scope of his psychokinesis, it is easy to control the opponent. Magneto's helmet is his best weapon. Looking at Magneto floating in the air, Suemo slowly stretched out his right hand toward the other party. You are happy too early. As he spoke, he gently shook his right hand. The moment he saw Suemo's actions, Magneto realized that something was wrong and hurriedly controlled huge amounts of metal blocks in the air to hit the opponent. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. As Suemo closed his palm, Magneto felt a sharp pain coming from his head. The helmet that isolates the ability of the mind instantly turns into a shrinking cage. Damn it, how is that possible? Magneto's expression changed. He held the helmet with both hands and tried hard to take it off his head. But apparently everything was in vain. Under Sumo's psychokinesis, the neck area under the helmet has shrunk and become as thick as the neck. The helmet was originally made by Black King Shao. In order to guard against Magneto, the material does not contain a trace of metal. This also resulted in him having no way to control the contraction of the helmet through magnetic force. As Sumo's power of thought increased, Eric felt as if his head was going to explode. "Boy, if you win, we can sit down and talk." Looking at Sumo below, he reluctantly suppressed the anger in his heart. His life was in the opponent's hands, so he had to surrender, but he secretly made up his mind to cut him into pieces after getting out of the current predicament. Talk about you, asterisk. Sumo had no intention of talking to the other party, but instantly increased the psychokinesis on his helmet. After being manipulated, he still acted condescending. He didn't intend to talk to himself, but was just forced by the situation. Moreover, looking at Magneto's life, he has never been a person who keeps his promises, and Sumo believes in the reliability of the Soul Seal more than promises. As psychokinesis intensified, the pain soon overwhelmed Magneto's consciousness. Finally, after the helmet shrank to a certain extent, Magneto let out a scream and fainted. The surrounding magnetic field became chaotic for an instant after losing control. All the metals flying in the air fell to the ground, including the huge amounts of metal aggregates controlled by Magneto. Although Sumo's psychokinesis is not enough to lift the metal block, it is not difficult to push it in the air. Driven by psychokinesis, the metal block crossed a parabola and fell directly into the distant sea. Psychokinesis then controlled Magneto's body and landed in front of White Queen Emma. Sumo waved his right hand gently, and the helmet quickly returned to its original shape and fell off his head. "The rest is up to you." The silver light in White Queen's eyes slowly faded. "Certainly." Nodding, she pointed at a group of mutants who were walking slowly with dull eyes. "These are the mutants you asked me to screen out, whose crimes are enough to spend their lives in prison. Well done." Sumo praised them, and then his eyes fell on these mutants. While he was dealing with Red Tank and Magneto, Emma began to use her psychic abilities to read the memories of these mutants. The purpose is to screen out those mutants who have done all kinds of evil. For Sumo, the only function of these mutants who were not even level 3 was to turn them into points. These people promised to kill without any burden. Several flying knives shuttled through the group of mutants controlled by Emma at lightning speed. Less than 10 seconds. Sumo once again gained more than 20,000 points. White Queen also began to cast soul marks. From the current situation on the island, Professor X can easily draw this conclusion. Glancing at Magneto, who fainted on the ground, the silver light in her eyes lit up again. And in just 2 breaths, he became stronger than ever. After the light reached its strongest, a light blue mark shot out from the center of her eyebrows. After a flash, it disappeared into the center of Magneto King's eyebrows on the ground. After a moment, a line flashed between his eyebrows, then disappeared again. At this time, White Queen also slowly opened her eyes. Success. Certainly, White Queen nodded excitedly. This feeling is simply amazing. I can easily feel what the other person is thinking and even control any of his decisions. This is completely different from the superficial manipulation before. Sumo nodded. Naturally, he knew that manipulation like that of White Queen and Professor, and control like Soul Seal, is a deeper level, directly controlling the opponent's soul. Magneto will still retain his consciousness and will only obey her orders unconditionally. Even if she asks him to die, he will execute it unconditionally. Then, wake him up and we should leave. With that said, Sumo grabbed one of Magneto's legs and threw him directly into the seawater aside, watching Magneto fall into the water with a pop. "Actually, I can wake him up directly," White Queen explained quietly. "Really, it seems there is no need for that now." For a moment, Magneto's figure floated up from the sea water and slowly landed not far from the two of them. He looked at White Queen and Sumo with complicated eyes. At this time, the hatred towards the two of them had completely disappeared in his heart. White Queen glanced at the other party. Eric, go to the boat and wait for us. Good master. Eric bowed his head in response, picked up the helmet on the ground, and walked towards the yacht. After using the Soul Seal, his helmet was completely useless. In a way, Soul Seal is not only a means of control, but also a kind of protection. The White Queen's soul mark will also protect Magneto's brain from being invaded by other people with telepathic abilities. After all, this is a secret technique that has been gradually researched and perfected by countless great powers and countless epics. Suemo didn't think anyone in the world could crack it, at least not on Earth. After Magneto entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures walked out of the woods in front of the two of them. These are mutants selected by the White Queen who are of some use to them. Naturally, these include Fireman and Raven, who was previously locked in a cell. After sensing Raven in the building, Emma regained control of Pyro and asked him to bring Raven out. I hope you can keep your promise. After Raven said something to Emma, he took the lead and walked towards the yacht. Suemo looked at this scene in surprise. Emma quickly explained, Mystique, I think you have heard of her name. Believe me, she is very useful to us. Suemo nodded. Of course he had heard her name. In her previous life, Mystique was known as the most desired woman among men. After all, her ability is to change into anyone's appearance at will, get her benefits and understand everything. Of course, the great effect White Queen mentioned cannot be in this regard. Suemo also mentioned to the White Queen that he planned to establish an organization dedicated to hunting down evildoers. Although she didn't know his purpose of doing this, the White Queen didn't care about it all. In her opinion, since Suemo planned to do this, she just had to carry it out. Raven's ability is very suitable for assassination and spying on intelligence. Thinking of this, Suemo asked doubtfully, So what did you promise her? The White Queen smiled. It's not a big deal. The person she hates the most right now is Eric. I just promised her that she can torture Eric for an hour every once in a while until she calms down. Hearing this, Suemo looked stunned. Sure enough, Emma is not a soft-hearted person after being able to control Hellfire for such a long time. Magneto is under the control of the Soul Mark, so even if he is tortured once a day, there is no need to worry that he will rebel, and there is no loss in letting Raven vent. Let's go, Professor X and the others should be arriving soon. Suemo looked at the time and walked up to the yacht first. The White Queen glanced at the island behind her, with a flash of light in her eyes. After deleting the memories of the remaining mutants on the island, she followed Suemo's footsteps and boarded the yacht. The yacht had left less than 10 minutes ago. A fighter plane slowly landed on the island. Soon, the figures of Professor X and others got off the fighter plane. Oh my God! Looking at the corpses of dozens of mutants in the open space, Iceman Bobby let out a cry of surprise. We're late, Professor. Originally, according to his ability, even in X Academy, this island was within the sensing range of his spiritual ability. But from beginning to end, he was unable to sense the consciousness of anyone on this island. To put it simply, in his previous perception, there was no human presence on this island. But this is clearly not the case. Obviously, there is a person with the same psychic ability as him who interfered with him. Now, as the other party leaves, he quickly invades the consciousness of those surviving mutants. However, as he expected, these people had no memory of what had just happened. Storm looked at how almost a third of the island was destroyed. It seems that Eric has encountered a strong enemy. I want to know where he is now, and I can't wait to teach him a lesson. Logan walked up to Professor X with the plastic gun he took from the beast in his hand. He is not on the island now. Eric should have been captured. Suemo didn't care about Professor X's guess. At this time, he was sitting on the cruise ship, listening to Eric explain his plan to create a mutant kingdom. According to him, the reason why he wants to obtain a large portion of funds by hook or by crook is to establish a nation of mutants. The location has been chosen on an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, the actual operation may not be as simple as imagined. Construction can be done slowly, but you must first have your own defense strength. So he has found a channel from the bear country and plans to buy a few mushroom bombs. After successive failures, Eric has realized that relying solely on brute force seems impossible to achieve his wishes, so he plans to take a roundabout path. After hearing the other party's grand plan, Suemo couldn't help but admire Magneto's persistence. After careful consideration, Suemo felt that although Magneto's idea was a bit naive and unlikely to be achieved, it was a good choice to set the organization's headquarters on the archipelago. Moreover, the island has been bought by Eric in some way. Located 1,000 nautical miles east of the United States, it is called the Death Islands. Death Island is located on the route from the United States and the Maple Leaf Country to Europe. It was named because of the dense reefs near the islands, forming a natural shipwreck death area nearby. The main island of the archipelago covers more than 2,000 square kilometers, which is enough to build various facilities on it. Take that yacht. Suemo and the others drove straight east. A few hours later, the yacht has arrived within the Death Islands. With Magneto's control, the yacht docked smoothly on the main island. The main island is in the shape of an oval as a whole. Several houses made of pure metal have been built in the densely wooded and lush jungle on the island. Obviously, these are Magneto's masterpieces. Entering the metal house, what comes into view are more than a dozen piles of US dollars as high as a person. These are all the funds I have collected in the past 2 years. After excluding the cost of buying the island, this is all that is left. The total is 1.6 billion US dollars. Regarding this, neither Suemo nor White Queen's expressions changed. Not to mention that Suemo has a fortune of hundreds of billions. Even the White Queen, when she controlled the Hellfire Club, controlled the money in units of tens of billions, so naturally she would not be moved by the billions of dollars. Suemo stepped forward and picked up a stack of USD. Obviously, thanks to Magneto's ability, the room is well airtight and isolates the moisture from the outside. Since you have decided to establish a stronghold on the island, you naturally have to prepare a lot of work. The architecture on the island is pretty good. Before Magneto bought the island, he had already inspected it. There was still a large number of metal mines under the island. With his ability, he could easily build a steel casting base on the island. The rest are scientific research and logistics personnel. This is quite simple. Recruiting is too troublesome. It is better to kidnap a group of people from underground organizations. The White Queen only needs to brainwash them, and they can become the most loyal subordinates. He threw back the wad of dollars in his hand. Suemo looked at a girl with 2 ponytails standing behind. This girl is one of the mutants they brought back. Ability is nothing unusual, except that the movement speed is 3 times that of ordinary people. But she also has another identity, a well-known hacker on the internet, Shadow. The most glorious achievement was that he once invaded SHIELD's network and replaced Nick Fury's profile photo with a photo of a black braised egg. Surely, I will give you the approximate locations of several underground organizations. Can you determine the specific coordinates of their bases? Shirley patted her private jet confidently. Of course, no problem. Suemo nodded with satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Mystique Raven. Record all the information you know about Sentry Robot headquarters. As the island is a stronghold, it is natural to increase some defense forces. These Sentry Robots are a good choice. The role of these robots is far from just being used to deal with mutants. Each robot has the ability of several mutants, and its combat power is comparable to that of 4th-level mutants like Emma. Just get enough together. Not to mention protecting this small island. Even capturing the entire United States is not a problem. After hearing this, Raven showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. I don't think we can take down the Sentry Robot headquarters. There are various weapons specifically designed to deal with mutants. Even with Emma's psychic ability, there is no way to penetrate into the base. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about this. I have a way. You just need to sort out all the information you know. Seeing that Suemo didn't seem to be lying, Raven nodded helplessly. It's very simple. I can give it to you tonight. After nodding, Suemo finally set his sights on Eric. Your next task is to first build the main building of the base. and then lead the rest of the people to salvage the sunken ship near the island. He couldn't figure out what Magneto had been thinking before. Instead of excavating a treasure house of huge amounts like the island, he relied on gangsters like Kingpin to help him make money. You know, the reason why this place is called Death Island is because there are countless reefs within a few hundred nautical miles around the island. It is for this reason that there are countless shipwrecks in this range. Among them are shipwrecks from hundreds of years ago. These are all treasures. Salvaging a boatload of treasures or antiques is more than the income of these gangsters in several years. As he said that, Sumo looked at the mutant named John. The salvage mission mainly depends on you. He had been tortured by the White Queen before and fainted. He was thrown on the ship and was brought over as well. I didn't expect it to be of great use now. Magneto can only salvage those metal ships and objects, and the rest depends on him. After John heard this, he nodded quickly. After learning about Sumo's plan, these mutants were very excited. Unlike Magneto, they just want to live in a safe and undisturbed place, and this island is undoubtedly a very suitable place right now. And judging from the situation where Magneto surrendered, Sumo's strength is undoubtedly stronger. There is absolutely ability to protect them. Naturally, everyone is very motivated. After arranging everything, Sumo asked Emma to take charge of overall planning, and then came to a cliff on the edge of the island. After controlling the flying knife to carve out a small room of more than 10 square meters on the rock wall, he ducked indirectly. The points are enough, and it's time to break through to the planet level. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden spirit, which cost 52,000 points. As soon as the system finished speaking, a white crystal the size of a fist file appeared in his hand, and at the same time, a strange fragrance filled the cave. Is this the wooden spirit? Sumo looked at the crystal that glowed white in his hand, with a hint of fiery color in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he directly brought the crystal in his hand to his mouth. With a gentle bite, the shell of the crystal was broken, and the pure white liquid inside flowed into the mouth. A strong rice flavor explodes in the mouth. Before he could taste it carefully, the liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. After Sumo drank all the liquid in the crystal, he felt a strong burning sensation in his abdomen, and then the heat began to flow to various parts of his body. After a while, Sumo's whole body was like a cooked prawn, and his skin was red. Feeling this situation, he crossed his legs and started to use the genetic energy cultivation method. In an instant, the heat in the body seemed to find a vent and poured into the muscle cells crazily. A crackling sound came from his body, as his body continues to grow stronger. The dark golden ball in the sea of consciousness also began to release a large amount of spiritual power. After the mental power was released, it quickly disappeared into the sea of consciousness, and Sumo's mental power also increased rapidly. I don't know how much time passed. The ball in Sumo's mind shattered with a snap into countless tiny particles. These particles melted quickly like ice and snow. Until this time, the energy of the spiritual core had been completely absorbed by Sumo. This means that his mental psychokinesis has reached the peak of God of War, 1,000 tons. However, although the growth rate of mental psychokinesis has stopped, the energy of the wooden spirit is still improving Sumo's physical fitness. Black substance was constantly discharged from his pores. I don't know how long it took, but the black substance had covered the surface of Sumo's body. There was also a rumbling sound inside his body. After these energies transformed Sumo's physical body to the extreme, the remaining large amounts of energy gathered towards the lower dantian. The position in the center of the lower dantian is constantly condensed and compressed, until it was compressed to the extreme. A sphere like a miniature planet appeared in this position and slowly rotated like a planet. With the formation of the planet, all the energy in the body was absorbed by the planet. He closed his eyes in silence and slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Silver light flashed in his eyes. He slowly stood up from the ground, and a series of sounds came from his body. He closed his eyes and looked inside, seeing the slowly rotating planet in his dantian. Is this the sign of entering the planet level? As his heart moved, waves of gravity came out from the miniature planet. Sumo's body floated from the ground. Unlike before, this time he did not resort to any mental psychokinesis. As if he was born with instinct, he can use the miniature planet to control the gravity and magnetism within a certain range around him. It is precisely because of this ability that he can fly in the sky like a fish in water. Not only that, after reaching the planet level, he no longer needs to breathe and can travel freely in space. This is also one of the hallmark abilities of planet level. Get rid of the shackles of the planet completely. System, open the Properties panel. Instantly, a familiar screen appeared in front of him. Name, Suemo. Age, 20 years old. Power, 1,320 tons. Speed, 1,300 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 1,000 tons. Special ability, Space Freezing. Points, 34,420 points. The first is Physical Strength, which has increased by more than 10 times. It has increased from more than 100 tons to more than 1,000 tons. This power is almost invincible on Earth. With just one punch, a tall building over 30 stories can be easily destroyed. The speed even exceeds Mach 4. This is without the blessing of psychokinesis. If it is driven by psychokinesis, it may exceed Mach 5. Don't underestimate this Mach. You must know that the further back the speed is, the more difficult it will be to improve. After all, the resistance of the air increases exponentially. Psychokinesis, as expected, stayed at the peak of God of War. If you want to break through, you need special skills to condense psychokinesis. However, this is only a matter of time. I believe that it won't take long to break through to the planet-level master, the god's telekinesis. What surprised Suemo the most was this extra special ability. Due to their physical constitution, warriors also absorb cosmic energy, but the properties of energy absorbing are different. This also leads to the fact that after breaking through the planet level, various abilities will be obtained due to different energy absorbing. Energy has various attributes, and even with the same attributes, the awakened abilities are different. This space freezing is immediately known to be the ability of the space system. But it seems that the attributes recorded in the exercises do not include spatial attributes. After thinking for a moment, Suemo could only blame it on the differences in the world. Just because the ability of the space system has not been awakened in that world does not mean that this world is not capable. At the moment, Suemo plans to try his own ability. He closed his eyes and felt it, and it was only then that he realized that he seemed to have an inexplicable feeling of control over the surrounding space. Something moved in my heart. Suemo slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding area of 100 meters seemed to be in a state where time stood still. Even the air stopped flowing. The sound of the sea water and the distant chirping of birds that could have been heard disappeared. Take 2 steps out of the cave. Sumo's eyes were suddenly shocked. Within the scope of his sight, the surrounding area of 100 meters seemed to be separated from the world. The seabirds flying in the air and the seawater within the range seemed to be frozen, motionless. Too strong, simply too strong. Suemo let out a burst of exclamation. At this time, he also roughly understood the role of this ability, able to make the surrounding space in a still state. Unless you have the ability to tear apart space, there is almost no way to move in this space. Only he can move freely. Of course, Suemo can also consume energy to reinforce the frozen space. The file size for reinforcement increases as his strength increases. This ability is somewhat similar to the ability of time standing still. The only difference is that after this ability is exerted, although people in this space cannot move, they have the ability to think. At this moment, Suemo felt a feeling of emptiness in his body. He quickly deactivated this ability. Corresponding to its powerful power, this ability also consumes huge amounts of energy in the body. Under such a situation of covering 100 meters in radius, he could only maintain it for 10 seconds. Suemo took a long breath and suddenly felt a pungent smell pouring into his nose. Seeing the impurities discharge from his body, Suemo jumped into the sea. After soaking in sea water for half an hour, Suemo cleaned the dirt off his body. Just as Suemo was about to leave, he saw a huge amount of sharks swimming towards him in the distance. Sharks are not a strange thing in this wild sea. Although the shark swims very fast, in Sumo's eyes it seems like slow motion. Feel the energy gradually recovering in your body. Suemo flicked his finger. An energy ball the size of soybean file was shot out of his hand. It submerged into the shark's body in almost the blink of an eye. After being promoted to the planet level, unlike the apprentice level who can only rely on physical combat, he can now release the energy in his body to attack. After the energy ball submerged into the shark's body, an explosion of huge amounts sounded. The shark's body was instantly reduced to pieces. Just then, Suemo suddenly felt an abnormal fluctuation coming from the Star Tower in the sea of consciousness. Before he could react, he flashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in a hall full of technology. The hall is the size of a football field. The whole hall is a regular pentagon. On each wall, there is a huge amount of metal door. In the center of the hall is an open console. Could this be the inside of the Star Tower? Suemo easily guessed his location. At this time, countless rays of light condensed in midair and finally transformed into the image of a girl. The girl has an oval face, a head full of silver-white hair, and is wearing a leather coat, which vividly shows the outline of her figure. Her unbearable waist and two straight and slender legs account for nearly 60% of the body. A figure that looks like it came out of a comic book. Her perfect body shape looks like every inch has been measured precisely. After the body was condensed, the girl slowly landed on the ground. Walking up to Suemo, the girl turned around in front of Suemo and asked with a smile on her face, "How's it going? Are you satisfied with my body?" Before Suemo could react, the girl noticed Suemo's gaze and spoke to herself. "It seems you are very satisfied." After saying that, a burst of silvery laughter burst out from the girl's mouth. "You humans are really interesting. Your heart beats faster just because of your appearance." Only then did Suemo have the chance to speak. "Who are you?" The girl suddenly reacted. "Forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Xingji, an intelligent being of the mechanical race, who can be regarded as the weapon spirit of the Star Tower, or is more appropriate to call me the Control Center. The Master has been promoted to planet level and has unlocked a small part of the Star Tower's abilities." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up. "Master, please come with me." After Xingji finished speaking, she turned around and walked in one direction. This is located at the top of the Star Tower. It is the control center of the Star Tower. It is also the residence of the tower owner, and it is equipped with various auxiliary training rooms. Saying that, Xingji stopped in front of a door, opened the door, and walked in. When Suemo saw this, he followed in without hesitation. No matter how you say that you are the master of the Star Tower, you will not be in danger here. Walking into the room is like entering a corridor in the starry sky. This leads to the simulated battle room, where you can freely choose to fight various opponents. Of course, the battles are all conducted in the virtual space, so there's no need to worry about being hurt. The owner can try in the future, which is very helpful to improve the combat experience. After that, he continued to lead Suemo into the next room. This is the lounge. Room after room is introduced. Finally, Xingji and Suemo stopped in front of the last room. This is the training room. Practicing in it can speed up the flow of time. However, according to the current strength of the Master, it can only withstand 10 times the acceleration at most. When Suemo heard this, his heart moved. So as my strength increases, the flow rate of time inside can also increase. Of course, Xingji nodded naturally. The flow of time here can be accelerated up to tens of millions of times. Hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up with excitement. Even though it only took just over 2 months for me to reach the planet level, in the later stages of cultivation, the speed of this lineage of cultivation is definitely not fast. It can easily take dozens to hundreds of years to comprehend the laws. Time. With this time-accelerated training room, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the speed of your cultivation. Right. At this time, Xingji on the side suddenly clapped her hands. A slight wave of his right hand. The two have arrived on a platform of huge amounts. The platform seemed to be built in the boundless starry sky. The car looked around and saw countless file-sized planets scattered like stars. Xingji saw Su Imo looking at those planets. This is a secret space in the Star Tower. There are countless secret spaces like this in the entire Star Tower, and the ones you see, Master, are all sealed stars. With the current strength of the Master, there is no way to control them yet. Su Imo nodded. According to the system, each of these sealing stars has reached the level of a treasure. With his current planet-level strength, even if it is the lowest treasure, let alone a treasure, I am afraid that even if I drain it, I will not be able to drive it. Under the leadership of Xingji, the two came to the center of the platform. In the center of the platform, there stood an altar. On the altar, there were two dark light pillars leading into the void. The source of the light beam is the two dark divine books. At this time, the appearance of the two dark divine books has undergone earth-shaking changes. The pages of the book are no longer the original paper material, but seem to be made entirely of black energy. The two light pillars are a steady stream of dark energy pouring into the book. Seeing this scene, Su Mo's eyes showed surprise. Xingji chuckled. When I first sensed these two books, I discovered that there was a big problem with these books. Although the magic recorded above is of great use to the owner, it also has great hidden dangers. Suemo knew this very well. After all, almost all those who practice the Dark God Book will have their minds eroded by dark energy. Having said this, Xingji showed a meaningful smile on her face. To put it simply, this magic means that when a user borrows the opponent's magic power, he brings some private goods, a special energy, to erode the mind of the person who uses magic. So, for the sake of the master, I thought of helping the master directly lend him enough mana to use magic for thousands of years, remove the special energy from these mana, and store it in this book. From now on, when the master uses magic, it is equivalent to borrowing the magic power from books. There will be no hidden dangers. After listening to Xingji's narration, Suemo looked happy. I originally thought that Xingji was an ordinary intelligent life similar to Babata, but now it seems that it is not that simple. If you think about it, you will know that Sid Horn, god of the underworld, is not a fool. How could he not feel Xingji borrowing his strength like this? At present, there are only two possibilities. First, the mana borrowed by Xingji was just a drop in the bucket for Sid Horn. He didn't care and maintained an indifferent attitude, so he did not cut off the mana output. However, Suemo looked at the huge torrent of mana stretching out in front of him, like the Milky Way, and it was obviously unlikely. If these magical powers don't matter to him, I'm afraid he can overthrow the Court of Life and replace it himself. Then it can only be the second case. Sid Horn felt this situation, but he had no way to stop it. Suemo is almost certain that this is the real situation. After all, at that time, there was an unknown being controlling the real Dark Book, but it was also killed in his own mind. At that time, I was still a little confused. Thinking about it now, it is obvious that Sid Horn was struggling feebly. Thinking of this, Suemo looked at Xingji beside him with fiery eyes. Xingji noticed Sumo's gaze, deliberately putting on a shy expression. "Master, what do you want to do?" Well, after hesitating for a long time, Suemo still didn't say that word. But looking at Xingji's joking expression, Suemo knew that the other party obviously did it on purpose. After letting out a chuckle, Xingji looked back. Suemo coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment on his face. I mean, what level is your strength probably at? After Xingji heard this, her laughter gradually subsided. Actually, my strength is not too important to the master. After all, I have no way to leave the Star Tower to help the master. At most, I can help the master control the Star Tower to deal with the enemies that invade the sea of consciousness. Master only needs to know that in this world, No one can leave after entering the Master's Sea of Consciousness. Hearing this answer, Suemo took a breath of cold air. So much. Then when he completely controls the Star Tower, wouldn't he become invincible? It wasn't until a minute later that Suemo calmed down his agitated mood. At this moment, Shinji was already standing on the altar in front of her. He reached out and took down a dark book on it, leaving only one to continue absorbing dark energy. The mana here should be enough for the master to use it for a long time. When it's all used up, just replace it with another one. He ducked back to Suemo and handed him the dark book in his hand. Suemo reached out and took the Book of Darkness. I was once again shocked by Shinji's strength. There is no one who can use Sithorn, one of the 4 oldest ancient gods, as a power bank. At this time, after absorbing a large amount of dark energy, there's almost no difference between the 2 dark books. After such a long period of energy baptism and infusion, even the most ordinary paper will become a powerful artifact. After handing the Book of Darkness into Sumo's hands, Shinji stretched out her hand and waved it gently. A drop of blood seeped out from Sumo's finger, and after a flash, it submerged into the dark book. The dark divine book emitted a fierce black light, and then disappeared into Sumo's eyebrows like lightning. That's it. In the future, this book will not only be the source of your magic power, but also greatly increase your spell casting speed and magic power. Hades. Sithorn's huge body was now less than half of its original size. After Shinji took down a dark divine book, Sithorn, who was already feeling a little desperate, almost burst into tears with excitement. Slow down, slow down. Sithorn's excited roar echoed in the underworld. According to the previous absorption speed, if there are no accidents, I am afraid that if he persists for another month at most, he'll be sucked dry. During this period of time, he tried tens of thousands of ways, but could not cut off the absorption of his energy by an unknown existence. The multi-universe god of Hades, who is comparable to the 5 great gods, is simply cornered. Fortunately, the absorption speed has been reduced by half, and his energy absorbing speed is much faster than energy absorption. It only takes a while for him to recover. The excited Sithorn didn't know how long it took before he recovered from his excitement. Using all his strength to activate his mana, the dark energy in the underworld turned into a huge amount of vortex, converging towards his position. On the other side, Suemo had already withdrawn from the Star Tower. Returning to the cave opened on the mountain wall, Suemo took out the Book of Darkness and studied it. Although the entire Dark God book was turned into energy, the handwriting recording magic on it remained. Open the Book of Darkness. A series of strange symbols appeared in Sumo's sight. After staring at the symbols for a moment, the symbols on the page flew out of the book, turned into streams of information in the air, and poured directly into Sumo's mind. Almost instantly, he understood what was recorded in the book. The magic recorded on the first page is the portal. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Suemo opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, it took the gifted Doctor Strange a long time to learn this magic. I don't know what my magic talent is. After reviewing the contents in his mind again, Suemo decided to give it a try. At this moment, he made a seal with his left hand and lightly drew a semicircle with his right hand. A space door with black sparks slowly opened not far in front of him. Seeing this scene, Sumo's eyes flashed with excitement. He never expected that just for the first time, he would successfully cast a magic. But after a little thought, I understood. Generally speaking, the magic performed by a mage or wizard has a close relationship with spiritual power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the magic talent. And Suemo is now a master at the pinnacle of the God of War level. The intensity of mental power is more than 1,000 times stronger than that of ordinary people. It is reasonable to be able to successfully cast magic the first time. As the space door slowly opened, the scene on the other side also clearly appeared in Sumo's eyes. It seemed that the space door opened into a steaming bathroom. In a misty mist, a smooth back was reflected in the eyelids. The delicate white skin of the figure and the hazy beauty in the heat will probably make anyone gasp in exclamation after seeing it. When Suemo saw this, he looked stunned and quickly cast another spell to close the space door. If this is seen by the other party, I'm afraid it will be directly defined as a pervert. But I don't know if it's because I'm too unfamiliar with casting spells for the first time. The original intention was to close the space door and allow silence, but after casting the spell, the space door doubled in size and almost instantly opened to the point where a person could pass through. The woman who was taking a shower seemed to be aware of something abnormal behind her. After all, with such a large space door, coupled with the temperature difference between the two places, the airflow is already very obvious. Feeling the coolness behind her, the woman slowly turned around. They looked at Suemo, who was standing on the side of the space gate. Seeing the woman looking over, Suemo also realized that it seemed it was too late to turn it off now. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? When the woman saw the strange space door behind her and Suemo standing behind the door, she had a look of horror on her face, and accompanied by screams, he curled up into the corner of the bathroom. It's not that women don't want to go out. The main reason is that the space door opens right at the door, blocking the exit. There is no way for women to escape, even if they want to. Listening to the other party's harsh cry, Suemo also became numb. Fortunately, the space door in front of him gradually closed after losing the support of Sumo's energy. Looking at the space door that was gradually closing, Suemo let out a sigh of relief. New York. Sky in the bathroom looked at the closed space door in front of her in shock. He reached out and took off the clothes hanging on the side, put them on his body, and covered up his amazing curves. Then she walked forward carefully, reached out, and touched the door. There was an incredible look on his face. It's amazing. Was that magic just now? No. Hallucination. It must be hallucination. It seems that I can't stay up late these days. In a cave on the island, Suemo reached out and wiped the sweat from his head. He had just intended to open a portal leading to the villa where Wanda and the others lived, but there seemed to be some deviations. In order to avoid the same situation, he stretched out his hand and waved, and the Dark God book appeared in front of him again, and he began to seriously study the records about the space door above. After studying it in detail several times, Suemo took a deep breath and waved his right hand gently again. After the same sparks flashed as last time, a space door opened in front of him again. This time, a familiar scene appeared on the other side of the space door. It was the bedroom of the Seaview Villa. Seeing this, Suemo looked happy. Success! As the space door expanded to the height of a normal person, Suemo stepped through it with a gentle step. The other end of the space door opens into the bedroom of the Seaview Villa. Suemo opened the bedroom door and happened to see Wanda walking in. Seeing the door suddenly opened and Suemo appearing behind the door, Wanda was stunned for a moment, then tilted her head and glanced into the room in confusion. Wait a minute, when I first came out, there was no one in the room. How did you get in? Suemo smiled softly. Don't worry about these details. The important thing is that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you have anything you want to do? When Wanda heard this, her face turned red. In her exclamation, she was hugged by Suemo, a princess, and then the door closed and locked automatically. After a while, a harmonious symphony came from the room. Fortunately, the sound insulation effect of the room is pretty good. This prevented the sound from reaching the ears of Pietro, who was playing with iron downstairs. During this period, Pietro, who could not go out and with the encouragement of rapidly improving his physical fitness, almost became a serious fan of iron lifting. I spend most of every day in the gym downstairs. 2 or 3 hours later, Wanda leaned into Sumo's arms with a blushing face. So what you're saying is that we can go out as we please from now on? Of course, it was for your safety that I placed you here. Now that the crisis is over, of course you can go out and shop as you please. After receiving Sumo's affirmative answer, Wanda showed an excited smile on her face. Although she likes this kind of isolated life very much, she always feels a little bored after a long time. After a moment, Wanda bit her lip, hesitated, and then spoke. Honey, I want to go to college. Suemo reached out and stroked the other person's smooth back. Why did you suddenly have this idea? Although I like this kind of life very much, I always feel like I am wasting my time. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to learn something. What do you think? Because both Wanda and Pietro were orphans, they both gave up their studies in order to make a living after finishing middle school. Of course I support you. If there is a university you want to go to, I will arrange it. Suemo had no objection to this. After thinking about it again and again, Suemo still felt that it was more reliable to rely on the Mind Stone to help the other party awaken, but it would still be 3 or 4 years before Loki brought the Mind Stone to the Earth. During this time, it would be a good choice for her to go to college to experience college life. Really? Thank you. Hearing that Suemo was very supportive of her idea, Wanda excitedly pecked Suemo on the face. Your reward is too perfunctory. Then what do you want? How about continuing? No. Well, Island of the Dead. Suemo and White Queen stood on the highest mountain on the island. He was holding a cylindrical metal instrument as tall as a person in his hand. This thing is not much bigger than the one on the ship. Is the coverage area really that large? White Queen looked at the metal instrument and asked doubtfully. Certainly, Suemo nodded. The one in his hand is an optical invisibility device, able to generate illusions within a certain range. Once the action on the island begins, it will be easily photographed by satellite. For this reason, Suemo specially redeemed this instrument from the system. This cost Suemo more than 10,000 points. Carefully place the instrument on the ground and press the start button on it. In an instant, a drill bit protruded from the bottom of the cylindrical instrument and plunged into the rock below. Then a blazing light shot out from the top of the instrument. After the light reached an altitude of several hundred meters, it dispersed in all directions. Come. After a while, the island and the surrounding large sea area were enveloped by a transparent film of light. The light film disappeared directly after a flash. But at this time, if you look towards the island from the outside, you will find that all the people and buildings on the island have disappeared. Suemo and the two had just returned to the newly built villa in the center of the island, and Shirley came up to them with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Although the other party looked like he hadn't slept all night, his energy was extremely high. The first Hydra base has been found. As she spoke, she showed the screen of the computer in her hand to the two of them. Above is a surveillance screen divided into blocks. It can be seen from the surveillance footage that this base is located on the top of a snow-capped mountain, and the building looks a bit dated. Suemo could tell at a glance that this was the Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro awakened their abilities. Shirley then tapped a few times on the keyboard. The screen switched to a map with a red dot marked on the map, which was obviously the location of the base. It is Sokovia, located in Eastern Europe. Emma, it seems we need to go to Eastern Europe. Happy to oblige. Emma nodded. After hesitating for a moment, Suemo waved his hand gently, and a portal opened at the side. Suemo took the lead and stepped in. The White Queen behind took a look at the portal with black sparks, and followed Suemo in with curiosity on her face. When they came out, the two of them were already on a small island of less than 1 square kilometer. Seeing this, White Queen's eyes lit up when she looked at Suemo. The more she gets in touch with him, the more she realizes that the man in front of her is like a treasure, with all kinds of surprising abilities always appearing in him. Not to mention the Phantom Magic secret technique that Suemo taught her. It doubled her overall strength in a short period of time. The various abilities he possesses are endless. The strong physique, coupled with psychokinesis object control, also makes her immune to her psychic ability. Now, there is this mysterious teleportation ability. Mysterious men can always arouse the interest of women. Even powerful women like the White Queen are no exception. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the current situation, I'm afraid she would have hung on to the other party by now and completely trapped him. Get Eric over here. After hearing Suemo's instructions, Emma regained her eyes that were about to tighten. It was only then that she noticed that in the distant sky, Magneto Eric was floating in the air. Under his feet, a ship of huge amounts comparable to a luxury cruise ship was slowly surfacing. Apparently, they have started to act according to Sumo's plan. In Sumo's opinion, only the White Queen herself can completely take down the Hydra base. After all, there seem to be no combatants capable of taking action in the Hydra base. It's nothing more than some conventional combat weapons. They're just ordinary people inside, facing the White Queen's psychic ability without special preventive measures. It can be said that there's almost no resistance to the ability. However, Sumo's purpose was not to destroy the base. Instead, he made the entire base his own, not only the researchers and soldiers, but also the various equipment inside. This involves a problem, which requires moving all these things back. Although Sumo is capable of doing these things. But when there are subordinates who can do it for you, why bother doing it yourself? It's not just for the subordinates to use. Eastern Europe, Sokovia, a Hydra base located on a certain mountain. In the woods halfway up the mountain, a space door slowly opened. Sumo and the others stepped out of the space door. Looking up at the ancient building full of atmosphere on the top of the mountain, Sumo turned to look at Emma behind him. The rest is up to you. Sure. White Queen nodded and took 2 steps forward, her eyes filled with silver light. Barely 10 seconds. The corners of Emma's mouth raised slightly. Found you. Before setting off, Sumo had informed her that the person in charge of the base was a man named Strucker. She only needed to control him to successfully control the Hydra base. The room in the southeast corner of the top floor of the base. As soon as the White Queen finished speaking, a space door appeared in front of the 3 people again. After the 3 of them passed through the space door, they appeared in the room Emma mentioned. This room looks like an office. In the room at this time, a middle-aged man with short hair was standing in front of the table with a dull expression. Sumo walked forward, sat down on the chair behind the table, and then winked at the White Queen. Emma nodded, and, after snapping her fingers, the man suddenly came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. Noticing the 3 people who suddenly appeared in the room, his expression changed. He took a few steps back without leaving a trace, looking at the 3 of them cautiously. Who are you, and why do you appear in my room? At the same time, he put his right hand behind his back and touched the hard object in his hand, feeling certain in his heart. Then he drew the gun cleanly, aimed, and shot. It took almost less than a second to complete his set of movements. Baron Teslak was convinced that even the most powerful mercenary could not move faster than himself. He was confident that the other party would not be able to react in such a short period of time. It turned out to be exactly what he expected. The 3 of them did not make any dodge movements and allowed the bullets to pass through their eyebrows. Baron Teslak looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. But he was not happy yet. There was a burst of applause in the room. Then the scene before him dissipated like a bubble. The 3 dead people appeared in the room again, still standing in the same position as before. The one who applauded was the young man sitting in the seat. Seeing this scene, a trace of cold sweat slipped from Teslak's forehead. How is it possible? His worldview received huge amounts of impact. Sumo looked at him, doubting his life, and a smile appeared on his face. It has to be said that using Emma's ability to deal with these ordinary people is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Even Emma, before practicing Phantom Magic secret technique, could easily play with them, let alone Emma now. Give her a year or 2 to develop, and even Professor X might not be able to decipher her illusion. Compared with Emma, who has practiced the Phantom Magic secret technique, she is like a barefoot doctor and a doctoral student who graduated from a regular medical university. It's not that Professor X's talent is not strong enough. It's the cognitive gap between the 2. One is completely based on one's own exploration, while the other is the experience summed up by countless ancestors over millions of years. There is simply no comparison between the 2. Why? Are you confused that we have come back to life after we have already died? You still have bullets in your gun. You could try again. Maybe this time we will be killed by you. Baron Strucker gradually calmed down after hearing Sumo's words. As a senior member of the Hydra organization, he doesn't know anything about these people with supernatural abilities. If the other party is so calm, then he can be sure that if he shoots again, the result will not change, but it may anger the other party. Realizing this, Teslax simply threw away the gun in his hand. Since you didn't kill me right away, I'm still of some use to you. Tell me what you want me to do. After listening to what the other party said, Su-Mo nodded with satisfaction. He is worthy of being a highly intelligent person who can even develop some skills with the Mind Stone. The decisiveness with which he handles matters is truly astonishing. He quickly recognized the situation at hand and made the best choice for himself. It's very simple. I want you and the entire base to work for me in the future. Can. Without any hesitation, Strack agreed directly. Su-Mo naturally wouldn't believe that the other party would sincerely surrender, but it didn't matter. With Emma here, even if the other person has other thoughts, she can know it immediately. And Emma's ability has another effect, which is to subtly influence other people's thoughts. This kind of ability is different from the Soul Seal, which can only quietly change a certain idea of the other party, such as loyalty to the organization. Just like the brainwashing method of MLM, after a long period of various psychological interventions, the other party can be brainwashed unknowingly. The reason why the Hellfire organization has been able to develop so powerfully is due to her ability. In the future, under the influence of Emma's ability, these people will soon become fanatical believers of the organization. Next, under Teslax's command, the entire Hydra base moved. All kinds of weapons and equipment, tanks, aircraft, etc. were all transferred to the Death Island through the space gate. In this process, Su-Mo's eyes were opened. As one of the oldest organizations in the world, the foundation of the Hydra base is quite strong. There are 7 or 8 independently developed fighters alone. There are countless types of tanks and combat vehicles. And it also contains a complete production line capable of producing such weapons and equipment. It can be said that if there are sufficient funds, the troops can be deployed in a short period of time enough to start a war. The relocation project lasted all day. Wait until it gets dark. The entire Hydra base was empty except for one building with a sense of age. Of course, the reason why it could be moved in one day was also due to Magneto. If he hadn't been able to directly take away the equipment weighing several tons, this process would have taken several days. As the space door closed, a huge amount of explosion sounded at the base location. The remaining buildings were reduced to rubble. This time, the Hydra base was looted, which can be said to be a huge gain. Not to mention the weapons and equipment, there are more than a dozen scientific researchers and nearly 500 soldiers. There are quite a few types of cross-generational technologies obtained. One of the most useful is an energy shield technology. Moreover, those scientific researchers have disassembled the device from the Hydra base and placed it on the island. The file size of the protective cover can be adjusted according to the output power. At this time, the entire Death Island has been shrouded in a defensive shield. According to Baron Teslax, even missiles cannot break through the shield's defense. With the incorporation of the Hydra base, the development of the island has gradually got on the right track. Sauron and the other 9 also came to the island under Su-Mo's instructions. As the first people to follow Su-Mo, thanks to the physical improvement of a large amount of ferocious beast meat, all 9 of them have now reached the level of quasi-warriors, and their boxing power has exceeded 900 kilograms. Su-Mo planned to let them become official warriors and then serve as instructors to train these Hydra soldiers on the island. His vision was very simple. These soldiers select a person with relatively good talent, and after training, form a killer organization, especially hunt down those villains and help them gain points. Through this period of exploration, Su-Mo also gradually understood the system's definition of a villain. Almost anyone who has done bad things will be classified as a villain. In this way, almost 90% of people can get points after killing them. The only difference is the number of points you get after killing. It only takes a period of time to transform the body with ferocious beast meat, and it is estimated that it will not take long to become a warrior. It is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the warrior level. The remaining soldiers with less talent formed special operations teams specifically to clean up those evil organizations. Even though it is difficult for them to reach a very high level, With the improvement of ferocious beast meat, it is very easy to reach the level of a junior warrior. Just to reach this level, the punching power has exceeded 900 kilograms. Not only is he better than the so-called military kings in the outside world, when several people join forces, they can easily destroy an armed squad of several hundred people. In a cleared space on the east side of the island, the 9 Saurons sat cross-legged on the ground. Do you understand everything? Suemo turned to look at the 9 people sitting in a row. It has to be said that it took him a long time to make these guys who are full of muscles fully understand the gene energy cultivation method. Of course, the main reason is that the theory of meridians and acupuncture points in traditional Huxiao medicine is difficult for Westerners to understand. Seeing them all nod, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's start practicing formally according to the method I taught you. Following Sumo's order, all 9 people concentrated and held their breath, slowly closed their eyes, and entered a state of trance. According to Sumo's estimation, it was probably not easy for them to feel the energy of the universe in a short period of time, so they simply sat down and prepared to practice. Now his warrior has reached the planet level, while his master's strength is still at the peak of the god of war. If you want to be promoted to a planet-level master, the god's telekinesis, you also need to condense another star core in the sea of consciousness. All he has to do now is to continue to refine and refine his mental strength. It took him half an hour to find a secret technique in his mind called forging the spirit that was specifically designed to temper mental power. With the operation of God-forging technique, Sumo's spiritual power in the sea of consciousness boiled instantly. At the same time, a mysterious totem appeared in the sea of consciousness, and traces of spiritual power continued to pass through the totem. Whenever the spiritual power passes through the totem, it will become more condensed. But this seems to be a long process. After several hours, the condensed mental power was less than 1% of the total amount. However, Suemo is not in a hurry. At this rate, it will only take a month or 2 to fully condense his mental power. It lasted until early morning the next day. Among the 9 people sitting in a row outside, changes gradually appeared. A short-haired woman in her 30s sitting next to her looked shocked. Suemo, who was concentrating on training his mental strength at the front, seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. In his sight, traces of cosmic energy were gradually gathering into the body of the short-haired woman, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Vanessa, he also did not expect that one of the only 2 women among the 9 people was the first to feel the energy of the universe. But there is nothing surprising about this. There is no necessary relationship between cultivation talent and the speed of sensing energy. The amount of energy absorbing that can be achieved every day is crucial. It seems that Vanessa's start triggered a chain reaction. In the next half hour, for people sensed the cosmic energy one after another and began to absorb the cosmic energy for the first time to improve their physical fitness. It was not until an hour later that everyone had begun to absorb the energy of the universe. Suemo was not surprised by this. These people were all mercenaries before, and they all climbed out of the dead man pile. Perception ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. At this time, Vanessa, who had started first, gradually completed her first absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Vanessa opened her eyes and stood up from the ground suddenly. Look at the other person's excited expression. Suemo made a silent gesture, then pointed in the direction of the river, indicating to the other party to clean themselves first. Only then did Vanessa realize that her body was already covered with a layer of black impurities. Immediately, he rushed towards the river. Soon, people woke up one after another and went to the river. In the end, Sauron was the only one left in the field who was still absorbing the energy of the universe. He was the second one to start energy absorbing. If calculated, he had been energy absorbing longer than anyone else. This also means that Sauron's strength is the most talented among these people. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Sauron woke up. Boss! After Sauron woke up, he said hello and stood there waiting for Sumo's instructions. Suemo reached out and patted him on the shoulder. That's right. Let's go clean up first and then gather here. An hour later, everyone finished cleaning and stood on the field again. At this time, there were two more instruments in the venue, a dynamometer and a speedometer. Suemo had just redeemed them from the system. The technology content was not very high, and it cost Suemo a total of 200 points. Following Suemo's instructions, they began to come up for the test in the order they woke up. Vanessa, who had been eager to try it out for a long time, was the first to step forward. Make a fist and hit the target hard. There was a sound of boom. Under the influence of force, the boxing target drew more than 2 meters toward the back. Look at the display screen on the side. 1,520 kilograms. Seeing the numbers on the screen, everyone around them exclaimed. There was even a look of disbelief on Vanessa's face. God, one day ago, her strength was barely over 900 kilograms. She never dreamed that her strength would nearly double in just one night. It's incredible. Her mouth formed an O shape. When she just wanted to take a shower, she had some guesses that the increase in strength would be relatively large this time. After all, the body movements were somewhat deformed due to the sudden increase in strength, but she did not expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. You know, the later you go, the harder it is to improve your strength. By eating the meat of ferocious beasts, the 9 of them gained strength exceeding 800 kilograms in just over a month. But in the following month, my strength only increased by more than 100 kilograms. In their view, even this is enough to defy heaven. In just over 2 months, his strength increased from less than 200 kilograms to nearly 1 ton. This is already beyond human limits. Even in their previous mercenary careers, they had never seen a human whose physique could reach this level. Unexpectedly, I gave him another huge amount of surprise today. The strength was directly increased to 1.5 tons. I can almost lift the car with my bare hands. And judging from what Suemo just said, this is just the beginning. By practicing this technique, their strength will be able to grow almost unlimitedly in the future. Standing aside, Suemo just nodded silently. Test your speed. He pointed to the speed testing instrument on the side and said. Vanessa nodded after hearing this. After a run-up, her body flashed across the speedometer track. 38 meters per second. Not bad. Suemo nodded. As a woman, Vanessa is small in size, and speed is her strong point. It is close to the level of an intermediate warrior. Sauron, as the captain, recorded it on the paper in his hand. Next, Harry. Harry came up excitedly after being called. 1,650 kilograms. 34 meters per second. In the following time, everyone was tested again. Most people's strength is around 1,600 kilograms. Only Sauron reached 1,960 kilograms, almost one step away from becoming an intermediate warrior. I'm afraid it won't take a few days to be promoted to an intermediate warrior. The other side of the island. What? Appoint new instructors to conduct intensive training for soldiers. I don't agree. These soldiers were trained by me strictly in accordance with the training methods of the Special Forces. I don't think any instructor can do better than this. Colonel Harry looked at Strack opposite with a stubborn expression. Colonel, all you need to do is follow the order. Straker warned the other party sternly. Don't cause trouble for me, or I won't let you go. After speaking, he turned around and left the position where the soldiers were temporarily stationed. Although he had the same idea as the other party, now he said it didn't count. Looking at Straker leaving, Colonel Harry's face turned pale. In the past few days, Baron Strucker first ordered to move the station to this island, and then confiscated all the weapons of these soldiers. Now it seems that a new instructor will be appointed. All of these made him feel a sense of crisis. It seemed that he, the commander in charge of the soldiers at the base, would soon be replaced. But he didn't have the guts to disobey orders. I just secretly made up my mind that when I see the other party's so-called instructors, I must show them some color. Let them understand who is the most suitable person to lead this team. He used to be an instructor in the U.S. Special Forces Marine Corps, and he believed that his training and fighting skills of soldiers were as good as anyone's. In the Star Tower, Suemo stood outside the door of the simulated battle room. Open the door and walk in. Inside the room are devices that look like space capsules. Without any hesitation, he lay down in a space capsule. As the hatch lid closed, light flashed, and he was already standing in a void. A mechanical voice that seemed to contain no emotion sounded in his ears. Please choose your combat opponent and combat environment. As soon as he finished speaking, a selection panel appeared in front of him. Opponents can choose between masters and warriors. Suemo first chose a first-level planet-level warrior, and the location was the grassland. As he presses the selected button, please choose your weapon. After choosing a combat knife with a somewhat heavy feel, there was a flash of light and shadow. The scene in the surrounding starry sky began to change rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into an endless grassland. Look at the blue sky, feel the real touch of the grass under your feet and the breeze blowing on your face. He stretched out his hand and pulled off a handful of grass leaves from the ground, and the scent of vegetation filled his nose. So true, Suemo sighed. Although I know this is just a virtual world, it is too real. What is the difference between this and a real world? At this moment, the figure of a middle-aged man slowly gathered not far in front of him. At first, the man's eyes were still dull. When the sound of the battle starting sounded in Suemo's ears, the man's eyes suddenly became alert. Then he flashed and rushed towards Suemo with the sword in his hand. Suemo also tightened the sword in his hand and faced him. In an instant, their bodies touched each other. After a loud bang, Suemo's body turned into an afterimage and flew backwards at a faster speed. His body scraped across the ground, plowing a long ravine in the grass. Suemo, who had stopped moving, stood up again. Looking at the figure in the sky, he rubbed his sore and numb right arm. The opponents simulated in the system, except for special requirements, are all at the peak of their current level. Just like the planet-level warrior in front of me. It is at the peak level of Planet Level 1, with a power of 2,000 tons. In terms of strength alone, it is nearly twice his own. It turned out that just like this, Suemo relied on the blessing of psychokinesis to be worthy of the other party. But for warriors of this level, the average force amplitude reaches about 5 times. The amplitude of Suemo's force is only 3 times. Even after the sword is blessed with psychokinesis, it is only about half of the opponent's strength. It should be noted that the psychokinesis amplitude refers to how many weapons can be controlled at the same time, and all can reach the maximum value. It's not that you can increase the power multiple times on a weapon. Just like a person's strength is 1 ton, then he can punch 1 ton of power with both hands, but he cannot punch 2 tons of power in 1 punch anyway. The same goes for psychokinesis. Suemo, who has psychokinesis 1,000 tons and an amplitude of 12, can control 12 weapons at the same time, making the power of 12 weapons reach 1,000 tons. However, controlling 1 weapon alone can only exert a power of 1,000 tons at most. Of course, things like those psychokinesis weapons with special codes are different. This is also the reason for the existence of psychokinesis weapons. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used his ability to freeze space, he would have been killed by the opponent in an instant. After all, being twice as powerful does not mean twice as strong. For people like the other party, even if they were to face hundreds of warriors like themselves at the same time, it wouldn't take much effort. As soon as Suemo stood up from the ground, the warrior opposite appeared in front of him again. The sword in the opponent's hand passed through an afterimage and moved towards his neck. Quick, too fast. Sumo Kanken activated the ability of space, freezing before the sword hit his neck. For a moment, the warriors close at hand seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, frozen in the air. The other party instantly felt that he could not break free from the constraints of space, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Feel the violent energy fluctuations coming from the other party's body. Sumo's expression changed, and he disappeared from the spot. Boom! With a loud noise, the body of the warrior on the opposite side burst out with terrifying energy. Fortunately, Suemo had already dodged several hundred meters away. Although he was flashing fast enough, the energy generated by the opponent's self-destruction was even faster. It was only when he activated Space Freeze again that he blocked the power of the opponent's self-destruction. Huh. Sumo let out a long breath, with a look of fear on his face. It has to be said that the warriors in that world who have been fighting for a long time have really strong combat experience. In addition, he had just started practicing and had experienced too few battles. Compared with his opponent, he was in the sky. If it weren't for his talent ability, he would have been instantly killed by the opponent, even if he was avoided by himself. The other party didn't hesitate at all and launched another attack on him without stopping. Finally, with the talent ability, the opponent learned that he could not survive, and he did not hesitate to resort to self-destruction. The level of ruthlessness opened Sumo's eyes. If you encounter such a fighting madman in reality, with your current combat experience, I am afraid that even if your strength is 1 or 2 levels higher than the opponent, you will probably fall into the hands of the opponent. With the end of the battle, Sumo returned to the starry sky before. Please choose your opponent's strength. Sumo chose an opponent of equal strength to him this time. I'm not going to use the Space Freeze ability this time. After all, his purpose is to train his combat experience. If he relies on this bug-like ability, he can kill the opponent instantly, but the purpose of training his combat experience will not be achieved at all. After the selection, Sumo's figure appeared on the grassland again. Half a minute later, he was reborn in the starry sky. There was a hint of convulsion caused by pain on his face. In order to pursue reality, he set the pain level to 100%. The moment his body was cut into 2 pieces, the pain almost made him faint. Come again. After resting for 2 minutes, Sumo entered the battle again. For the next whole day, Sumo was in a cycle of fighting, dying, and fighting again. He could only hold on for half a minute at the beginning, then 1 minute, then 2 minutes. By the time he finished his day's training, he was able to endure the opponent's attack for a full 10 minutes. The door of the simulated battle room slowly opened, and Sumo walked out. He rubbed his somewhat numb temples. His intense concentration throughout the entire day made his expression look a little tired. Turn around and come to the training room. Not only can the flow rate of time be adjusted in the practice room, but the concentration of energy inside can also be adjusted at will. However, the concentration of this energy is not as high as possible. If the energy density is too high, the difficulty of manipulation and absorption will increase accordingly. After adjusting the time flow rate to 10 times and the energy concentration to 100 times, Sumo entered the training room. The furnishings inside are very simple. There's only a bed and a table. Sumo sat cross-legged on the bed, running the gene energy cultivation method and slowly energy absorbing, which at the same time relieved the mental fatigue caused by high-intensity fighting. Within the next few days, Sumo works at 2 o'clock and 1 line every day. Continuously fight in the battle room to gain actual combat experience. When you're tired, you will go to the training room to practice genetic energy and divine training. Take some time to study the Book of Darkness. As he continued to study the magic in the Dark God's book, Sumo also found a magic that suited his current situation. Dreamwalking. This is the spell that Wanda once relied on to travel through the multi-universe. This spell is similar to seizing a body. You can cast a spell to travel to yourself in a parallel universe. Moreover, it will not cause any damage to oneself in the parallel world. After leaving, the people in the parallel world who have been taken away by oneself will return to normal. It can be said that the difference between dimensional teleportation and dimensional teleportation is similar to soul penetration and body armor. But redeeming dimensional teleportation requires a full 100 million points. Before collecting enough points, you can also use this magic to harvest points in other parallel worlds. However, this dreamwalking technique is different from the magic of the portal. Even in the Dark God book, which records countless spells, it belongs to the top category. He still needs some time to comprehend before he can try to cast it. It just so happens that this period of time can be used to put things in this world on track. When the time comes, those subordinates will help you harvest points in this world, and you will harvest them in the parallel world. With a 2-pronged approach, your strength will be greatly improved. I believe that before Thanos arrives, he can grow to the point where he can completely crush the opponent. A few days later, New York. Tony is located in a villa halfway up the mountain. Hey man, it seems that marriage is indeed a grave. I haven't heard any tidbits about you recently. Tony poured Sue Mo a glass of whiskey and then sat down on the sofa opposite. Before, the two of them were regular guests in entertainment gossip news. Both, it seems that I haven't seen your news on it recently. Since starting to date Pepper, Tony has also restrained himself a lot. Well, I don't think you came to me today to compete with me about who is the best example of a good man. Tony waved his hand and said, Of course, I'm here to make a deal with you. Suemo picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Oh, tell me. Tony also poured himself a glass of whiskey and looked like he was all ears. I need a set of steel armor. Of course, according to Sumo's current strength, the armor has almost no effect on him. In comparison, his vibranium armor is more suitable for him. This armor is a gift he prepared for Wanda. Pietro has already started practicing, and judging from the fact that he has now reached the level of a junior warrior, he is enough to protect himself. Before Wanda awakened, she could only be regarded as an ordinary person. Besides, he will be going to school in a while, so he naturally needs to prepare some means of self-protection. Tony's armor is a good choice. Man, are you kidding me? Although we are best friends, I said during the previous press conference that the suit and I are one. Giving the suit to others is equivalent to betraying myself. Do you think I will betray myself? After Tony shook his head, he refused directly. Suemo had expected this and had a playful look on his face. Tony, don't say things so absolutely. Trust me, you will change your mind. Tony smiled. I'm a person who means what I say, and I won't give it if I don't give it. Yeah. Suemo smiled and glanced at Tony's chest. The big magnet on your chest, if I'm not mistaken, is to absorb shrapnel in the blood. Walter, as soon as these words came out, Tony sat up from the sofa in shock and didn't even notice that the whiskey in his hand spilled on him. Tony didn't tell anyone about the shrapnel inside the adsorbent, which was placed against his chest. The only one I know is Pepper, but it was obviously impossible for little Pepper to tell Suemo about this. So where did Suemo learn about it? Tony looked around the room with wide eyes. God, did you secretly install a bug or camera in my room? This is not what a good citizen should do. After turning around and finding nothing, Tony returned to Suemo. Jarvis, help me check if there are any connected monitoring devices in the villa. Okay, sir. In less than a minute, Jarvis's electronic sounded in the room again. Sir, no monitoring equipment has been found in the villa so far. Suemo sat on the sofa. Looking at Tony's angry look, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Don't worry, I don't have that kind of perverted hobby. I'm not interested in what you do in the room at all. The reason why I know about the shrapnel is because of my ability. As he said that, Suemo waved his right hand lightly. The knives and forks in the kitchen nearby flew over suddenly under the influence of psychokinesis and finally stopped in midair between the two of them, spinning slowly. This is the reason he had already thought of. And the reason why he showed the illusion that he could only control metal was to leave a trace of his trump card. In this way, even if it is exposed with the precedent of Magneto, people will accept the setting that he can only control metal without any doubt. In this way, you never know when it will save your life. Ward fake. Seeing this scene, Tony's expression was even more exaggerated than before. Mutants. Magneto. Are you Eric's illegitimate son? Tony, if you don't care about your mouth, I can't guarantee whether this knife and fork will be stuck in your mouth next moment. Suemo looked at the other party angrily. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. After a long time, Tony calmed down his excitement. After learning about the shrapnel in his blood, Tony certainly thought about how to remove them from it. With conventional medical skills, there is currently no way to do it. As for unconventional methods, the first thing he thought of was Magneto. 2 years ago, the scene where Lao Wan controlled the Golden Gate Bridge was clearly imprinted in the minds of every American. It is almost universally known that the other party has the ability to control metal. With this ability, the opponent should be able to easily remove the shrapnel from his blood. It's a pity that that time can be regarded as Magneto's last glory. Afterwards, he was injected with mutant serum and became an ordinary old man. He also sent people to privately search for mutants with similar abilities, but he never had any clues. During this time, he had also discovered that due to the arc reactor on his chest, the palladium element in his blood exceeded the standard, and his body had some signs of palladium poisoning, despite the measures he took. But if it continues, in less than 3 years, the toxin will cause irreversible damage to him. Sumo's ability gave him hope again. After thinking for less than 10 seconds, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you win. What color armor do you like? After the two discussed the details of the armor, Tony couldn't wait to drag Sumo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. Under Sumo's efforts, not only did Tony want to help him make a suit of armor, he would also help Sumo make one every time the armor was updated. Sumo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors around him. I don't think you need to start such a big battle. I have no intention of leaking my secrets. Hearing this, Tony also reacted. Because of Magneto's crazy troubles, ordinary people are now somewhat repulsive towards mutants. He could understand that Sumo didn't want to reveal his identity. Tony, who was lying on the operating table, waved away the doctors, licking her chapped lips from nervousness. Man, you promise you don't have to go to the hospital and can get it done here. Originally, Tony planned to go to the hospital so that if something unexpected happened, there would be room for recovery. But Sumo insisted that he could just find a room. Only then will we come to this medical room. Sumo saw Tony's nervous look. I can only speak to comfort him. Don't worry, I won't make a joke about this matter. It doesn't matter if you die, but it won't matter if no one helps me make the armor. Even if it's for my armor, I won't let anything happen to you. Tony curled his lips and gave Sumo a thumbs up. You do know how to comfort people. Wait until there are the only 2 people left in the room. Sumo started directly. He first controlled the shrapnel to flow into a small blood vessel on his arm that could not accommodate it, and then tied tourniquets on both sides. With a thought, several tiny shrapnel flew out. The whole process took less than a minute, until Sumo manipulated several shrapnel into Tony's hands. Tony was still confused. I'll leave this as a souvenir for you. Sumo opened the door and looked at a group of private doctors waiting outside. You can come in and help him stop the bleeding. After saying that, his expression suddenly moved, and he stared at a familiar figure standing among the group of doctors, with a playful smile on his face. Tony looked at the shrapnel in his hand with a look of disbelief on his face. Is this the end? After touching his chest, the usual feeling of depression had completely disappeared. As doctors poured into the room, Sumo turned around and left. In the medical room, Tony shouted as he looked at a group of doctors who were staring at him at a loss. Hurry up and bandage it for me. Seeing the small wound on Tony's arm, a doctor in the crowd hurriedly came up, opened the medicine box, and began to disinfect him. At this time, a doctor standing nearby looked at the wound exposed after wiping away the blood. Mr. Tony, your wound really needs to be bandaged as soon as possible. Hearing the tone of the other party, the expression on Tony's face, which was observing the shrapnel in his hand, changed. What do you mean, serious? The other doctors also looked over with doubtful eyes. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is an ordinary small wound. Although a vein was injured, judging from the location and the amount of bleeding, it was only a superficial small vein, and there was a tourniquet. Definitely not a serious injury. You misunderstood. The wound is not serious. The doctor next to him had a smile on his face. What I mean is that if we don't bandage it quickly, the wound will heal. Hearing the other party's words that were obviously making fun of him, Tony became a little angry. Which hospital are you a doctor from? I want to file a complaint against you. Of course, this is your right. The doctor who bandaged him took out a business card and handed it to Tony. I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You can call me Strange. After speaking, Strange walked directly outside. As a well-known surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital, under the forced order of the dean, he turned down an important surgical operation and came here for medical treatment. But he did not expect that just a trainee nurse could easily bandage the wound. Work. These people are simply wasting medical resources. Island of the Dead. After a few days, Sauron and others have completely adapted to their own surge in power. This morning, under the leadership of Emma, the 9 people came to the camp where more than 500 soldiers were stationed. At this time, wooden houses have been built one after another in the camp. As a soldier, survival in the wild is the most basic skill, not to mention that this is not exactly survival in the wild. There are various construction machinery in the camp. With a whistle, soon all the soldiers lined up neatly in a huge amount of open space in the center of the camp. In front of the camp is a wooden platform half a meter above the ground. Seeing that the soldiers below had gathered, Emma walked onto the wooden platform. In the next period of time, Colonel Solon will serve as your chief instructor and conduct special training for you for half a month. Soldiers who successfully pass the special training will be qualified to join the Special Operations Team. I'm sorry, sir. I'd like to know what are the benefits of joining the Special Forces. A soldier standing in the front row raised his hand and asked after listening. Certainly, Emma nodded. After joining the Special Operations Team, in addition to doubling your salary, you will also receive a mysterious gift. As for what the gift is, you will only know after you have obtained the qualifications. Upon hearing this, there was a burst of whispers from the phalanx of soldiers. The reason why these people join this kind of private army is not for their ideals and ambitions, but for money. Now tell them that after joining the special teams, their salary will be doubled directly. How can we not excite them? Colonel Harry, who was standing aside, felt his heart sink when he saw the excited expressions of the soldiers. He knew very well that no soldier could refuse this reward. After all, these soldiers are all desperados who put their heads on their belts for USD. If they are loyal, the object of their loyalty is also USD. Compared with USD, the commander, can only stand aside. Moreover, after the establishment of the Special Force, what should he, the former commander of the force, do? After thinking for a moment, he walked out from the side. I wonder who will be the commander of this special force. Hearing this, Emma glanced at Harry. She naturally understood what the other party meant. The Special Operations Team is trained and organized by Mr. Sauron, so naturally the other party serves as the instructor of the Special Operations Group. Hearing this, Harry's face darkened. In his opinion, he is the most suitable candidate as the commander of the Special Operations Team, both in terms of qualifications and strength. After all, he was originally the commander of this team. Baron Strucker did not tell him that their current identities were trophies captured by the other party. After all, since arriving on the island, although the general has not redistributed their weapons, he has not restricted their freedom. In the past few days, he also walked around the island several times. It was found that except for the people in their base, there were not many outsiders. In his opinion, these people are just Baron Strucker's re-recruitment. I wonder if Mr. Solon once served in that army. When Sauron heard this, he chuckled and walked out of the queue of 9 people. I haven't served in any army. I was just a mercenary before. After listening to Sauron's introduction, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with confidence. In this case, I think as the commander-in-chief, I am more suitable than Sauron. Emma had no intention of wasting time with him here. Turning to face Sauron, leave it to you. After speaking, Emma turned and left directly. Although compared to military training, Harry may be stronger than Sauron. But in the future, this special team will mainly perform single-person assassinations or team joint operations. In this regard, Sauron, as a mercenary, is undoubtedly much stronger than Harry, who was born in the army. As for single-player combat ability, the two are not on the same level. The so-called Colonel Harry in their hands is probably not much different from a toy. During this period of time, she was busy with the island's construction planning, and she didn't have much time to practice. If she had time to watch them abuse food, she might as well go back and practice more in the phantom magic secrets. The more she practices and studies, the more powerful she becomes aware of this secret technique. The awe of Sumo in his heart grew stronger. Harry, who was left behind, saw Emma leaving directly with an angry look on his face. This is naked contempt for oneself. Sauron on the side saw the angry expression on his face. Okay, we all know what you think. Don't say I won't give you a chance. Harina, get out of the queue. As he finished speaking, a thin woman walked out of the queue behind him. As long as you can hold on for half a minute in Helena's hands, I will offer you the position of commander with both hands. After listening to Sauron's words, the anger in Harry's eyes almost burst out. This is a huge insult to him. The dignified former instructor of the U.S. Special Forces Marines was insulted like this. You damn be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I'm going to shove your head up my a asterisk, asterisk. After saying that, the angry Harry rushed towards Sauron like a cheetah. The speed that Harry was proud of looked like slow motion to Sauron, and he could clearly see even the tense muscles on the opponent's arms and the facial muscles that trembled with running. If he doesn't understand the other person, Sauron has no need to pamper him. Lift your right leg and kick lightly. Harry only saw a phantom flash past, and a powerful force came from his abdomen. Then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. After he flew more than 10 meters, he hit the big tree behind him hard. It was only then that he felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his abdomen. The whole body also bowed into a shrimp shape under the pain. The soldiers who were whispering in the audience fell silent instantly when they saw this scene. Not because their previous commander was beaten. These soldiers talked like it was just a job, and to them, Harry was just like a leader in the eyes of the company employees. If you see your leader being beaten, will your employees feel the same hatred? Are you kidding? It would be nice if you don't applaud to celebrate. What shocked them was that this was the first time they had seen someone kick someone more than 10 meters away in real life. Sauron also noticed the expressions of these soldiers. At the moment, he also planned to boost the morale of these soldiers. Turn around and walk to a coconut tree as thick as a bowl. He quickly pulled out his right foot, and after a deep sound, the coconut tree broke apart about 1 meter from the ground. Looking at the slowly falling coconut trees, the soldiers' expressions became even more exciting. Are you all curious about the special rewards after joining the Special Forces? I can tell you that that reward is related to improving your own strength. As long as you get this reward, everyone will have the opportunity to reach my level, or even stronger. After listening to Sauron's words, these soldiers looked at Sauron with fiery faces. As a soldier who doesn't desire to gain great strength, looking at the eyes of these soldiers, Sauron nodded. Next, you people will be divided into 8 teams. In the training room of Star Tower, Sumo's figure sitting cross-legged floated in the air. In front of him, the black divine book of darkness exudes dark energy. Sumo closed his eyes and slowly opened them. The dark divine book turned into an afterimage and sank into his eyebrows, and at the same time, his floating figure fell back to the ground. It still feels a little bit worse. Sumo sighed. After all, it is a magic that can travel through multi-universes, so it is understandable that the requirements are higher. In a flash, Sumo had appeared in a 2-story villa on the south shore of Death Island. The villa was just completed some time ago. Sumo didn't stop when he returned to the villa. A space door slowly opened beside him. Then he stepped directly in. Arrive at the door of Tony's villa. Last night, Tony informed him that the armor had been completed. Hi, Ms. Potts, long time no see. At the door of the villa, Sumo saw Xiaojiao, who was waiting for him. The last time I came here, I didn't see her. It's been a long time indeed. As the second largest shareholder of the company, I don't come to the company once a month. It's really difficult for the two of us to meet each other. As soon as they were met with complaints from Little Pepper. The company's 2 major shareholders, Tony, were away from work all day long, while Sumo couldn't be seen for several months. All the affairs of the entire company fell on her. But I still have to thank you. After all, I get along pretty well with my current boss, and I have no plans to change to another boss yet. Saying that, Xiaojiao led Sumo upstairs with a smile on his face. You're welcome. If you're not happy with this position, remember to contact me at any time. Avril Lavigne also complained that one person is a little too busy. Poor Avril, it seems that the other party's situation is not much different from mine, you evil capitalists." While talking, the two walked into a room filled with various equipment. "Hey, Pepper, it seems a little inappropriate to speak ill of us in front of me." Tony's figure walked out from behind a table piled with parts. After hearing this, Little Pepper ignored his complaints. "You guys talk." Botch chuckled, turned around, and walked towards a coffee machine nearby. "You are going too far to poach my people in front of me." Looking at Pepper's back, Tony complained softly. "Okay, next time I'll make an appointment with Pepper to talk privately." Seeing the corners of Sue Mo's raised lips, Tony was defeated. "Okay, the two of us are dating. Please keep your distance from Little Pepper in the future." Although he knew that the other party was teasing him, caring would lead to confusion. He didn't feel that he had any advantage against Sue Mo. Hearing the other party's admission, Sue Mo smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in Little Pepper. You'd better take me to meet my armor as soon as possible." Hearing Sue Mo's assurance, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. While leading him towards the inside, he muttered something softly. "It better be this way." After a while, Tony led Sue Mo to a glass showcase that was as tall as one person, pointing to a set of dark blue armor in the window. "Based on a Mark IV, the battle armor has been transformed into a portable one according to your opinions. Let's see how it goes." As he spoke, the glass of the display window opened, and Tony pressed a certain position on the armor. The armor shrank for a while, and finally turned into a suitcase the size of a computer bag. Although part of the performance has been lost, the weight of the entire armor now does not exceed 30 kilograms. Tony introduced with a confident look. "Seems to be looking pretty good." Suemo looked at the armor in the display window. Next, Tony introduced the various functions and weapons and equipment of the armor in detail. After listening to the other party's introduction, Suemo showed a satisfied smile on his face. After Wanda put it on, it was enough to protect herself. Worst of all, with the armor's maximum flight speed of Mach 3, few enemies can catch up with him when he escapes. "Thank you. I'm very satisfied with the armor." In a villa in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were packing their things. Ever since Wanda brought up the idea of going to school last time, Suemo had quickly made arrangements. In less than a week, it will be time for the university to start, and they need to move near the school in advance. Parking the car outside the villa, Suemo just walked into the courtyard of the villa when Pietro's complaints came from the room. "Wanda, you also know that I have no interest in going to school at all." "Okay, Peter, you've been repeating this for nearly a month, and now the car to pick us up is almost here. You won't tell me that you regret it." Wanda sealed the last box and looked at Pietro seriously. Considering that Pietro and Wanda were the same age, Suemo arranged for him to go to a school after consulting Wanda. But Pietro was obviously a little repelled by college life. "No. Well, of course not. I'm just a little nervous about the upcoming college life. Yes, I am nervous." Pietro tried his best to explain. Suemo, who came forward, smiled after hearing this. "Don't worry, Peter, I believe you will fall in love with college life soon." Seeing Suemo walking in, their eyes lit up at the same time. Wanda even threw herself into his arms. "My dear, I thought you had forgotten what happened today." After several months of getting along with him, he has successfully been promoted to dear in Wanda's mouth. The relationship between the two also heated up rapidly. Suemo smiled and rubbed her head. "How could I forget such an important thing? How's it going? Have you packed it up?" Wanda nodded and pointed to the pile of boxes that was about to pile up in the living room. "Of course, it's already been prepared." Suemo looked at a dozen storage boxes on the ground. "Didn't I already say that you can buy everything after you go there? There is no need to bring all these things with you." Sure enough, there is no difference in this aspect between women of any country. "Every time I go out, I want to move my entire home. No, these things are all necessary items. Besides, it will be a waste of time to go out and buy them after we go there. It's better to just bring them there." "All right." Suemo nodded helplessly. The three of them walked out of the villa, and the moving company's vehicle that Avril helped arrange happened to be parked outside the villa. At that moment, Wanda directed the people to start loading the things in the living room into the car. Suemo took Pietro, who was only carrying a shoulder bag, to a Lamborghini sports car parked nearby. He casually threw the keys in his hand to Pietro, who was looking at the car in a daze. "Try it, and see if you're satisfied with it." Subconsciously taking the key, Pietro looked at the bullfighting logo on the key. Only then did he gradually react, and even his breathing became a little faster. "Wait, you mean this car was given to me?" "Certainly." Suemo nodded. Judging from past contacts, there is a big difference in personality between Pietro now and after he awakened his ability. The life of an orphan since childhood left him with a hint of cowardice and inferiority in his heart. Although this personality began to gradually improve after starting to practice, he was still not confident enough at this time. The reason why he gave the car as a gift was to improve his character. After all, one cannot own a Lamborghini and have low self-esteem at the same time. Although during this period of contact with Pietro, he has become accustomed to all kinds of luxurious things. But this was the first time I came into contact with a sports car. After all, Suemo got tired of these things a few years ago, and the cars he rides now are commercial vehicles that are more comfortable and safe. For young people like Pietro who rarely come into contact with luxury cars, this kind of sports car can stimulate the hormones in their bodies more. Excitedly, he stepped forward and looked around the car. Absolutely awesome. However, Pietro soon suppressed his excitement. "This thing is too precious. I can't keep it." Suemo, who had expected this, opened the car door and pushed the other person in directly. "Don't worry. I'll lend you the car. And this car was left over from playing with me a few years ago. It will just gather dust if left in the garage. This is just a waste to be used. Or maybe you don't like this one?" As he spoke, Suemo took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. "Then take a look at which one you like. There are dozens more in the garage." When Suemo was crazy about sports cars, he almost bought dozens of them like crazy. Most of them have only been opened once or twice, and some have not been opened even once. Although Wanda directly helped Pietro make the decision to go to college, it was his own choice which college to go to. In order to get rid of Wanda's control, he did not choose to attend the same university as Wanda. Wanda went to a state university in Pennsylvania, and he chose Boston University. The two universities are located in opposite directions, about 3 or 4 hours drive from New York. Of course, there are many famous universities in New York, but under Suemo's intentional guidance, the two of them chose universities in other places. In this way, they could logically leave New York, a dangerous city. Hearing Suemo's words, Pietro hesitated for a while and then refused again. "Okay, I like this one very much." Of course, the main reason is that he likes this car so much. The school's admission notice and the location of the residence are all in the passenger bag. After giving instructions to the other party, Wanda's figure also walked over from the villa. Seeing Pietro starting the car, a warning smile appeared on her face. "I will go visit you after the holiday." After hearing this, Pietro's expression changed. Since he decided to go to school, he has been suffering almost every day, because after graduating from middle school, the two dropped out of school directly to work, and they had forgotten almost 90% of what they learned in school, in order to not be like listening to heavenly books after entering university. During this time, Wanda forced Pietro to study with her for 4 or 5 hours a day. Wanda said she was going to visit him, but he knew very well that her real purpose was to check on his academic performance. "Listen, Wanda, there's no need at all. I can take care of myself. That's it, goodbye." After saying that, Pietro started the car directly. After a deafening roar, Daniel disappeared from the sight of the two. Watching the other party's disappearing figure, Wanda turned to look at Suemo. "Is it because I control him a little too harshly?" "Of course not. You know, in our Xia country, students study for more than 10 hours every day. You have been too tolerant to him during this period." Between Wanda and Pietro, he naturally supports Wanda. Neither of them had too much worry about Pietro's safety. As early as half a month ago, Pietro was able to lift a car weighing more than 1 ton with his bare hands. During the run, he even broke the world sprint record. With his current strength, it would be good if he does not threaten the safety of others. After sending Pietro away, All the things in the villa behind were moved to the car. The two then drove a red Ferrari and took the lead in the direction of Pennsylvania. For hours later, the car drove into an elegant villa area. The entire villa area covers a very large area and is less than 10 minutes drive from the state university where Wanda is going. Soon, the car stopped in front of a two-story villa. The villa is completely white and has a courtyard of more than 100 square meters. There are some bright flowers planted in the courtyard. The two got out of the car. How about it? If you feel dissatisfied with this, there are a few more around here. We can go and have a look. Thanks to the genes engraved in the bones of the Husha people, Sumo's parents were very keen on buying real estate during their lifetime. Although the previous family wealth was less than 1/10 of what it is now, they were still considered to be the top group of wealthy people in the United States. Coupled with the downturn in the real estate market during this period, his parents purchased several properties in almost every major city in the United States. This is one of the properties that was purchased. Wanda shook her head with bright eyes. No, it's beautiful here. It's exactly what my dream home looks like. After saying that, Wanda stepped into the courtyard. At this time, with a creak, the door opened from the inside, and a woman who looked to be in her 20s walked out. The woman is about 1.6 meters tall, has long blonde hair, a fair face, and a slightly plump figure, and exudes a hormonal aura that makes men eager to move. Perhaps because the weather was too hot, the woman only wore a pure cotton short-sleeve t-shirt on her upper body, paired with the denim shorts underneath. It looks youthful and energetic. Looking outside the villa, his eyes stayed on the red Ferrari for a moment, and finally fell on Sumo. Are you the owner of the house? Hello, I am Sonia Simonson, who was responsible for taking care of the villa before. You can call me Sonia. After she introduced herself, she stepped forward and shook Sumo's hand. Your secretary, Ms. Averill, had a phone call with me before and said you would be here in the next few days. Sumo's parents bought too many properties. If they're not taken care of for a long time, these houses, mostly made of wooden structures, will easily decay and be destroyed. Furthermore, according to American law, if the house has not been taken care of for a long time and is moved in by some homeless people after the other party has lived in the house for a certain period of time, there will be a dispute over the ownership of the house. Therefore, his parents hired a local to take care of each house. The salary paid for this job is not high, but the other party can temporarily live in the villa. This is obviously the case with Sonia in front of her. You two, follow me. Sonia led the two of them towards the villa. Look at the tidy living room. Sumo nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that this villa is well taken care of by the other party. While Sumo went upstairs to look at the room, Sonia hesitated and pulled Wanda aside. Actually, I haven't found a suitable house yet, so... Having said this, she continued to speak with an embarrassed look on her face. I wonder if you can give me some more time to look for a house. Don't worry, I will stay in the servant's room at night and will not disturb you too. Besides, I can be responsible for the hygiene of the villa during this time. Sure, I know this request is a bit excessive. If it doesn't work, I can pay. Having said this, Sonia reacted suddenly, with a look of disbelief on her face. Originally, she just had the attitude of giving it a try. This request seemed a bit excessive to her. After all, the other party had informed her a month ago, so she had time to find a place to live. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house he had found earlier suddenly regretted it yesterday. She could only give it a try. What? You mean you agreed? Wanda smiled and nodded. Of course, it's not just these few days. You can stay here forever. My husband will not stay here. I will be the only one left in this villa, so I hope you can stay. After listening to Wanda's words, Sonia quickly thanked her. Thanks, but do you need to seek your husband's opinion? Although Wanda has agreed, she does not want to cause conflicts between the other two. Don't worry, my husband won't object. Despite saying this, Wanda still went upstairs and recounted her story to Sumo. Of course, I have no objection, Sumo said indifferently. These house guards are all decided after strict review by the company. Otherwise, if you meet a rogue, it will obviously be very troublesome. So, generally speaking, the character of these house guards is not too bad, which is the main reason why Sumo agreed. If it was a stranger, he would reject it immediately. Wanda happily rewarded Sumo. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Sumo easily hugged the other party's waist. He felt that it was still necessary to chat with the other party. Although kindness is a virtue, being too kind often brings disaster to oneself. Dear, although it is a good thing to be helpful, I hope you will have to discuss this kind of things with me in the future. This Sonia is because I have her detailed information in the company, so I feel safe to keep her. If she is a stranger, it is very dangerous to live in the same house with her. It's very possible that the other party has some purpose. After listening to Sumo's words, Wanda also realized that she seemed a little reckless. He nodded quickly. Well, I understand. It won't happen like this next time. She naturally understood that everything Sumo said was for her own safety. Seeing the other party's frustrated expression, Sumo reached out and stroked her head. Okay, just pay attention next time. Let's go. I'll take you to see something good. After going downstairs and saying hello to Sonia, the two walked out of the villa. After instructing the people from the moving company behind to move all the things in the car into the villa, Sumo directly drove the Ferrari and took Wanda toward a lake not far away on the map. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a remote location next to the lake. After turning off the car, Sumo stretched out his right hand gently, and a red box appeared in his hand. Open it and take a look. Sumo handed the box to the other party's hand. When Wanda saw this, a smile appeared on her face. What makes it so mysterious? As she spoke, she opened the box in her hand, and a diamond ring appeared in the box. Wow! Wanda covered her mouth with a surprised smile on her face. What day is today, and why did you give me a ring? Sumo did not answer, but took out the diamond ring from the box and helped the other person wear it on the ring finger of his left hand. Replaced the original wedding ring. Then he pulled the other person's right hand involuntarily, squeezed a little blood from the tip of his index finger, and dripped it on the ring. Wait a minute. Isn't this some Huxiao witchcraft? Seeing Sumo's series of strange actions, Wanda looked at him with confusion. Of course not. Sumo glanced at her, but she figured it out. As the blood dripped onto the ring seemed to be alive, absorbing the blood. Seeing this scene, Wanda had an incredible look on her face. But before she could ask Sumo any questions, she felt huge amounts of space. Because he has not awakened, Wanda's mental power cannot be released. If he wants to use the storage ring, he can only use this method of bleeding. Wait, what is this? In an instant, a blue suitcase appeared in Wanda's hands. As her eyes moved, the suitcase disappeared into her hands again. Oh my God, it's amazing. Next, Wanda had a lot of fun. Finally, he even put his hands on the car. The next moment, the car disappeared and the two people sitting in the car suddenly sat on the ground. Because the seat height of the Ferrari was very low, only half a meter above the ground, Sumo did not move and let their bodies fall on the soft grass. Sorry, Wanda apologized quickly. Sumo waved his hand indifferently. How's it going? Do you like it? He shook the ring on his left hand. Of course, I like everything you give me. She was smart and did not ask the other party about the origin of the ring, but she knew very well how precious it was. After hesitating for a moment, she stood on tiptoes with a red face and whispered a few words in Sumo's ear. What the other party said made Sumo furious. However, his efficiency in certain aspects is far behind Kunzai's. If he adopts the same method of eliminating anger as his opponent, it is very likely that the two of them will have to spend the night here. He has not forgotten the main purpose of coming here today. He ordered Wanda to take out the armor that had been transformed into a box from the ring, guiding Wanda to press the index finger of her right hand on a button in the middle of the box. Within 2 seconds, a female voice came from the box. The master's identity has been bound. Do you want to activate the armor? After getting the armor, Sumo first exchanged it for a control system similar to Jarvis in the mall. In the system, this kind of control system, which is not even semi-intelligent, only requires 300 points to redeem one. Following Wanda's order, the armor decomposed instantly and was put on Wanda in less than 5 seconds. Wanda, who was completely wrapped in the armor, kept screaming in surprise. After more than 10 minutes, He calmed down with Sumo's comfort. In the following time, Wanda began to practice controlling the armor to fly in the sky, according to the guidance of the control system. At the beginning, she either hit a tree or fell into the lake. Fortunately, the armor originally provided full body protection, which prevented her from receiving any damage. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she gradually mastered the flying skills. After controlling the armor and flying for several circles, Wanda landed in front of Sumo. As the helmet opened, Wanda's face, which was flushed with excitement, was revealed. Okay, it's getting late. We should go back. After hearing Sumo's words, Wanda lifted the armor without hesitation. The armor turned into a suitcase again, and she received it into the storage ring. When you have time in the future, you can come here often to practice. This way, you can protect yourself if you encounter any danger. Wanda moved forward and hugged Sumo. Thanks. After saying that, Wanda showed an inexplicable smile on her face. The car that disappeared before reappeared aside. She opened the door and pushed Sumo in. After a while, Ferrari shock absorbers have undergone the most severe test since leaving the factory. In the Star Tower training room, Sumo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air. After staying in Bentley for 2 days and settling Wanda, Sumo returned to the Island of Death. In the Sea of Knowledge, the last trace of mental power was tempered and condensed with the operation of Forging God technique. With all the mental power condensed and completed, there was a huge earthquake in the Sea of Consciousness. Finally, a huge amount of mental power was concentrated towards the center of the Sea of Consciousness. The highly condensed, mist-like spiritual power gradually transformed into a liquid state. After a while, a miniature water ball slowly formed in the Sea of Consciousness. At the moment when the water ball is formed, the suction force suddenly increases, and the attracted mental power forms a vortex of huge amounts in the Sea of Consciousness. The size of the water polo also becomes larger and larger as the influx of mental power increases. Until more than half an hour later, the spiritual power in the Sea of Consciousness has been absorbed by the water ball. Sumo knew that what was left was the most critical step to become a planet-level master of the god's telekinesis. It is to extremely compress the water ball to form a solid planet-like crystal nucleus. Condensation. Sumo muttered something silently in his mind, then controlled the mental power that formed the water polo and suddenly shrank towards the middle. Although turned into liquid, these mental powers still belong to Sumo and are controlled by him. The volume of the water balloon was extremely compressed in a very short period of time, reduced to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Sumo gritted his teeth. The current degree of compression was still not enough to make it solid. Thinking of this, he took a breath. Use all your strength to squeeze the miniature water ball again. Success or failure depends on this. Boom! It seemed that a critical point was reached at a certain moment, and the water ball solidified rapidly. Then it turned into a sky blue polygonal crystal. After the crystal was completely solidified, endless energy spurted out from it, and the consciousness space began to expand rapidly under this energy. In a few seconds, it expanded to hundreds of times its original size. At this moment, Sumo's soul seemed to have completed a life transition. The brain also becomes extremely clear. Slowly open your eyes. Shinji's cheerful voice sounded in the training room. Congratulations, Master, for being promoted to planet-level master, the god's telekinesis. As soon as she finished speaking, endless colorful ribbons and flowers floated throughout the training room. These things disappeared directly after falling to the ground. Seeing what Shinji had done, Sumo was speechless. Who did you learn this from? Online. Master, isn't this how celebrations happen in your world? Oh yes, there's more. Immediately afterwards, bottles of champagne appeared in the training room, and bursts of boom and boom sounded, and the training room was sprayed everywhere. Stop! Sumo appeared outside the training room in a flash, looking at Shinji standing opposite with a black line on his face. Don't fix this mess for me next time. Okay, Master. Master, are you tired from practicing? Let me rub your shoulders for you. Saying that, Xing-Ji walked up behind Su-Mo, put her hands on his shoulders, and started to knead them gently. At the same time, her body was directly pressed against Su-Mo's back. Feel the other person's amazing talent. Su-Mo suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He had tried to fight back before, but every time the opponent chose to escape at the critical moment. To put it simply, Xing-Ji only stirs up fire and doesn't put it out. Su-Mo, who was so angry that he was itching his teeth several times in a row, could only try to avoid the other party. Let's go. Feeling that Xing-Ji was doing this again, Su-Mo decisively chose to leave the Star Tower. As soon as I returned outside, my cell phone rang. Pressing the answer button, Avril's voice came from the other side. Boss, something happened to Annie. Hearing what the other party said, Su-Mo's expression changed. Among the girlfriends he has dated over the years, Annie is the one he has spent the longest time with. She's been his girlfriend since she was a student. However, Annie knew Su-Mo's character very well and knew that he would not hang himself from a tree, and her dream at the time was to become an actor. The two hit it off immediately. One is greedy for money, the other is greedy for S**X. Su-Mo helped her become the top movie star in Hollywood, and in return, she became Su-Mo's girlfriend, the kind who didn't mind what he did outside at all. After several years, it is impossible to say that there is no trace of affection between the two. Avril was also aware of this, so she knew that Su-Mo was already married to Wanda, but she still called him. Su-Mo couldn't remain indifferent when he suddenly heard the news about the other party's accident. I learned from Avril that Annie suddenly disappeared during filming a few days ago. Anne's parents had already called the police, but there is still no news about her. Su-Mo hesitated for a moment, then found a number on his phone and dialed it. After a while, Agent Hill's voice came from inside. Su, it seems you are in trouble. I want to know about Anne. According to Su-Mo's character, he doesn't want to have too much contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there is no way. If we say that the organization that knows the most about everything happening in the United States, it is definitely them. Su-Mo also thought about how to establish an intelligence system. The most appropriate way is naturally to purchase an intelligent life in the system. Not to mention intelligent life, even semi-intelligent life defined by the system is several levels higher than Jarvis. If there is such a thing, the entire Earth's network will become his back garden. But unfortunately, even semi-intelligent life requires a full 60,000 points. At the moment, he has no way to redeem it. Of course, Xing-Ji in the Star Tower believes that it is easier to do this. However, with his current strength, there is no way to control the Star Tower. As the weapon spirit of the Star Tower, Xing-Ji has no way to leave her sea of consciousness. For now, the only option is to turn to S.H.I.E.L.D. again. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill hung up the phone and quickly came to Nick Fury's office. Since the last time I saw Su-Mo's ability, Su-Mo's status in Nick Fury's heart has risen several levels. He specifically told Hill to report information about the other party at any time. After listening to Hill's report, Nick Fury didn't show much surprise on his face. He casually handed a piece of information in his hand to Hill. The information recorded here is the information he wants. Hill's expression changed. He took the information, opened it, and took a look. Did you already know that the other party would call? That's right. Nick Fury had an enigmatic expression on his face. I received a report on the Annie incident in the morning and have sent Natasha Romanoff to protect the other party. This is a good opportunity to make good friends with the other party. 10 minutes later, Su-Mo received the information sent by Hill immediately on his mobile phone. After reading the contents of the information, Su-Mo waved his hand. A space door slowly opened to the side. Su-Mo looked at his hands in surprise. After using this magic, he discovered that after being promoted to a planet-level master, although the total amount of mental power did not increase too much, the quality was several times higher than before. Casting magic is much easier than before. Open the Properties panel. Name, Su-Mo. Age, 20 years old. Strength, 1,425,320 kilograms. Speed, 1,360 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 126,000 kg. Special ability, Space Freezing. Points, 23,420 points. Level, Planet Level 1. The improvement in psychokinesis is about 20%. I wonder if I can successfully cast the dream walking technique now. Mo muttered. But now is not the time to think about this. We should save first, and then talk about it. Thinking of this, he stepped into the portal in front of him. Florida, Palm Bay, in a hotel on a rundown street. Two figures stood in front of the window, looking at the scene on the street outside. After confirming that the enemy had not followed, the two sat down on the bed in the room. The two are none other than the missing Annie and Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. What are those things, and why are they chasing me? And looked at Natasha Romanoff opposite in shock. Natasha Romanoff reloaded the gun in her hand and inserted it into the holster on her leg. That thing is called the Sentry robot, which is specially designed to capture mutants. After Annie heard this, she looked stunned. Don't humans already live in peace with mutants now? Why does this happen again? Do you believe what those politicians say? Natasha Romanoff wiped the wound on her face and said casually, All right. Annie sat on the bed, stretched out her right hand gently, and the water vapor in the air quickly gathered towards her fingertips, forming a large ice crystal in a moment. This mutant ability is simply amazing. The reason why she disappeared was that a few days ago, she suddenly discovered that she had awakened the ability to condense ice out of thin air and was temporarily unable to control it, so she hid. During those 2 days, almost everything she came into contact with would shatter into ice shards. I can't even contact my family. She finally controlled her ability, but unexpectedly, she was targeted by several robots who wanted to capture her. Fortunately, her ability was not too weak, and at the critical moment, the person in front of her who claimed to be the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent saved her. I advise you to save some energy. Natasha Romanoff got up and lay on the bed, admonishing her. The fastest support will only arrive at night. During this time, we can only rely on ourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. He stood up and came to the door, looking out through the crack in the door. The hotel is located on the seaside. Walking out of the fence surrounding the backyard, there is a beach less than 100 meters away. At this time, on the beach, 3 Sentry robots over 5 meters in length slowly landed from the air. No, leave quickly. Natasha Romanoff hurried to the window and opened it. Follow me. After saying that, he jumped out of the window. Their room is located on the 2nd floor, only 3 or 4 meters away from the ground. After Annie heard this, she quickly came to the window. Thanks to her experience in shooting action movies, she fell to the ground equally lightly. After landing, the 2 people didn't stop and got directly into a car on the side of the street. Then the car accelerated and drove towards the intersection. The robot located behind the hotel sounded an alarm. Traces of mutants found. Then 3 figures took off again. Thanks to the mutant detection device, the Sentry robot captured Annie's figure in less than 2 minutes. At this time, Natasha Romanoff was driving a vehicle on the seaside road in the other direction. The 3 Sentry robots did not care about passers-by, accelerated directly, landed in front of the car, and slammed their arms on the front hood of the car. The car almost flew up. The 2 people sitting in the car almost flew out of the car window when they decelerated instantly. Fortunately, seat belts do their job. After a while, the 2 of them got out of the car, rubbing the place where their seat belts had been strangled. Shit, I'm going to be strangled to death. Natasha Romanoff sent a cordial greeting to the Sentry robot. The Sentry robot opposite did not respond at all, but all its eyes fell on Annie. He walked towards her position. Run! Natasha Romanoff shouted to Annie, took out a special pistol from both sides of her thighs, and shot the robot. The bullets hit the robot, and all bounced away. It cannot cause any damage to them. However, her action attracted the attention of the Sentry robot. Come here quickly, you stupid guys. After shouting, Natasha Romanoff ran in the other direction without looking back. She knew very well that the two of them alone were no match for these sentry robots. She could only delay time and wait for rescue to arrive. The three sentry robots looked at the two people running in two directions and finally split up. One chased towards Natasha Romanoff's position. The other two all rushed towards Annie. After all, capturing mutants is their main responsibility. Annie turned to look at the two sentry robots chasing after her, then quickly turned around and ran towards the seaside. The reason why the two chose to rest in a hotel by the sea was because of Anne's ability. Although she could freeze ice in the void, she still needed enough water vapor in the air to do so. In the outback, it is likely that once she releases ability, she will drain the nearby water vapor. But it's different at the seaside. This is undoubtedly her home field, which can greatly enhance her combat effectiveness. Just after running less than 50 meters away, the robot behind her was already less than 5 meters away from her. When Annie saw this, a trace of icy blue flashed in her eyes. The surrounding water vapor quickly condensed on the robots, turning them into two ice sculptures in less than 2 seconds. But before Annie could breathe a sigh of relief, a crack appeared on the two ice sculptures. Noticing this scene, Annie did not hesitate and activated ability again. The water vapor within hundreds of meters around her was drained away by her. The thickness of the ice on the two sentry robots has reached nearly 1 meter. Despite this, and did not take it lightly, he endured the feeling of weakness coming from his body and fled towards the distance. Other side, while Natasha Romanoff was running away, she would shoot several shots behind her from time to time to attract the hatred of the other party. Unlike Anne, she always chose narrow lanes. Although in the process, the sentry robot changed the buildings on both sides of the road beyond recognition. Pedestrians were also frightened and fled in all directions. But this made the other party unable to do anything to her for a while. However, Natasha Romanoff, who escaped from a small road, looked at the three sentry robots that appeared again in front of her, and her expression was momentarily stunned. No way! Natasha Romanoff was about to retreat when she saw the robot chasing her coming out of the back intersection. Her expression suddenly changed. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, because you obstructed the operations of the Sentry Secret Service, we now have the authority to arrest you. At this time, a man's voice came from the robot, standing in the front and center. Go asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Natasha Romanoff ignored the other party's words and rushed directly towards the Sentry robot behind her. Although the Sentry robot is produced by Trask Group, it is actually controlled by the Sentry Secret Service established by the government. This department is on the same level as S.H.I.E.L.D. Theoretically, both agencies are departments with special powers of the government. The moment she got close to the opponent, Natasha Romanoff made a sliding tackle and slid directly between the robot's legs. During the process of passing through, a circular instrument is attached to the body of the Sentry robot. Zila! There was a burst of electricity from the round instrument. The Sentry robot twitched for a while and then crashed to the ground. Natasha Romanoff didn't even look back and ran towards the intersection where she came from. The three robots standing on the other side saw this and stopped holding back. A needle-like object shot out from the hand of the robot in the middle and hit Natasha Romanoff almost instantly. There was a thin line behind the needle connected to the robot's hand. Natasha Romanoff felt a pain in her shoulder, and then an electric current flowed through her body. Los Angeles, 2008, evening. On a dimly lit Batman set, the director's voice echoed. Cut. That's a wrap for today. The crew began to disperse. Among them, a woman in a sleek black catsuit and an eye patch slipped off the stage. Annie, the actress playing Catwoman, scanning the lot. Her gaze landed on a black luxury van parked near the curb. Her expression softened. She hurried over and climbed inside. In the back seat sat a young man, sharp-suited and calm, his looks enough to turn heads anywhere. Darling, Annie said with a teasing pout, you haven't visited me in forever. Sue M. Mo smiled, handing her a bouquet of fresh roses. You know how it is. Running a company doesn't exactly come with free weekends. The moment she took the flowers, her irritation melted. She leaned into him with a grin. "You're forgiven." Suemo slipped an arm around her waist as the car door shut. The driver couldn't see or hear what was happening behind the partition. Suemo pressed a button. The van began to move. "Wait," Annie gasped, laughing. "I haven't even changed out of this costume yet." Sumo's eyes glinted. "No need. I prefer Catwoman." The atmosphere grew heated until a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Sumo's mind. "Host detected. System binding initiated." Sumo's eyes snapped open. "What the?" Annie blinked up at him. "What's wrong?" He forced a smile. "Nothing. Keep going." Inside, though, he was stunned. After 20 years of waiting, his system had finally arrived. A reincarnated life. Suemo had been reborn in this world decades ago. Born to a Chinese-American family in New York, he grew up believing he'd simply been reincarnated into the U.S. of the 1990s, until one fateful night when he saw Stark Industries on TV. That was when it hit him. This was the Marvel Universe. A world of heroes, gods, and monsters, where every few years, someone tried to destroy the planet. Thanos, the Celestials, Ultron, each threat bigger than the last. Thankfully, this wasn't the comic universe. Judging from what he'd seen, it matched the movie timeline, which meant a slightly higher survival rate. After his parents died in a car crash, Suemo inherited their mid-sized film company. Using the knowledge from his past life, he turned it into an empire, releasing blockbuster after blockbuster. Within years, he became one of the richest men in America. Now, the system had finally answered him. But there was a twist. System activation requirement: marriage. The stronger or more gifted your partner, the greater the quality of your novice reward. Suemo froze. "You mean, I need to get married to activate it?" Choosing a bride. His mind instantly began listing the most powerful women in the Marvel world. The Ancient One, a timeless sorcerer, but she'd turn him to dust if he tried. Jean Grey. Powerful, yes, but unstable, and possibly dead. Captain Marvel. Somewhere in deep space. Out of reach. Wanda Maximoff. The Scarlet Witch, the strongest mortal in existence. She could tear Thanos apart with her bare hands. Once she awakened her chaos magic, even gods had to tread carefully. At this point in time, Wanda and her twin brother Pietro were still living ordinary lives in Sokovia. No powers yet. No fame. Perfect. With enough resources, reaching her wouldn't be hard. A new plan. Suemo exhaled slowly, already planning ahead. He picked up his phone and made a call. "Boss," came a gentle female voice. His secretary, Avril, "Tell Sauron and the others to meet at the stronghold tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir. Also, all your U.S. assets have been sold except for the film company and Stark Group shares. And about your plan to invest in Dacia, I've sent you details of potential targets." "Good. I'll look through them." Hanging up, Suemo leaned back. The U.S. might be the heart of the Marvel Universe, but that also meant it was the epicenter of chaos. Every alien invasion, every apocalyptic event, always seemed to start here. With no powers yet, staying would be suicide. Dacia, on the other hand, was quiet, stable, untouched by the madness of superheroes. For now, he smiled faintly. Once the system activated, everything would change. As he sank into thought, the car hit a bump, snapping him back. Annie shifted in his lap, the curve of her body pressing against him. Sumo's hand twitched. "Right? Focus." The rhythmic thump of rotor blades echoed across the water as a black helicopter descended toward a sprawling estate on the Hudson. The moment it touched down, armed female mercenaries surrounded it. From inside, they dragged out a blindfolded figure, slender, struggling, clearly terrified. Leading them was Sauron, who stopped before Suemo, waiting calmly by the car. "Boss, target secured." Suemo gave a small nod. "Good. Bring her inside." A few minutes later, inside a high-security room of the villa, two mercenaries removed the hood. Wanda blinked rapidly as her eyes adjusted. Her breathing hitched as she realized she wasn't in Sokovia anymore. The walls were marble, the air smelled of money and danger. Her gaze locked on the man sitting opposite her. "Who are you?" she snapped. What do you want from me? Suemo raised a hand. Leave us. The guards obeyed, closing the door behind them. Silence filled the room. Suemo studied her quietly. Up close, she was almost identical to the Wanda he remembered from the movies, only younger. Fresher. 18, maybe 19 at most. He finally spoke. Wanda Maximoff, born in Sokovia. Parents killed in a bombing when you were 8. Only family left, your twin brother, Pietro. Works delivery. You wait tables in a cafe. Her eyes widened. How do you know that? Suemo set the file aside. Because I make it my business to know. She stiffened. Then you already know this is kidnapping. He smiled faintly. If I meant you harm, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me. She scoffed. And the ropes? Are those your idea of kindness? With a sigh, Suemo drew a knife, not to threaten, but to cut the bindings from her wrists. The ropes fell away. I'm here to offer you a deal, he said. The proposal. Deal. Wanda rubbed her sore wrists, her tone cautious. Suemo nodded. I know your situation. 2 siblings trying to survive on less than 2,000 euros a month. You're drowning in debt, Wanda. Her eyes flashed. That's none of your business. It is now, he said evenly, because I can't change that. Wanda folded her arms. And what exactly do you want in return? Suemo met her gaze. Simple. Marry me. Her breath caught. You're insane. Maybe. But if you agree, your brother gets everything he'll ever need. A home. Security. Freedom. If you refuse, he paused, tone soft but dangerous. I can't promise either of you will stay safe. You're shameless, she hissed. Suemo only shrugged. Call it what you like. You have 5 minutes to decide. He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, expression unreadable. Wanda glared at him, her mind spinning. If she were alone, she'd tell him to go to hell. But Pietro, he was all she had left. She lowered her head. If I agree, you'll keep your word? You'll let Pietro live freely. Suemo nodded. I'll always keep my word. Then fine, she said through gritted teeth. I'll do it. The next day, that afternoon, Pietro was escorted to the villa. He froze the moment he saw his sister standing in a gleaming white wedding dress. Wanda, what the hell is this? She forced a smile. I was going to tell you earlier, but everything happened so fast. But when he saw 5th-century robots standing behind him, a glimmer of confidence surged in the man's heart. They are no strangers to mutants with this kind of ability. There was once a mutant experimental subject with this ability in the base. Codename Red Devil. Moreover, the ability of the person in front of me is still far behind compared to the Red Devil. The Red Devil's ability was instantaneous, and he was already lifted into the air before he could react. But looking at the opponent's ability, there is obviously a big delay. Asterisk. We are here for the future of mankind. Aliens like you should not exist in the first place. Seeing the other party's confident look, Suemo didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. A slight wave of his right hand. A portal of huge amounts appeared at the feet of those soldiers. These soldiers fell directly before they had time to react. The other end of the portal is 1,000 meters above everyone. In an instant, like paratroopers parachuting, groups of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms fell freely from the sky. The only difference is that these soldiers do not have parachute packs on their backs. Only 5th-century robots activated their propulsion devices and floated in place. Of course, the middle-aged man standing at the front was also supported by a sentry robot and was spared death. The man looked at the soldiers in the sky and gave orders to the sentry robot behind him. Help! The remaining 4 robots received the order and wanted to fly into the sky. But Suemo on the opposite side obviously didn't want to give them this opportunity. The planet-level spirit psychokinesis envelopes these robots. Almost instantly, all these robots crashed. The remains of the sentry robots that besieged the White Queen last time have been handed over to the group of researchers under Baron Strucker. Although there is no way to imitate them yet, they have completely analyzed the structure of these sentry robots. Suemo naturally knew where the control centers in these sentry robots were. All it takes is destroying this control center to reduce these robots to a pile of scrap metal. The frozen robot slowly floated in front of Su-Mo and was put into the storage ring by him. As long as these robots are replaced with new control centers, they can become their loyal guards. The middle-aged man who was held by the robot watched helplessly as Su-Mo did all this, but was unable to stop him. After the robot disappeared, he fell directly to the ground. The severe pain woke him up. Illusion? Yes, all this must be an illusion cast by you. I won't be fooled. Sentry attack. After saying that, the man closed his eyes tactfully. As long as it is not affected by the opponent, the sentry robot will naturally defeat the opponent. After all, the sentry robot is not afraid of psychic abilities. Looking at this scene, Su-Mo and others were a little bit dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to see through it so easily. Su-Mo stepped forward and slapped the other person on the face so hard that several teeth were knocked out. How's it going? It doesn't hurt at all. After saying that, he stepped hard on the crotch of the man who was knocked to the ground. The man screamed like a slaughtering pig. Hallucination, it's not real. The man covered his crotch and roared with blood foaming from his mouth. At this time, the soldiers who fell from the sky finally landed successfully. The sound of click sounded one after another. There were more blooming blood flowers on the ground. At this time, Sumo's eyes moved, and he looked towards the sky in the distance. A group of file-sized figures like flies appeared on the horizon. After a while, he flew in front of everyone. It's also a sentry robot, but this time there are 17 or 8. There's also a young man in a white coat sitting on the robot at the front. After the young man landed, he quickly stepped forward and helped the middle-aged man up. Captain Wayne, how are you? Lyle. Seeing the young man in front of him and the sentry robot coming to support him, the man had a look of disbelief on his face. How come? Only then did he suddenly realize that everything that had happened before seemed not to be an illusion. Looking at the pools of blood on the ground, Wayne looked at Su-Mo with evil eyes. Kill him, not waiting for those sentry robots to make any move. Su-Mo had already taken the lead. Same. After destroying the control centers of these robots, he put all these robots into the space ring. After collecting it, Su-Mo said to Wayne with a smile, "How could you possibly hurt me in the illusion I created?" Hearing Sumo's words, Wayne seemed crazy. This is an illusion. It's not right. This is real. It's not right either. Captain Wayne was a normal person, but he was driven crazy by Sumo's continuous operations. The young man, named Lyle, also changed his expression at this time. Have you entered a fantasy world? After all, he knew the combat effectiveness of the sentry robot very well, and the scene of the other party dealing with the sentry robot was indeed too outrageous. Even Natasha Romanoff and behind Su-Mo were not sure whether what they saw was real or illusory. Natasha Romanoff looked at Sumo's back, not far ahead. At this moment, she really couldn't see through him. No wonder Nick Fury tried every means to win over him. With the opponent's unpredictable abilities as his enemy, he will really be tortured to the point of collapse. Seeing that the other party had collapsed, Su-Mo had no interest in torturing the other party anymore. A huge amount of space door appeared at the feet of everyone. All of them suddenly fell downwards, and Natasha Romanoff were startled by the sudden weightlessness. But almost instantly, the two of them were hugged by Su-Mo. After falling out of the space door, they appeared in the sky above an island. Here it is. Natasha Romanoff looked at the buildings on the island below her feet and looked at Su-Mo, who was close at hand, with a look of surprise. Yes, this is the headquarters of the Sentry Secret Service. The Sentry Secret Service is located on this small island less than 1 square kilometer on the edge of Manhattan. The entire island belongs to the Secret Service. After receiving Sumo's affirmative answer, the expression on Natasha Romanoff's face also changed. What you up to? Su-Mo did not answer the other party, but gently landed on the ground and let go of their bodies. But Annie was now completely stuck to him, and it took a lot of effort to pull her away, provoking a resentful expression from the other party. Wayne and Law were not so lucky. It fell directly and hit the top floor of the main building on the island. This building houses the Sentry Secret Service offices and the top floor houses a huge amount of conference room. At this time, the conference room was filled with high-level officials from the Secret Service. On the screen on one side of the conference room were huge amounts of information about, and the content of the meeting was obviously about how to capture this mutant. The two figures who suddenly burst into the conference room startled everyone in the conference room. After the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone carefully walked out of their respective bunkers and discovered that the two pools of objects on the ground could be vaguely identified, and they were the two people sent out. Oops, look at the two people on the ground. The expressions of everyone in the office changed. It seems I came at the right time. Everyone is here. A familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was only then that everyone discovered that a figure had been standing at the window at some point. Natasha Romanoff and Annie, who were standing on the outskirts of the island, saw that less than half a minute after Sue Mo disappeared, the 10-story main building located in the center of the island slowly floated after a violent shaking. Then it continued to accelerate and flew into the air. After a while, the building turned into a small black dot in their sight. In the top-floor conference room, everyone felt the building rising gradually with horror in their eyes. At this time, the building has reached several thousand meters in the air, and even the air has become very thin. After a while, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the person in charge stood up holding the table. "What on earth are you going to do?" He naturally understood that all this was caused by the young Hu Xiao man in front of him. "Of course I will completely destroy your organization." "No, you can't do this. We are a department under the government. If you do this, you will become a sinner of the entire country." After hearing Su Mo's words, the leading man warned with a stern expression. "Really, it's not important. The important thing is that you have to enjoy an exciting journey next." As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, the rising building gradually stopped, and then the building began to freely fall downwards. In order to prevent the speed from being insufficient, Su Mo also exerted a downward thrust. In less than 10 seconds, the flight speed of the entire building has reached hundreds of meters per second. The strong sense of weightlessness caused everyone in the room to cling to the roof, and they let out ear-piercing screams. They never dreamed that middle-aged people could still experience such extreme sports. Several older people had already gone into shock at this speed. "Have fun." Su Mo raised his head and showed a kind smile to the people on the ceiling and disappeared in a flash. On the small island, seeing the building accelerating and falling downwards, the staff in the other buildings panicked. They all drove towards the bridge connecting to the land. Natasha Romanoff and Anne, who were staring at this scene in stunned silence, felt their waists tighten. Su Mo didn't know when he appeared behind the two of them. He carried the two of them and dodged, passing through the portal behind. When the three of them appeared again, they were already on the roof of a high-rise building. The two of them looked at the familiar island in the distance and immediately understood that the three of them were in Manhattan, facing the island across the sea. In the sky above the distant island, the falling speed of the building is close to the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the building had fallen hard on the island. With a huge amount of roaring sound, a mushroom cloud rose from the location of the island. Alerts sounded in Su Mo's mind. Kill the villain and get 142 points. Kill the villain and get 156 points. The beep lasted for a full 3 or 4 minutes before it stopped. 10 minutes later, the smoke dispersed. The cake's cellar. Natasha Romanoff looked at the island that was torn apart and slowly sinking under the impact of huge amounts of, and she let out an exclamation while walking. "Shield. Director's office." Nick Fury was holding a cup of coffee comfortably and looking at the slowly sinking island on the monitor in front of him. "Director, will it cause dissatisfaction with the Ministry of National Defense if we let it go like this?" Coulson stood next to him, a look of worry on his face. "Of course I will be dissatisfied. After all, the Sentry Project is supported by the Ministry of National Defense." Nick Fury's dark face revealed a row of neat white teeth. "It's none of my business. The White House has clearly ordered that mutants enjoy the same rights as ordinary humans. It is these people who continue to ruin the government's reputation. Otherwise, we, SHIELD, would not have a single high-level combat force that we can use. Apparently, Nick Fury is not in favor of the Department of Defense establishing the Sentry Secret Service. You know, mutants have a variety of awakened abilities. There are some very powerful combatants among them. If these people are included in SHIELD, SHIELD's strength will undoubtedly be greatly increased, and it will be more able to handle some unnatural cases. But because of the existence of the Sentry Secret Service, mutants are very repulsive to government agencies. Until now, SHIELD has not been able to recruit a single powerful mutant. In this regard, Nick Fury is also a little helpless. In his opinion, the actions of those mutants were understandable. Even if it were him, after hearing about the deeds of the Sentry Secret Service, he would not be able to safely expose his identity to government agencies. This also leads to the fact that SHIELD can only cooperate with X Academy when encountering some difficulties that are difficult to solve. On a rooftop in Manhattan, looking at the gradually silent island, Sue-Mo turned to look at Natasha Romanoff. Although I am following the orders of the SHIELD leader, I still want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Annie would have suffered a lot this time. After saying this, Sue-Mo stretched out his right hand. A pamphlet appeared in his hands. Consider this as a thank you gift. But this thank you gift is only for you. Remember to burn it after reading it. After saying that, he put the pamphlet into Natasha Romanoff's hand without any explanation, then hugged Annie and walked into a space door. Natasha Romanoff looked at the two people who disappeared before her eyes. He picked up the pamphlet in his hand and took a look at it. She didn't recognize the two Wuxia characters for Thunder Knife on the cover. Opening the book, luckily the content inside is all in English. After a few casual glances, Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened suddenly. There are only the first 5 levels of the Thunder Sword above. After practicing all of them, you can increase your power by 5 times. At the same time, this exercise also has the effect of enhancing physical fitness. However, the effect is much slower than taking the meat of ferocious beasts. Still, Natasha Romanoff couldn't contain her excitement. Her various fighting skills have almost reached the level of proficiency. Her only shortcoming is her physical fitness. If you could improve your physical fitness tenfold, Natasha Romanoff had no doubts about the hyperbole in the brochure. She had just witnessed Sue-Mo's mysterious ability. It is obviously impossible for the other party to be so bored as to use such a thing to deceive himself. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff stuffed the pamphlet into her chest as if it were a treasure and walked downstairs. She can't wait to go back and practice the Wuxia Kung Fu. Sue-Mo and Annie pass through the space door. Also appears on top of a tall building. The reason why he chose to give the other party the secret book of Thunder Knife as a thank you was because this thing was generally very suitable for the other party. Of course, the main reason is that this thing does not cost anything. He could print as many copies as he wanted. The reason why he only gave the other party 10 levels was not because he was stingy, but because the storage ring was the only one that recorded 10 levels of secrets. He wrote these secret books some time ago and planned to give them to Sauron and the others. Hundreds of copies were made. Sauron and the others had been completely brainwashed by the White Queen's psychic ability. Even if Sue-Mo asked them to die, they would not hesitate at all. Give them the secret book, and when their strength improves, they can greatly increase the speed of helping him harvest points. And looked at the row of huge amounts of English letters standing in front of her. Trask Industries Group. This is the company that makes those robots, and also knew something about the development history of mutants and sentry robots. That's right. Sue-Mo nodded. Now that he has taken action, he will naturally not leave any room for the other party. At this time, in the building below, a deafening siren sounded inside the building. There are devices everywhere in Trask Group that can sense mutants. As long as a mutant enters within 100 meters of the building, he will be sensed by the device. Sue-Mo and Annie, who were standing on the top of the building, naturally heard the alarm sound coming from the building. But Sue-Mo didn't care. Instead, he walked downstairs with a calm expression. The surveillance equipment in the entire building was destroyed in an instant. As soon as they entered the top floor, a group of soldiers armed with firearms rushed out from around the corner. After seeing Sue M.O. and the other two, the leading officer pointed a compass-like device at the two of them, and a rapid beep sounded from the device. After confirming that the two were the invading mutants, the soldiers aimed their guns at the two. "Hold your head and squat down." The leading officer issued a warning. Sue M.O. was unmoved and still walked toward the crowd. Seeing this, these soldiers did not hesitate at all and pulled the triggers in their hands almost simultaneously. After intensive gunfire, these soldiers were horrified to see that all the bullets fired from the guns were suspended in midair. "Oops," everyone avoided. The officer roared in horror and dodged towards the room next to him. Although the soldier's reaction was not slow, it was still too slow compared to bullets. After a burst of screams, only the leader of the entire team survived. It wasn't that the other party's reaction was quick enough, but that Sue M.O. deliberately kept it. Before the officer could rejoice, Sue M.O. had already appeared in front of him. "Where's your mind shielding device?" In order to prevent the invasion of telepathic abilities, a psychic shielding device was established in the building of Trask Group. Mutants with psychic ability within this range, ability will be suppressed. "I don't." As soon as he was halfway through speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The severed right arm fell to the ground, and a flying knife with cold light appeared in midair beside Sue M.O. There was no trace of blood on the flying knife. "Ah!" the man screamed. Sue M.O. looked at the other party calmly. "Give you another chance to organize your language." I said. The officer hurriedly shouted in panic. After a while, Sue M.O. and the two disappeared from the room, leaving only a huge amount of ice sculpture in place. In just a few days, Anne's outlook on life has changed by huge amounts. Thinking of the past few days, she doesn't have any good feelings towards these people who persecute mutants. The first time she killed someone, there was no fear in her heart, but a hint of excitement. The second floor of the building. Sue M.O. looked at the huge device 6 to 7 meters high in front of him. There were 2 sentry robots guarding the device. I saw 2 people suddenly appearing in the room. The sentry robot makes an electronic synthesis sound from its mouth. ID card information not detected. Before the words could even be finished, the red light in the robot's eyes went out. Sue M.O. glanced at the device in front of him. The entire device instantly gathered towards the center and turned into a huge amount of metal ball. As the mind-shielding device failed, a space door opened aside. On the other side, Emma, who was taking a shower, looked at Sue M.O. on the other side of the space door, with a hint of helplessness on her face. He calmly took a bath towel from the side and wrapped it around his body. "Boss, if something happens next time, can you please call me first to let me know?" Hearing this, Sue M.O. also showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to take a shower at noon." A woman doesn't know how to take a shower, and on the side kept scanning the two of them with her eyes. Judging from her woman's intuition and the other party's calm expression, it was obvious that the relationship between the two was not simple. After a while, Anne looked at Emma, who had changed her clothes and walked out of the space door, and directly hugged Sue M.O.'s arm as if she was swearing sovereignty. Emma's eyes glanced at Anne's neck, which was raised like a fighting C*****K. He smiled nonchalantly. Then a silver light flashed in Emma's eyes, and her psychic ability swept around frantically. "Trask Group," she murmured something in a low voice, and then asked Sue M.O., "Boss, what need to be done?" "Take all the technical personnel and information away." "Simple." Emma nodded. In the building, the researchers were stunned at the same time. After looking at each other, they began to organize the information in their hands in an orderly manner. During this period, the senior executives of Trask Group all stayed in place, while those as insignificant as the cleaners left directly under Emma's control. A few hours later, accompanied by the closing of the space door, there was a violent roar from the bottom of the Trask building, and it slowly collapsed, back to the island of the dead. After Sue M.O. handed all these people and the sentry robot in the ring to Emma, he took Annie back to the villa on the beach. After calling her family, Annie nestled in Sue Mo's arms like a baby. Dear, thank you. In her opinion, Sue Mo destroyed both organizations just for her sake. Naturally, my heart was moved beyond measure. Sue Mo put his arms around the other person's soft waist. This kind of verbal thanks is not what I need. When Annie heard this, a different smile appeared on her face. Then do you want to try the cold feeling?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.